Favorite dishes: a Columbian autograph Souvenir Cookery book. Over 300 autograph recipes, and 23 portraits. Contributed specially by the Board of Lady Managers of the World's Columbian Exposition, compiled by Carrie V. Schumann, Chicago, 1893. Favorite dishes is due to the fact that the noble women who have labored for the best interests of mankind and womankind, in the development of the women's department of the World's Columbian Exposition, found time to contribute this collection of recipes, as a means of enabling the compiler to open an additional avenue for women to provide the necessary funds to pay the expenses of a visit to the exposition. The compiler is most happy to congratulate the lady managers and lady alternates of every state and territory of the United States, including Alaska, upon the fact that their prompt responses to the statement of the object of this publication bring them together in this place as the exponents of the art of cookery, at this stage of its best development in this country, and as cheerful assistants of women who need the encouragement and blessings of their more fortunate sisters. It is to be regretted that all of the letters of commendation cannot be published, but as they would alone constitute a fair-sized volume, only a few have been inserted. Tea. Tastes differ as to which of the many kinds of tea is the best, and yet the general use of English breakfast and oolong warrants the recommending of these two teas as standard. The Chinese have taught us the correct idea of tea drinking, to have it always freshly made, with the water boiling, and to steep the leaves at table. The tea table can be easily equipped now with a boiler in silver or brass, with alcohol lamp underneath, a tea caddy in china or silver, with teapot and cups before the hostess. No set formula can be prescribed for quantity to each cup, but it averages 1/2 teaspoon of tea leaves. Heat teapot by pouring in some hot water, let it stand a few moments and empty in a bowl for hot water on the table. Place tea leaves required in the pot, pour in boiling water, instantly replace the lid and let it steep a few minutes. It is then ready to serve. Use a small amount of sugar and no cream, as both cream and sugar detract from the correct flavor of tea. 4. 5 o'clock tea. A tea ball is recommended. The tea ball is convenient at all times, but especially upon an occasion when guests are coming and going. Keep the water on tea table constantly boiling and the tea ball partly filled with tea leaves. A cup of tea can then be brewed quickly by dropping the ball into the cup, pouring boiling water over it, holding it in the cup, slightly moving the tea ball around through the water, until the color is satisfactory to the drinker's taste. In this way 3 or 4 cups of tea can be served quickly and the flavor of the tea leaves preserved. If agreeable to the taste, a slice of lemon can be added to each cup and a few drops of arrack to make tea à la Russe. Chocolate. To make good chocolate is not easy. One's own taste must be the guide regarding strength. Soften and smooth the chocolate with cold water in a jar on the range. Pour in boiling water, then add milk, stirring constantly. Serve as soon as it boils. When each cup is filled with the chocolate, place 2 tablespoons of whipped cream on top. Cocoa. Cocoa has the same flavor as chocolate, but it is richer and more oily. When made from the ground it can be prepared at the table, but it is better boiled a short time in water and thinned with hot milk. Made from the shells it requires a longer boiling. First wet 2 ounces of the cocoa shells with a little cold water and pour over them 1 quart of boiling water. Boil for 1 hour and a half, strain and add 1 quart of milk, also a few drops of the essence of vanilla. When it comes to a boil, take immediately from the fire and serve. Coffee. The standard mixture of coffee is Java and mocha, 2/3 Java and 1/3 mocha, the former giving the strength, the latter the flavor. After roasting it should be kept in an airtight can. Grind only so much each time as may be required. To 1 cupful of ground coffee add 1 beaten egg and 4 tablespoons of cold water. Mix thoroughly in coffee pot and pour in 1 quart of boiling water. Stir the coffee until it boils, then place it on the back of the stove where it will simmer for 10 minutes. Add a dash of cold water, wait a moment, then pour off carefully into silver coffee pot, which has been standing with hot water in it. Filippini's recipe for black coffee is as follows. Take 6 scant tablespoonfuls of coffee beans and grind them in a mill. Have a well-cleaned French coffee pot. Put the coffee on the filter with the small strainer over, then pour on 1.5 pints of boiling water, little by little, recollecting at the same time that too much care cannot be taken to have the water boiling thoroughly. When all the water is consumed, put on the cover and let it infuse slightly, but on no account must it boil. Serve in 6 after-dinner cups. Coffee should never be prepared more than 5 minutes before the time to serve. Bread steamed brown bread. A La Oakland Farm. From Mrs. Virginia C. Meredith of Indiana, Vice Chairman Executive Committee and Lady Manager. It gives me great pleasure to send you an excellent recipe for steamed brown bread for your Columbian autograph cookbook. I have great sympathy with your plan, and sincerely hope that the ladies of our board will respond cheerfully to your requests. Very sincerely, 1 cupful of sweet milk, 1 cupful of sour milk, 2 cupfuls of cornmeal, 1 cupful of wheat flour, 1/2 cupful of New Orleans molasses, 1 teaspoonful of soda. Steam 3 hours. Light bread. From Mrs. Governor James P. Eagle of Arkansas, President of State Board and Lady Manager. Take 1 teacup of boiling water, stir in cornmeal to make a stiff mush. Let stand overnight in moderately warm place. Then take 1 cup of fresh milk and 1 of warm water and heat together to a simmer, and add to this the prepared mush, 1 tablespoonful of sugar and 1 teaspoonful of salt. To these ingredients add a little flour at a time, until you make a stiff batter. Place all in a milk-warm vessel of water, place near fire and keep warm until it rises, about 6 hours. To this yeast add flour to make a stiff dough, using 1 tablespoon of lard and a little salt. Keep warm till it rises and bake about an hour and a half. Franklin Gems. From Mrs. L. M. N. Stevens of Maine, Lady Manager. Mix 1/2 pint of milk and 1/2 pint water, into which stir Franklin flour until about as thick as pancakes. Pour into a very hot, well-buttered gem pan and bake in a quick oven. Baking powder biscuit. From Mrs. Roland A. Edgerton of Arkansas, Secretary of State Board and Lady Manager. To 1 quart of flour add 2 teaspoons of baking powder, 1 more of salt, and a tablespoon of lard. Mix with sweet milk sufficient to roll out on board without sticking. Cut with biscuit tin and bake quickly in hot oven. French rolls. From Mrs. Sally Howard Bush of Alabama, alternate Lady Manager. 1 1/2 pounds of flour, 4 ounces of butter, 1/2 teacup of sweet milk, 1/2 cake of yeast, 1 teaspoonful of salt, 4 eggs beaten very light and added last. Set to rise and bake as other rolls. Risen muffins. 1 quart of flour, 1 pint of sweet milk, 1 cake of yeast, 3 eggs, 1 teaspoonful of butter and 1 of sugar, 1 teaspoonful of salt. The yeast must be dissolved in a little of the milk. If desired for breakfast, they must be made the night before. If for tea, set them to rise about 11 o'clock in the morning. When well risen, put them in the tin muffin rings that come especially for them and place in a moderately warm position, letting them stand about an hour before putting in to bake. Breakfast rolls. From Miss Meta Telfair McLaws, of Georgia, alternate Lady Manager. Take 1/2 cake of best yeast and dissolve in 1/2 cup of tepid water. Pour this on some sifted flour, about 1/2 pint in quantity, to which must be added more tepid water, or milk, if you like, until a thick batter is produced. Add to this batter a pinch of salt and a little sugar. Cover well with a thick cloth and set in a warm place to rise. In the morning add lard and enough flour to make a stiff dough. Now make into roll shape and arrange them in a tin pan. Set the rolls under the stove or near it until they rise again, before putting them in the oven to bake. Rolls should be made of best flour, and the batter should be put in some earthen vessel when set to rise. Pocket book rolls. From Mrs. Ida M. Ball of Delaware, Lady Manager. 1 pint milk, 1/2 pint boiling water, salt and flour enough to make a sponge, 1/2 cake of compressed yeast. Rise for about 2 hours. Then add the white of 1 egg beaten, mixed butter and lard the size of an egg, 1 teaspoonful sugar. Stiffen with flour, make out into thick sheets of dough, cut out with a circular cutter, fold one edge of the biscuit, so cut, toward the center, putting a small piece of butter under the overlapping edge of dough. Put biscuit in pans to rise, and when light, bake in a quick oven. Potato rolls. From Mrs. Theo F. Armstrong of Delaware, alternate lady manager. 1 1/2 teacup of mashed white potatoes, 1/2 teacup of melted lard, 1 1/2 teaspoon of salt, 1 teacup of yeast, 2 eggs, 1 tablespoon of sugar. This is the sponge. Set to rise about 9 o'clock in the morning. When light, put in enough flour to make a soft dough, then let it rise again. When light, roll out thick and cut in round cakes. Put in pan and lighten again. Bake in quick oven. Graham gems. From Mrs. Louise Campbell, of New Mexico, alternate lady manager. 4 cups Graham flour, 1 tablespoon of sugar, pinch of salt, 1 teaspoon of soda, which dissolve in buttermilk. Mix with buttermilk into a stiff batter. Put into hot gem irons and bake in a quick oven. Corn cake. From Miss Hattie T. Hunley, of Alabama, lady manager. 1 pint of milk, half a pint of Indian meal, 4 eggs, a scant tablespoonful of butter, salt, and 1 teaspoonful of sugar. Pour the milk boiling on the sifted meal. When cold, add the butter, melted, the salt, the sugar, the yolks of the eggs, and lastly, the whites, well beaten. Bake half an hour in a hot oven. It is very nice baked in iron or tin gem pans, the cups 1.5 inches deep. Mrs. Henderson's Cookbook. Bachelor's Corn Pone. From Mrs. Mary B. P. Black, of West Virginia, alternate lady manager. 1 pint sifted cornmeal, 1 pint buttermilk, or other sour milk or cream, 2 eggs, beaten separately, tablespoonful of butter and lard, half and half, little salt, and scant teaspoonful baking soda. Pour the buttermilk into the sifted cornmeal, stirring until smooth, retaining a small quantity, half teacupful, of buttermilk to dissolve soda. Add yolks of eggs, well beaten, then soda, having dissolved the same in the retained buttermilk, mixing well, while it effervesces. Then lard and butter, either melted or cut into shreds. Lastly, white of eggs, beaten to stiff froth. Bake in shallow pan, 20 or 25 minutes. Cornbread. From Mrs. T. J. Butler, of Arizona, lady manager. 1 cup of cornmeal, 1/2 cup of sugar, 1 cup of sweet milk, 1 1/2 spoonfuls baking powder, flour enough to make a stiff batter. Bake in a quick oven. Cornmeal muffins. From Mrs. Parthenia P. Rue, of California, lady manager. 1 teacupful of cornmeal, 1 1/2 teacupfuls of flour, 2 teaspoonfuls yeast powder, 2 tablespoonfuls sugar, 1 tablespoonful of butter, 1 1/2 teacupfuls of milk, 1 egg or 2 yolks of eggs. Baked cornbread. From Mrs. Minna G. Hooker, of Vermont, alternate lady manager. 1 teacup cream, 1/4 teaspoon soda, 1 cup flour, butter size of a walnut, 1 cup sugar, 1 cup Indian meal, 1 egg. Granulated meal is the best. Steamed brown bread. From Mrs. E. V. McConnell, of North Dakota, lady manager. 2 cups cornmeal, 1 cup flour, 2 cups sweet milk, 1 cup sour milk, 2/3 cup molasses, 2 teaspoons even soda, 1 tablespoon salt. Steam constantly for 3 hours. Raised brown bread. From Mrs. Ellen M. Chandler, of Vermont, lady manager. 3 pints cornmeal, 2 pints shorts, or coarse flour, 3/4 cup yeast, 1 1/2 cups molasses, 1 1/8 quarts warm water. Let rise until it cracks on top. Steam 6 hours and bake slowly 1 hour. If wheat shorts cannot be procured, use 1 pint rye and 1 1/2 pints Graham flour. Boston brown bread. From Mrs. Governor James P. Eagle, of Arkansas, President of State Board, and lady manager. 1 pint of bread sponge, 1 cup of warm water, 3/4 cup of molasses, in which is stirred 1/2 teaspoon of soda, 1 large teaspoonful of salt. Stir in sufficient quantity of Graham flour to make a stiff batter, put in mold and let rise till quite light, and then bake in moderate oven 1 hour. Strawberry shortcake. From Mrs. Governor Edwin C. Burley, of Maine, 2nd Vice President, Board of Lady Managers. Mix the dough nearly as you would for cream tartar biscuits, only put considerable shortening in. Roll thin, bake in a pan. When done, split it and put the berries, mashed in sugar, between. Whipped cream over the top makes it very nice. Strawberry Shortcake. From Mrs. Augusta Truman, of California, alternate Lady Manager at Large. Hull and rinse 1 quart of perfectly ripe berries. Put in a bowl with 1 large cup of granulated sugar. Cut, do not mash, with a silver spoon and set away in the icebox for 2 hours. Make a rich biscuit dough, adding double quantity of butter. Roll out 1 inch thick and bake in a deep pie plate. When done, split quickly with a silver knife, using the knife as little as possible. Spread the berries on the lower section and cover with the upper. Sift on some fine sugar and serve immediately, as this recipe is for hot shortcake. Orange Shortcake. From Mrs. M.D. Owings, of Washington, Lady Manager. Orange shortcake is very nice. The only difficulty to overcome in making this toothsome dish is to get rid of the white fibers which intersect the pulp of the orange, and this is, after all, a very easy matter. To prepare the oranges, simply cut them in half, without peeling, and take out the lobes precisely as when eating an orange with a spoon. The shortcake is moulded like very short, soft biscuit and baked in a round tin in a quick oven. When it is done, split it, sprinkle sugar over the prepared oranges, put a layer on the under crust, replace the upper part, upon which put more of the prepared oranges and serve at once with cream. Sally Lunn. From Mrs. Margaret M. Ratcliffe, of Arkansas, alternate Lady Manager. 1 pint of milk, 3 eggs, well beaten, salt, 1 large spoon of butter, half a teacup of yeast, and as much flour as will make a thick batter. Pour into a cake pan and place in a warm spot to rise. Bake in moderate oven. When done, cut with sharp knife crosswise twice, pouring over each part drawn butter. Replacing the parts, cut thin like cake, serving at once while hot. This is a great favorite with Southerners. Ham Toast. From Mrs. Rosine Ryan of Texas, Lady Manager at Large. Your enterprise commends itself to every woman who has the best interests of her sex uppermost in her thoughts. Among the happy recollections of my childhood, luncheon ham toast stands out temptingly clear. It was my mother's own, and I give it in preference to several others that occur to me. Most cordially yours. Boil 1/4 pound of lean ham. Chop it very fine. Beat into it the yolks of 3 eggs, half an ounce of butter and 2 tablespoonfuls of cream. Add a little cayenne. Stir it briskly over the fire until it thickens. Spread on hot toast. Garnish with curled parsley. Oatmeal. From Mrs. George Huxworth, of Arizona, alternate Lady Manager. Dampen the meal, put it in a thin cloth and steam for 30 minutes. Keeps its flavor much better than when boiled. Brews. From Mrs. Frances E. Hale, of Wyoming, Lady Manager. Take half a loaf of Boston brown bread, break in small pieces, put in an oatmeal kettle and cover with milk, boil to a smooth paste, about the consistency of oatmeal. Eat hot, with sugar and cream. Nice breakfast dish. Sandwich dressing. From Mrs. Miriam D. Cooper, of Montana, alternate Lady Manager. Mix 2 tablespoons mustard with enough hot water to make smooth, 3 tablespoons olive oil, very little red or white pepper, salt, yolk of 1 egg, mix with hand and net aside to cool, warm to spread. Oysters. Blue Points are the only proper oysters to serve for luncheon or dinner. They should always be served in the deep shell, and if possible upon oyster plates, but may be neatly served upon cracked ice, covered with a small napkin, in soup plates. The condiments are salt, pepper, cayenne, Tabasco sauce, and horseradish. 1/4 of lemon is also properly served with each plate, but the gourmet prefers salt, pepper, and horseradish, as the acid of lemon does violence to the delicious flavor of the freshly opened bivalve. Clams should be served in precisely the same way. Bouillon. Bouillon is made of beef, and must be rich and nutritious. Take 10 pounds of good clear beef cut from the middle part of the round. Wipe and cut the meat into pieces. Put this into 1 gallon of water and heat slowly. Skim just as the water begins to boil. When this is done, place the pot where it will simmer slowly for 5 or 6 hours. 1 hour before removing, add 2 blades of celery, 10 peppercorns, 6 cloves, small stick of cinnamon, and salt. Should one prefer it plain, do not put in the spices. Strain and cool. Before using, take off all fat. It is then ready to heat and serve in cups for luncheons and teas. Soup. The foundation of all excellent soup is a stock made from beef. For a dinner company, heavy soup is not so desirable as a good, clear, rich soup, and I add a tried recipe from Practical Cooking and Dinner Giving, called Amber Soup. A large soup bone, 2 pounds, a chicken, a small slice of ham, a soup bunch, or an onion, 2 sprigs of parsley, half a small carrot, half a small parsnip, half a stick of celery, 3 cloves, pepper, salt, a gallon of cold water, whites and shells of 2 eggs, and caramel for coloring. Let the beef, chicken, and ham boil slowly for 5 hours, add the vegetables and cloves, to cook the last hour, having fried the onion in a little hot fat and then in it stuck the cloves. Strain the soup into an earthen bowl and let it remain overnight. Next day, remove the cake of fat on top, take out the jelly, avoid the settlings, and mix into it the beaten whites of the eggs with the shells. Boil quickly for half a minute, then, removing the kettle, skim off carefully all the scum and whites of the eggs from the top, not stirring the soup itself. Pass through a jelly bag, when it should be very dear. Reheat just before serving, and add then a tablespoonful of caramel to give a rich color and flavor. Caramel. Take a cup of sugar and a tablespoon of water. Put in a porcelain kettle and stir constantly to prevent burning, until it has a bright brown color. Then add a cup of water, pinch of salt, let it boil a few moments longer, cool, strain, and put away in a close corked bottle, and it is always ready for coloring the soup. Mock Turtle Soup. From Mrs. Beriah Wilkins, of District of Columbia, 5th Vice President, Board of Lady Managers. This soup should be prepared the day before it is to be served up. 1 calf's head, well cleaned and washed. Lay the head in the bottom of a large pot. 1 onion, 6 cloves, 10 allspice, 1 bunch parsley, 1 carrot, salt to taste, cover with 4 quarts of water. Boil 3 hours, or until the flesh will slip easily from the bones. Take out the head, chop the meat and tongue very fine, set aside the brains. Remove the soup from the fire, strain carefully and set away until the next day. An hour before dinner, take off all fat and set on as much of the stock to warm as you need. When it boils, drop in a few squares of the meat you have reserved, as well as the force balls. To prepare these, rub the yolk of 3 hard-boiled eggs to a paste in a wooden bowl, adding gradually the brains to moisten them, also a little butter. Mix with these 2 eggs, beaten light. Flour your hands. Make this paste into small balls. Drop them into the soup a few minutes before removing from the fire. A tablespoonful of browned flour and brown sugar for coloring. Rub smooth with the same amount of butter. Let it boil up well. Finish the seasoning by the addition of a glass of sherry. Serve with sliced lemon. Julienne Soup. From Mrs. Susan R. Ashley of Colorado, 6th Vice President, Board of Lady Managers. The day before needed, put 2 pounds of beef cut from the lower part of the round into 2 quarts of cold water and let come slowly to the boil, skimming carefully until perfectly clear. When this point is reached, add a small onion, 2 stalks of celery, 2 cloves, and keep at the boiling point for 7 hours. Then strain into an earthen bowl and let cool until next day. A half hour before needed, skim off all the fat, add pepper and salt to taste. Also a half pint of mixed vegetables which have been cooked in salted water and cut in uniform dice shape. Let come to a boil and serve. Noodle Soup. From Mrs. Frona Eunice Waite, of California, alternate lady manager. To make a good stock for noodle soup, take a small shank of beef, 1 of mutton, and another of veal. Have the bones cracked and boil them together for 24 hours. Put with them 2 good-sized potatoes, a carrot, a turnip, an onion, and some celery. Salt and pepper to taste. If liked, a bit of bay leaf may be added. When thoroughly well done, strain through a colander and set aside until required for use. For the noodles, use 1 egg for an ordinary family, and more in proportion to quantity required. Break the eggs into the flour, add a little salt, and mix into a rather stiff dough. Roll very thin and cut into fine bits. Let them dry for 2 hours, then drop them into the boiling stock about 10 minutes before serving. Corn soup. From Mrs. M.B. Thatcher of Colorado, Lady Manager. 1 large fowl, or 4 pounds of veal, the knuckle or neck will do. Put over fire in 1 gallon of cold water, without salt. Cover tightly and simmer slowly, until the meat will slip from the bones, not allowing it to boil all the strength out, as the meat can be made into a nice dish for breakfast or luncheon, by reserving a cupful of the liquor to put with it in a mince on toast, or a stew. Strain the soup to remove all bones and bits of meat. Grate 1 dozen ears of green corn, scraping cobs to remove the heart of the kernel, or 1 can, if prepared corn be used. Add corn to soup, with salt, pepper and a little parsley, and simmer slowly half an hour. Just before serving, add a tablespoonful of flour, beaten very thoroughly with a tablespoon of butter. Serve very hot. Celery soup. From Mrs. Alice B. Castleman, of Kentucky, alternate Lady Manager. Put a veal bone to boil in 1 quart of water. After skimming it well, put in 1 pint of celery cut up very fine, 2 tablespoonfuls of rice, 1 onion, 1 teaspoonful of celery salt. Let this boil till reduced to a pint. Take out the meat and pass the soup through a colander, mashing and extracting as much of the puree as possible, passing the stock through it 2 or 3 times. Boil a quart of milk separately, rub 2 tablespoonfuls of flour in a half a cup of butter, add this to the boiled milk. After cooking it a few minutes, add the milk to the celery puree and serve at once, mixing milk and puree well. Oyster soup. From Mrs. Helen C. Brayton, of South Carolina, Vice President of State Board, and Lady Manager. Take 100 oysters and simmer in their liquor with allspice. As the scum rises, skim carefully. Strain off the liquor and add to it 3/4 pound butter and 1/4 pound flour, rubbed to a cream. Let this boil and carefully stir in a quart of milk, guarding against curdling, and pour over the oysters. Bisque of crab or crawfish. From Mrs. Belle H. Perkins, of Louisiana, President of State Board, Lady Manager. Boil 1 dozen crabs. Pick them in flaky pieces as much as possible. Remove the meat from the claws and the fat from the back. Reserve some of the nicest pieces and put them aside for the soup after it is done. Boil a chicken or veal bone. Put it into 2 quarts of cold water. Let it come to a boil and skim well, adding a cup of rice. Let all boil together until the ingredients are reduced to 1 quart. Add an onion, a piece of celery, or a teaspoon of celery salt. Pass the stock and rice, together with the other parts of the crab, through a sieve. Mash the chicken or veal bone well, and add some of the stock. Mash again and scrape from the bottom of the sieve, obtaining all the puree possible. Add this to the broth, together with the meat of the crabs. Let a pint of sweet cream come to a boil, adding it to the soup just as it is being served. Also 2 tablespoons of butter, celery salt and pepper. Potato puree. From Mrs. James R. Dean, of California, Lady Manager. 2 pounds potatoes, 2 ounces butter, 2 tablespoonfuls chopped onions, 2 tablespoonfuls chopped celery, 1 quart milk, 1 quart boiling water, 1/2 cupful sago, 1/2 teaspoonful pepper, 1 teaspoonful salt. Wash, peel and slice potatoes, onions and celery. Melt the butter and add it to the vegetables, stirring it for 5 minutes to keep it from browning or burning. Then add the boiling water. When the vegetables are soft, rub them through a sieve, add the milk, and when the soup is boiling, add the sago, a little at a time, and cook until the sago looks clear. Stir the soup well and add seasoning the last. Asparagus soup. From Mrs. Laura P. Coleman, of Colorado, Lady Manager. 2 quarts veal stock, 2 bunches asparagus, 2 cloves, 2 onions, 3 peppercorns, a little parsley. Boil 1 hour and strain, then add 1 pint whipped cream. After dished, season with salt to taste. Tapioca or celery may be substituted for asparagus. Tomato soup. From Mrs. Ida M. Ball of Delaware, Lady Manager. 1 quart of canned tomatoes, 1 quart of boiling water, 1 small onion, 1 carrot, celery and parsley, 1 teaspoonful salt. Boil slowly for 3 hours and strain. Add 2 tablespoonfuls sugar, 1 tablespoonful butter, 2 tablespoonfuls flour made into a paste with water and used as thickening. Tomato soup. From Mrs. E. J. P. Howes of Michigan, Lady Manager. Take 1/2 dozen fresh tomatoes or a pint of canned, and stew a half hour in a pint of water. Strain through a colander. Put the liquid on the fire. Stir in a teaspoonful of soda. Then add a pint of heated milk. Season with a little butter, a dessertspoonful, salt and pepper to taste, and bring the whole to a boiling heat and serve hot. Gumbo file. From Mrs. Anna M. Fosdick of Alabama, Lady Manager. Cut up a chicken, sprinkle with flour, and fry in the vessel in which the gumbo is to be made. When the chicken is nearly done, chop an onion and fry with it. Pour on this 3 quarts of boiling water, and let all boil slowly till the flesh leaves the bones of the chicken. Then add the liquor from the oysters, 2 tablespoonfuls of tomato catsup, and salt and pepper to taste. Let this boil a short time, then add 100 oysters. Do not allow them to boil more than 2 minutes. Remove the vessel from the fire, and before pouring into the tureen, sprinkle in 2 tablespoonfuls of file. Serve always with rice. To prepare file for gumbo. Gather sassafras leaves, as late as possible in the season, before they turn red. Dry them in the shade and open air. When perfectly dry, pound thorn, sift the powder and bottle it. Keep tightly corked. Gumbo soup. From Mrs. Virginia T. Smith of Connecticut, alternate Lady Manager. Fry 3 rather thin slices of salted pork, and 3 large onions into some fat. Fry also a chicken of medium size, after which put pork, onions, chicken and a ½ pound of lean ham into a dinner kettle containing 4 quarts of boiling water. When the mixture begins to boil, add 1 quart of gumbo, the corn cut from 2 ears, 3 tomatoes, and 2 very small red peppers. Add boiling water as it needs and cook slowly 5 or 6 hours, after which strain and serve with bread, crunchers, cut in dice. Chicken gumbo with oysters. From Mrs. Alice B. Castleman of Kentucky, alternate Lady Manager. Take a young chicken or a half-grown one, cut up, roll it in salt, pepper and flour, and fry it a nice brown, using lard or drippings as if for a fricassee. Cut up a quart of fresh green okra and take out the chicken and fry the okra in the same lard. When well browned, return the chicken to the pot and boil. Add to it a large slice of ham. A quarter of a pound will be about right for this gumbo. Pour on to the chicken, ham and okra ½ a gallon of boiling water and let it boil down to 3 pints. 10 minutes before serving, pour into the boiling soup 2 dozen fine oysters, with ½ a pint of the liquor. Let it come to a good boil and serve with well-boiled rice. La Cuisine Creole. Okra soup. From Miss Florida Cunningham, of South Carolina, Lady Manager. 2 quarts of okra out very fine in 3 quarts of water, in which put a large shank of beef, and boil 1 hour. Then skin well and add 2 quarts of fresh tomatoes strained. Boil slowly and without ceasing for at least 5 hours. Season with salt to the taste when the tomatoes are put in, and add black and cayenne pepper when ready to serve. Keep closely covered while cooking. Black bean soup. From Mrs. M. D. Foley of Nevada, Lady Manager. Soak 1 coffee cup black turtle beans overnight in cold water. Add water enough in the morning to cook thoroughly. 1 hour before dinner rub through a sieve and stir in 3 pints plain beef stock. Season with salt, pepper, and a salt spoon each of cloven and allspice. Just before serving add a wine glass of port or sherry, 1 small lemon thinly sliced and 1 hard-boiled egg chopped fine. Bean soup. From Mrs. N. B. Patrick, of Colorado, alternate Lady Manager. Take 1 can of Boston baked beans. Remove all the pork and pour over the beans 1 quart of boiling water, and let it boil slowly for 1 hour, adding hot water from time to time to keep up the quantity. Mash the beans thoroughly and strain through a sieve, Heat again nearly to boiling and add 1 pint of hot, not boiling, cream. Add pepper and salt to taste. Soup Regency. From Mrs. Isabella Beecher Hooker, of Connecticut, Lady Manager. The bones and remains of cold fowls, such as turkey and chicken, or game, such as partridges, woodcock, etc., 2 carrots, 2 small onions, 1 head of celery, 1 turnip, 1/2 teacup pearl barley, the yolks of 3 eggs boiled hard, 1/4 pint of cream, salt to taste, and 2 quarts of common stock. Mode: place the bones and remains of the fowls in the stew pan, with the vegetables sliced. Pour over the stock and simmer for 2 hours. Skim off all the fat and strain it. Wash the barley and boil it in 2 waters before adding it to the soup. Finish simmering in the soup, and when the barley is done, take out half and pound the other half with the yolks of the eggs. When well pounded, rub it through a fine colander, add the cream and the salt, if necessary. Let it boil up once more and serve very hot, putting in the barley that was taken out first. Time of cooking, 3½ hours. Seasonable from September to March. Sufficient for 8 persons. Pea soup. From Mrs. Whiting S. Clark, of Iowa, Lady Manager. Cover a quart of green peas and a very small onion with hot water. Boil till soft enough to strain through a sieve. Cream 2 tablespoons of butter and 1 of flour and add to a quart of milk and coffee cup of cream. Boil all together and strain. Stir in whipped cream and serve with buttered toast cut in small squares. Clam chowder. From Mrs. Charles H. Olmsted, of Georgia, Lady Manager. To 1 pint of clams add 1 quart of milk, 2 onions, chopped fine, 2 tablespoonfuls of butter, the yolks of 2 eggs rubbed in 2 tablespoonfuls of flour, salt, parsley, cayenne pepper, ½ teaspoonful allspice, 4 hard-boiled eggs sliced, and ½ pint sherry wine added when served. Cut the soft part of the clams in 2 pieces. Mince the tough part very fine and boil it 1 hour in a quart of water before adding the soft part. After the soft part has boiled half an hour longer, add the milk, flour, and other ingredients. Serve hot. Clam chowder. From Miss Leda M. Russell, of Nevada, Lady Manager. 2 large onions, sliced and fried with 1 cup of finely chopped salt pork. Add to it 3 pints of boiling milk and juice of 1 can of clams, in which has been cooked 2 large potatoes, thinly sliced, a pinch of red pepper, salt, 2 tablespoonfuls of flour, rubbed smooth with 1 tablespoon of melted butter. Stir in clams, heat well and serve at once. Fish soles or smelts cooked with maitre d'hotel sauce. From Mrs. James R. Dean, of California, Lady Manager. Skin the fish and cut flesh into fillets. Put the skin and bones into a saucepan with water enough to cover them. Let this boil to make the stock for the gravy. Now wipe the fillets dry and roll them up with the skin side inward to make them stand firm. Place the fillets on a buttered baking tin, first rolling them into bread crumbs. When ready to cook, squeeze over each fillet about a teaspoonful lemon juice and put on each a piece of maitre d'hotel butter. Cover with a buttered paper and cook about 10 minutes. To make maitre d'hotel butter, work 1 tablespoonful of butter to a cream. Squeeze in the juice of 1/2 a lemon, 1/4 saltspoonful cayenne, 1 tablespoonful finely chopped parsley. Put butter on ice to cool before using. Sauce for this dish: 2 tablespoonfuls of butter, melted, 2 tablespoonfuls of flour, stirred into the butter and cook for 10 minutes. Then put in a small pinch of cayenne pepper and a cupful of fish stock and cook for 10 minutes. Then put in juice of 1/2 lemon, a tablespoonful of finely chopped parsley, and just before serving put in 2 tablespoonfuls of cream. Baked shad. From Mrs. Mary R. Kinder, of Delaware, Lady Manager. Make a stuffing of breadcrumbs, butter, salt, pepper, and an egg well beaten. Stuff the shad, sew it up and bake in a quick oven. Serve with brown gravy, mushroom, or tomato ketchup. Cabion. From Mrs. Anna M. Fosdick, of Alabama, Lady Manager. Cut a redfish or red snapper in pieces and fry brown. While frying the fish, in a separate vessel, cut very fine and fry 1 onion and 2 cloves of garlic. When brown, add 2 tablespoonfuls of flour, 1 pint of prepared tomatoes, pepper and salt to taste, a tablespoonful of Worcestershire sauce, and half a dozen whole cloves. Let this simmer for 1/2 hour, then add 1/2 pint of wine. Pour over the fried fish, and serve immediately. Codfish balls. From Mrs. A. M. Palmer of New York, alternate lady manager. 1 pound codfish, 1½ pound potatoes, 1/4 pound butter, 2 eggs. Boil the fish slowly, then pound with a potato masher until very fine. Add the potatoes mashed and hot. Next add butter and 1/2 cup milk and the 2 eggs. Mix thoroughly, form into balls, and fry in hot fat. Salmon croquettes. From Mrs. George W. Lamar of Georgia, alternate lady manager. 1 can of salmon, minced very fine, 2 large Irish potatoes boiled and mashed, half of a small onion, chopped fine, 2 raw eggs, salt and black pepper, 2 tablespoonfuls of Worcestershire sauce. Rub these together until very light. Make into balls, roll in cracker dust and fry in boiling lard. Shellfish Maryland terrapins. From Mrs. William Reed, of Maryland, lady manager. After bleeding them an hour, put them into warm water. A young one will boil tender in half an hour. They are done when the shell is easily removed. Be careful not to cut off the heads before boiling, as it will make them watery. In picking them, be careful not to break the gall or waste the liquor. The small bones are often left in the terrapin, if they are diamondbacks. Be careful not to break the eggs. When picked, add the liquor, and to 3 medium-sized terrapins, 3/4 pound of butter, salt and pepper, cayenne, to taste. Let them stew for a short time, but be careful not to stir them more than is absolutely necessary. If you wish, 1/2 pint of good wine can be added just before serving. Another way to dress terrapin is to add to the liquor of 3 terrapins, 3/4 pound of butter thickened with browned flour, cayenne pepper and salt. Spices or onions are never used in Maryland to dress terrapins. Terrapin white stew. From Mrs. James R. Dean, of California, lady manager. 2 large terrapin, 3 tablespoonfuls butter, 1 pint cream, 1/2 pint sherry or Madeira, 1 gill water, 6 hard-boiled eggs, 1/2 a lemon, 2 level teaspoonfuls salt, cayenne, white pepper, mace and allspice to taste. Cut up the terrapin fine. Put in a stew pan with terrapin juice, water, butter, salt, pepper, and spices. Simmer for 15 minutes. Mash yolks of eggs well and mix gradually with cream. Add this mixture, with the wine, and the lemon cut in thin slices, to the terrapin stew. Cut up the whites of eggs in thin rings and, stirring, mix thoroughly, but do not let it boil. To be served at once. White stew of terrapin. From Mrs. George W. Lamar, of Georgia, alternate lady manager. Cut off the heads and throw into cold water for about an hour to draw the blood. Scald them to loosen the skin and nails. Open and clean them. Cover with water and boil, with part of an onion chopped fine, and a sprig of parsley and thyme. When thoroughly done, remove all the meat from the shells and bones, chop fine and return to the pot. Rub to a cream 1/4 pound of butter and 1 tablespoonful of flour, with a little of the stock, and stir in gradually, adding salt and red pepper to taste. Just before serving, put in 1/2 pint of cream and 1 wineglass of wine to each terrapin. Slice 1 lemon and 4 hard-boiled eggs into a tureen. Pour the stew over them and serve in terrapin dishes. Terrapin croquettes. From Mrs. W. W. Kimball, of Chicago, lady manager. Take the meat of 1 terrapin. Chop in small pieces. Add a pint of sherry and boil 10 minutes. Then add a quart of cream and boil again 10 minutes. Add salt, cayenne pepper, a little Worcestershire sauce, and 2 tablespoons of cream sauce. Beat up yolks of 4 eggs in some cream butter and mix with the other. Put in tin molds and place on ice for 6 or 8 hours until hard. Dip molds in hot water to loosen. Take out of molds, spread as you would oysters, and fry. Deviled lobster. From Mrs. Joseph C. Strawn, of Idaho, lady manager. 2 lobsters, each weighing about 2½ pounds, 1 pint of cream, 2 tablespoonfuls of butter, 2 of flour, 1 of mustard, a speck of cayenne, salt, pepper, a scant pint of bread crumbs. Open the lobster, and with a sharp knife cut the meat rather fine. Be careful in opening not to break the body or tail shells. Wash these shells and wipe dry. Join them in the form of a boat, that they may hold the prepared meat. Put the cream on to boil. Mix the butter, flour, mustard, and pepper together and add 3 spoonfuls of the boiling cream. Stir all into the remaining cream and cook 2 minutes. Add the lobster, salt, and pepper, and boil 1 minute. Fill the shells with the mixture and place in pan. Cover with the bread crumbs and brown for 20 minutes in a hot oven. Serve on a long narrow dish, the body in the center, the tails at either end. Garnish with parsley. Lobster croquettes. From Mrs. Louise L. Barton, of Idaho, alternate lady manager. 1 pint chopped lobsters, good ½ pint rolled crackers, 1 tablespoonful butter, 10 of milk, salt and pepper to taste. This quantity is enough for 12 persons. Deviled crabs. From Mrs. Cora L. Bartlett, of New Mexico, lady manager. Take butter the size of an egg, melt slowly in saucepan. Into butter slice fine a piece of onion size of a filbert, brown slowly. Sift into above tablespoonful of flour and cream carefully. Heat a generous ½ pint of milk and stir into butter and flour. Take No. 2 can of deviled crabs, strain off all the liquor, season with a scant teaspoon of mustard, scant teaspoon cayenne pepper, ½ teaspoon salt, good ½ teaspoon of liquor from Cross and Blackwell's Chow Chow, 1 teaspoon Worcestershire sauce, tablespoonful vinegar and a ½ teaspoon lemon juice, parsley to taste. Mix thoroughly, and stir into butter and milk. When cooking well, stir into it rapidly 2 eggs that have been well beaten. Remove from stove and put in crabbed shells with butter the size of filbert, and rolled crackers on top. Heat in quick oven and serve at once, garnished with parsley. This recipe makes an amount sufficient for 8 persons. If desired, cracker crumbs very fine may be added to increase the quantity, just before stirring in the eggs. The crabs may be kept 3 or 4 days if in a cool place. Deviled crabs. From Mrs. Anna E. M. Farnham, of Idaho, lady manager. Boil them, take the meat out of the bodies, and large claws. Put it into stew pan with ½ a pint of claret, spoonful of eschalot vinegar, a little cayenne, some salt, piece of butter. Stew for an hour over a gentle fire until they are almost dry. Then add small quantity of fish stock, or gravy, a tablespoonful of essence of anchovy, and small piece of butter rolled in flour. Serve with sippets of fried bread around the dish. Deviled crabs. From Miss Jenny Torreson, of Nevada, alternate lady manager. Have 1 large crab picked from the shell, and shred fine, and the shell well cleansed. Heat 1 egg well, add 1 teacup sweet cream, butter, size of an egg melted, 1 sherry glass of sherry, 1 large spoonful of Worcestershire sauce, mace, allspice and cloves to taste, a good deal of cayenne and a little black pepper and salt. Stir this all together over the fire till it boils. Then pour over the crab and mix well. Fill the shell and sprinkle over the top a thick layer of fine cracker crumbs and bits of butter. Put in a hot oven till browned on top. Serve hot. Soft shell crabs. From Mrs. George W. Lamar, of Georgia, alternate lady manager. Plunge the crabs into boiling water and leave for about 10 minutes. Wash them carefully and remove the sandbags. Dry them thoroughly and for 1 dozen crabs have 6 raw eggs, well beaten. Dip each crab into the eggs and roll them in cracker dust seasoned with salt and black pepper. Fry a light brown, in boiling butter or lard. Frog legs. From Mrs. Ella Ray Miller, of Idaho, alternate lady manager. Frog legs must be first salted and then dipped in a batter made of cracker dust and beaten eggs. Fry them in sweet table butter until they are a golden brown color. The batter retains their sweet juices and they need no other condiments. Panny oysters. From Mrs. Alice B. Castleman, of Kentucky, alternate lady manager. Drain 2 dozen or more oysters in a colander. Pour over them, draining from them, 1 quart of ice water. Put an iron skillet or frying pan on the fire. Let it get almost red hot. Then put in the oysters, shaking and stirring them until they boil. add a little salt and pepper, 1 large tablespoonful butter. The dish must be hot, and the oysters must be served very hot, must not stand a minute. Soda crackers put in the stove to get hot and brown, and the oysters poured over them, are very nice. Creamed oysters. From Mrs. Mirabee F. Ladd of New Hampshire, Lady Manager. Parboil 1 pint of oysters in their own liquor until they are plump. Drain thoroughly and have your cracker crumbs and white sauce ready. Put a layer of oysters on a platter, then the white sauce over them, and a layer of the crumbs on top. Bake about 20 minutes or until they are brown. For this quantity of oysters, use a cup of cracker or bread crumbs and about 1/3 of a cup of butter, melted and stirred into the crumbs. To make the white sauce, take 2 tablespoonfuls of butter, 1 pint of milk, 2 heaping tablespoonfuls of flour, 1/2 teaspoonful of salt, and 1/2 saltspoonful of pepper. Heat the milk. Put the butter in a granite saucepan, and when it bubbles, stir in the dry flour very quickly until well mixed. Pour on 1/3 of the milk, let it boil up and thicken, then add slowly the rest of the milk. It should be free from lumps before you put in the last of the milk. Let it boil a little, then add the pepper and salt, also a tablespoonful of lemon juice and a little celery salt. Little Pigs in Blankets. From Mrs. Isabella Lanning Candy, of Illinois, alternate Lady Manager. This amusing and appetizing dish is easily made. Take large fine oysters and drain them well, and season with salt and pepper, and a drop of lemon juice if desired. Cut fat bacon into very thin, even slices, and wrap each oyster in a slice of bacon, fastening securely with a wooden skewer. A toothpick will do. 2 cloves can be inserted at one end of the roll to simulate ears. Have the frying pan very hot, and cook the little pigs until the bacon crisps. Serve immediately upon small pieces of toast. Escalloped oysters. From Miss Meta Telfair McLaws, of Georgia, alternate Lady Manager. Spread cracker crumbs on bottom of baking dish. Then place bits of butter and a layer of oysters, which must be sprinkled with salt and pepper. Make alternate layers of oysters, cracker crumbs, salt, pepper, and butter until dish is full. Have crumbs on top. Now make a small incision in center and pour in 1 well-beaten egg, with a small quantity of oyster liquor. Put in hot oven and brown nicely. Creamed shrimps. From Mrs. M. D. Foley of Nevada, Lady Manager. Cover 1 can of shrimps with cold milk and allow to come to a boil, then drain. Rub 1 tablespoonful flour with same quantity of butter, and add slowly 1 cup rich milk or cream at the boiling point. Season with salt, pepper, and nutmeg, and enough tomato juice to color a shrimp pink. Stir in the shrimps, and when hot, pour over small squares of toast arranged on a warm platter. Garnish with sliced lemons. Sauces. Sauce mousseline. From Mrs. Wilson Patterson, of Maryland, alternate Lady Manager. I am always interested, and do my best to help anything done to help other women. I send you a recipe which I hope may be of service to you. It is a delicious sauce for asparagus, and is given me by the chef of Prince Jerome Bonaparte. Wishing you every success in your most worthy undertaking, I am sincerely yours, Put in a saucepan a piece of butter, melt it, add a pinch of flour, work it together thoroughly, wet it with a little warm water, salt it, make it boil, add the yolk of an egg, then beat up the sauce with a little fresh butter, pass it through the finest gauze. At the minute of serving, add 2 spoonfuls of beaten cream, well mixed. Boiled egg sauce. From Mrs. James R. Dillett, Jr. of Chicago, Lady Manager. 1 large tablespoonful butter, 2 small tablespoonfuls flour, 2 eggs. Put the butter in a tin pan over boiling water. When melted, stir in flour. When thoroughly and smoothly mixed, add enough milk to make it the proper consistency for sauce. Boil the eggs hard, cut them in small pieces, stir them into the sauce, and serve with fish or boiled mutton. Tartar sauce. From Mrs. Myra Bradwell, of Chicago, Lady Manager. 3 eggs, 4 tablespoonfuls olive oil, 1 1/2 teaspoonful of mustard, 1 teaspoonful black pepper, 1 teaspoonful salt, juice of 1 lemon, 2 tablespoonfuls of vinegar, 1 tablespoonful chopped parsley. Boil 2 of the eggs very hard, rub the yolks to a powder, add the raw yolk of the other egg. Stir in slowly the oil. Chop fine the 2 whites of the boiled eggs, add the chopped parsley and 1 small onion chopped as fine as possible. Meats fillet of beef. From Mrs. Governor Oglesby, of Illinois, Lady Manager. Fillets of beef may be supplied by the butcher already trimmed and larded, but a more economical way is to buy the large piece which contains the tenderloin. Have the butcher cut the tenderloin out and the rest of the meat into slices 1/2 or 1 inch thick. These pieces may be used to advantage in beef olives, stews, or pies, the bones in the piece of meat to be broken up for the soup pot. The fillet is then to be prepared by the cook in this manner: remove all skin and fat, fold the thin end under and skewer in place. The upper side must present a smooth surface for larding. With a larding needle, lard the fillet of beef in regular and even rows, with strips of firm, fat pickled pork 1/4 of an inch square and about 2 1/4 inches long. The lardon should be about 1/3 of an inch under the surface and come out about 3/4 of an inch from where it went in, 1/2 inch projecting on each side. Place the fillet in a small baking pan, with minced salt pork and suet on the bottom of the pan, and 6 spoonfuls of stock to baste the fillet. 1/2 to 3/4 of an hour will roast it, depending on heat of oven and whether it is preferred underdone or well done. Serve with mushroom sauce or à la jardinière. Mushroom sauce: melt 1 tablespoon butter, stir in a tablespoon of flour, and when it is well browned, add, after heating, 6 tablespoons of stock with half the juice from the can of mushrooms and 1/2 teaspoonful of lemon juice, seasoned with pepper and salt. Add the button mushrooms and let all simmer about 10 minutes. Pour over the fillet of beef and serve. À la jardinière: potatoes, turnips, beets, and carrots, cut in round balls, tiny onions, cauliflower blossoms, French beans or peas, are boiled separately in salted water, seasoned with salt, butter, and cream, drained and then piled in little groups around the fillet of beef, each pile being 1 kind of vegetable. Beef olives: slices of beef 1/2 inch thick and about 4 inches square, spread with a force meat of cold meat, bacon or ham, with 1 cup of bread crumbs, the yolks of 3 eggs, 1 pint of gravy or stock, a tablespoon of catsup, salt and pepper to taste. Roll up the slices of beef and fasten with tiny skewers. Brush them over with egg and crumb and brown slightly in the oven. Then put in stew pan and stew till tender. Serve in gravy in which they were cooked, with fried or toasted croutons of bread. Roast beef. From Mrs. Matilda B. Carse, of Chicago, Lady Manager. In roasting meats of all kinds, the method adopted should be the one that in the most perfect manner preserves the juices inside the meat. To roast beef in the best possible manner, place the clean-cut side of the meat upon a very hot pan. Press it close to the pan until seared and browned. Reverse and sear and brown the other side. Then put at once in the oven, the heat of which should be firm and steady, but not too intense, and allow 20 minutes to the pound. If it is to be rare, less half an hour deducted from the aggregate time on account of searing. For example, a 5 lb. roast of beef will require 1 1/4 hours, a 6 lb. roast 1 1/2 hours, and so on. If the oven is not too hot, the beef requires no basting. When it is at the proper temperature, and the cooking is going all right, the meat will keep up a gentle sputtering in the pan. A roast of beef should never be washed but carefully wiped off with a damp cloth. When meal is done, take it from the oven, cut off the outside slices, then salt and pepper well. The meat, if roasted in this way, will be sweet, juicy, and tender. Yorkshire pudding. From Mrs. Harriet A. Lucas of Pennsylvania, Lady Manager. This pudding, as its name indicates, is a great English dish, and to be used as vegetables are, with roast beef only. When vegetables are scarce, it adds a change to the menu, which everybody likes but few know how to make successfully, because it is very simple. For a small family, put 1 pint of milk into a bowl, a small pinch of salt, break into this, without beating, 2 fresh eggs. Now have a good egg beater in your hand. Dust into this 1/2 pint of sifted flour. Beat vigorously and rub out all the lumps of flour. Have ready a smaller roasting pan than that in which your beef is roasting, and put in it a good tablespoonful of sweet lard, very hot. Pour your light batter into this. Place a spit or wire frame in the pudding, lift the roast from the pan about 20 minutes before it is done and put it on the spit, so that the juices of the beef will drop onto the pudding. About 20 minutes will cook it. Make gravy in the pan from which the roast has been removed. Slide into a hot meat dish and serve with the meat. Most cooks persistently raise it by adding some sort of baking powder, thinking it of no importance that the meat is over the pudding. I never yet found a person that did not enjoy a good Yorkshire pudding. This is a small one, for 4 or 5 persons. If you increase the pudding, also select a larger pan, as the batter should be fully 1/2 to an inch in the pan. If not, it will become too crusty. Roulards. From Mrs. Ralph Trautman, of New York City, First Vice President Board of Lady Managers. Secure slices of beef cut very thin from the round or cross rib. Take tomatoes, carrots, onions, celery, parsley, and hard-boiled eggs, all chopped very fine. Mix with a good-sized piece of butter, cracker crumbs, a pinch of ginger and salt and pepper to taste. Mix well and spread on the slices of beef. Make a roll of each slice, folding in the edges to retain the dressing, and tie up securely with cord. Have beef suet on the fire. After rendering and straining, add a little water to prevent scorching and bring to a boil in a flat-bottomed pot or kettle. Drop in the roulards rolled and tied, stir with a spoon until well browned, then set back on the stove and let simmer gently for 2 hours with pot tightly covered. Drain well on napkin or sieve, and garnish with hard-boiled eggs, parsley and slices of lemon. Serve hot. Each roulade should be about the size of an egg. Beef loaf. From Mrs. Carrington Mason, of Tennessee, alternate lady manager. 3 pounds lean finely chopped beef, 1 dozen rolled butter crackers, 4 beaten eggs, 1 tablespoonful black pepper, 1 tablespoonful salt, butter the size of an egg. Mix thoroughly, mold into 2 bricks and bake like a roast. This makes a very nice dish sliced cold for 10. A very little sage can be added if desired. Hash. From Mrs. Annie L. Y. Orff, of Missouri, alternate lady manager. Chop any kind of meat fine. To 1 cupful add 1 cup of chopped boiled potatoes, 3/4 cup bread crumbs, put 1/2 cup milk, 1 tablespoon butter, a little pepper and salt in a saucepan on the stove. When boiling, stir in the hash, which should be well mixed together. Take from the fire and add 1 well-beaten egg. Heat gem pans and grease. Put a spoonful of the hash in each, and put in the oven till nicely browned. Mutton chops. From Miss Mary B. Hancock, of Iowa, Treasurer of State Board and alternate lady manager. Sprinkle the chops with salt, pepper, and flour. Put them in the double broiler. Broil over or before the fire for 8 minutes. Serve on a hot dish with butter, salt, and pepper or tomato sauce. The fire for chops should not be as hot as for steak. Chops can be seasoned with salt and pepper, wrapped in buttered paper, and broiled 10 minutes over a hot fire. Roast lamb. From Mrs. Ropt. B. Mitchell, of Kansas, lady manager. Brush 3 ounces of melted butter over the inner part of a well-trimmed quarter of lamb, and strew thick with finely grated bread crumbs, seasoned with salt, pepper, and parsley. Roll and skewer 4 or 5 slices of bacon to the outer side. Put in rather quick oven. When thoroughly done, not overcooked, remove the bacon and baste the meat with well-beaten yolk of egg and gravy. Cover thick with bread crumbs and brown nicely. Garnish the platter on which it is served with sprays of mint. Mint sauce should be an accompaniment. This makes not only an attractive-looking, but delicious roast of lamb. Lamb chops. From Mrs. Hester A. Hanback, of Kansas, lady manager. Trim neatly and hack with sharp knife until tender. Dip each piece in beaten egg and roll in cracker crumbs. Place in pan equal quantities of butter and lard very hot. Fry until nicely browned and serve with green peas. Potted tongue. From Mrs. Frank H. Daniel, of New Hampshire, alternate lady manager. Take the remains of a cold boiled tongue, remove all the hard parts, cut the meat into small pieces and afterwards pound it to a smooth paste. Season with cayenne, and beat with it 1/4 of its weight in clarified butter. Press it into small jars, cover it 1/4 inch deep with clarified butter, melted drippings or melted suet. A smaller proportion of butter will be required if a little of the fat of the tongue is used instead of the lean only, but the butter must not be entirely dispensed with. It can be seasoned by the addition of 1 teaspoonful of mixed mustard, 1 saltspoonful of white pepper, a pinch of cayenne, and as much grated nutmeg as will cover a 3-cent piece to each pound of tongue. Potted tongue is excellent when pounded with its weight in well-dressed cold chicken, cold veal, or partridge. The tongue must be pounded to a perfectly smooth paste. Veal croquettes. From Mrs. Isabella Beecher Hooker, of Connecticut, Lady Manager. Mince cold roast or boiled veal. Add 1/4 as much of minced oysters scalded in their own liquor. Season with a dusting of red pepper, salt, a flavor of onion. 2 fine cut rounds of onion is sufficient, a tablespoonful of lemon juice. Stir this into a 1/2 pint of drawn butter made thick with flour. Mold the croquettes. Roll them in egg, then in cracker crumbs, salted and peppered. Put them where they will be cold. When chilled, put them in a frying basket into hot fat. 2 minutes will brown them. Veal croquettes. From Miss Catherine L. Miker, of Louisiana, 4th Vice President Board of Lady Managers. 2 pounds of veal, boiled until done. Remove skin and hone and chop very fine. Crumb a 1/2 loaf of bread and mix with the veal broth. Add 3 eggs, 2 tablespoons of butter, salt, pepper, parsley, etc. Then form into egg-shaped balls and fry brown in boiling lard. It is necessary to dust the balls with cracker dust or flour. Veal pot pie. From Miss Susan W. Ball, of Indiana, alternate Lady Manager. Take 2 pounds of veal. A rib piece is good. Cut it in small pieces. Put it into a pot, having placed a small plate in the bottom to keep the meat from burning. Put in 2 quarts of water, either hot or cold. Keep it boiling for about an hour and a half. Then make a quart of flour into biscuit dough. Drop in small lumps. Cover closely. 20 minutes will generally cook them. Be sure that there is water sufficient to cover the meat entirely when the dumplings are put in. Cassoulettes de veau. From Mrs. James R. Dean, of California, Lady Manager. This is a very simple, attractive, and palatable dish for a luncheon table and may be used either warm or cold. Yours cordially. Ingredients for 1 dozen: 1/4 pound macaroni, 1 pound fillet of veal, 1 ounce butter, 1 ounce flour, 1 gill of white stock or milk, 3 eggs, pepper, salt, and a little cayenne to taste. Chop the veal and then pass it twice through a sausage cutter or mincing machine. Cook the butter and flour together for about 10 minutes. Then add the milk or stock. Then turn on a plate to cool. Then add the minced veal. Then add the seasoning. Break the eggs in one by one. Stir well. Boil the macaroni in salt and water until soft. Drain it well and cut into rings about 1/4 inch long. Have some small cups shaped like egg cups. Grease the sides slightly and place in the bottom of each cup a circular piece of cold boiled ham, fitting closely. Then arrange the macaroni on the sides, the open part to the side of the cup. Then fill each cup with the chopped veal. Cover with a grease paper and steam for 20 minutes. If eaten warm, use any gravy that may be used with veal. Will keep for 2 or 3 days. Veal fricassee. From Mrs. T. J. Butler, of Arizona, Lady Manager. Take a knuckle of veal. Boil 2 hours in sufficient water to cover it. When thoroughly cooked, remove the meat and thicken the gravy with 1 tablespoonful of flour. Add a little salt and 1 egg, well beaten. Pour over the meat and serve hot with slices of lemon. Veal loaf. From Mrs. Whiting S. Clark, of Iowa, Lady Manager. 3 pounds raw veal, chopped fine. 2/3 cup butter or its equivalent of salt pork, chopped. 3 eggs, well beaten with tablespoon milk. 4 Boston crackers, pounded fine. 2 even teaspoons pepper. 1 teaspoon sage. 1 tablespoon salt. Mix well in a loaf and bake 2 hours. Baste often with butter and water. Sweetbread croquettes. From Mrs. Schuyler Colfax, of Indiana, alternate Lady Manager at Large. It gives me great pleasure to send you the recipes you request, and thus further, in this small way, your unique and most generous project. The recipe for sweetbread croquettes is from Mrs. Henderson's Practical Cooking and Dinner Giving, but as it is the best one that I have ever tried, I send it. Cordially yours. 2 pair of sweetbreads blanched and cut into dice. Half a box of mushrooms also cut into dice. Make a sauce by putting into a saucepan 1½ ounces of butter, and when it bubbles, sprinkle in 2 ounces of flour. Mix the butter and flour well together and cook thoroughly. Then put in a gill of strong stock. Stock for this is best made of chicken with some pieces of beef and veal added, or a gill of cream may be used instead of the stock. When the flour, butter, and stock are well mixed, put in the sweetbreads and mushrooms and stir over the fire until they are thoroughly heated. Now take them off the fire, add the beaten yolks of 2 eggs, return to the fire long enough to set the eggs but do not allow them to boil. When cool, form into croquettes, roll first in cracker or bread crumbs, then in egg, and again in crumbs and fry in boiling lard. Sweetbreads and oysters. From Señora Teresa Armijo de Symington, of New Mexico. Soak and blanch your sweetbreads, cut them into equal sizes and remove the skins and little pipes. Take about 3 dozen fine oysters, strain off the liquor. Put the sweetbreads into a stew pan and cover them with the oyster liquor. Add also, if you have it, 3 large spoonfuls of gravy of roast veal and 1/4 pound of fresh butter cut into bits, and each bit rolled in flour. When the sweetbreads are done, put in the oysters and let them cook for about 5 minutes and take them out again. Add at the last 2 wineglasses of sweet cream. Stir up well for a few minutes and serve in a hot dish. Sweetbreads and mushrooms. From Mrs. P. B. Winston, of Minnesota, alternate lady manager. Take all the fat off sweetbreads, throw into boiling water, add 1 teaspoonful of salt and let stand on fire for 20 minutes. Take from fire, remove all skin and pick to pieces. Put a tablespoonful of butter in a pan and let melt, add tablespoonful flour and 1/2 pint of cream. Stir until it boils, add sweetbreads and 5 mushrooms chopped fine, 1/2 teaspoonful of salt and a little pepper. Serve in patties or paper cases. Sweetbreads and coquille. From Miss Jenny Torreson, of Nevada, alternate lady manager. 1 pound sweetbreads. Soak them 1 hour in salt water. Boil till tender in salt water in which an onion has been put. 1 can mushrooms, champignons, cut into small pieces, stew a bit till tender and mix with sweetbreads after they are boiled till tender and cut into small pieces. 1 pint cream, 1 tablespoonful butter, 1 tablespoonful flour. Cream the butter, mixing with the flour till smooth. Stir with the cream, add 1 tablespoonful of Worcestershire sauce and stir together over the fire until it boils, then pour it over the sweetbreads and mushrooms. Serve in shells or cases. Can be used also without mushrooms if desired. Sweetbread patties. From Miss Wilhelmine Wrights, of Indiana, lady manager. Wash 1 pair of sweetbreads. Throw them into boiling water and simmer gently 20 minutes. Then throw them into cold water to blanch and cool. When cool, pick them into small pieces, rejecting all the fine membrane. Chop fine a 1/2 can of mushrooms. Put a large tablespoonful of butter in a saucepan to melt without browning. Add an even tablespoonful of flour, mix until smooth. Add a 1/2 pint of cream, stir continually until it boils. Add a 1/2 teaspoonful of salt, a dash of white pepper, the mushrooms and sweetbreads mix and stand over boiling water for 5 minutes. Serve in paper cases, silver shells or in puff paste cases. Poultry boiled chicken. From Mrs. Governor Edwin C. Burley of Maine, 2nd Vice President Board of Lady Managers. Joint the chicken, cut in small pieces, remove the skin, put into tepid water. Have ready a frying pan with hot melted butter. Put the chicken into the pan and fry to a delicate brown. Then put into a kettle, cover with water and boil very slowly for an hour. Season. Remove chicken and thicken gravy with flour. Jambalaya. A Spanish Creole dish. From Miss Catherine L. Miner, of Louisiana, 4th Vice President Board of Lady Managers. Cut up the remains of a chicken or turkey, cover with water, and stew until the substance is extracted. Then shred the meat. Wash 1 pound of rice carefully and set aside. Put 1 tablespoon of lard into a porcelain-lined saucepan. Add a small spoon of finely chopped onion and a tomato. Then put in the shredded fowl and liquid in which it was boiled, adding the rice, red pepper and salt. Sufficient water must be added to cover the rice, which must cook and steam until soft, but not wet or like mush. Chicken livers and brochette with bacon. From Mrs. Colonel James A. Mulligan, of Chicago, Lady Manager. Take 18 fresh chicken livers, dry well, season with pepper and salt. Cut each liver in 2 pieces. Prepare 6 slices of lean bacon, broil 1 minute. Cut each slice into 6 pieces. Take 6 silver skewers, run the skewer through the center of the piece of chicken liver, then through a slice of bacon, until each skewer is filled with alternate slices of chicken liver and bacon. Roll each one in olive oil, then in breadcrumbs, and broil 5 minutes on each side over moderate fire. Arrange on hot dish, pour maître d'hôtel butter over them. Garnish with watercress and serve. Pollo con arroz. From Señora Don Manuel Chavez of New Mexico. Primeramente se pone a hervir el pollo hasta que esté bien cocido y después sofrí una poca de cebolla en manteca junto con el arroz y se le echa pimienta entera y se le añade el caldo, colado, en que se coció el pollo. Después se añade el pollo cortado en pedazos pequeños y se le echa sal. Pollo con tomates. Lo mismo que con arroz, con la excepción que en lugar de arroz se le echan tomates. Tamales de chile. Lo mismo, con la excepción que en lugar de echarles azúcar, canela y pasas se les echa en el medio carne con chile y sal. Coquilles de volaille. From Miss Josephine Shakespeare, of Louisiana, Lady Manager. Boil the chicken until very tender. Pull the meat from the bones and flakes. Remove all the skin and cut the meat into very small pieces. Take 1/2 pint of the chicken broth, 1 teaspoonful of minced onion, the same of minced parsley, 2 tablespoons of butter rubbed into same quantity of flour. Let this cook for a few moments, and add 1/2 pint of cream or rich milk. Season the meat with a little cayenne pepper and some salt. Add to this a small box of truffles, cut fine, also a box of mushrooms thinly sliced. Stir all this into the sauce. If there should not be enough to cover the meat, add more broth, cream, butter, and pepper, little by little, until you have enough sauce and of the right consistency. It should be as thick as rich cream. When cold, add a claret glass of sherry wine. Before taking from the fire, add to it 2 more tablespoons of butter, a little at a time, never add all at once, it may oil it. Fill the shells, sprinkle bread crumbs on top, and about 20 minutes before ready to serve them, place in a very hot oven to brown. Must not stand after cooked. Croquettes. From Mrs. L. C. Gillespie of Tennessee, Lady Manager. Breast of a large turkey, 5 sweetbreads, 1 1/2 pint of milk, 1/2 pound butter, 5 tablespoonfuls of flour, 2 eggs. Chop the turkey and sweetbreads very fine, using a silver knife for chopping the sweetbreads. Beat the whites and yolks of the eggs separately as you would for a cake. Mix the eggs, butter, flour, and milk in a porcelain vessel and cook until the mixture comes to the consistency of cream sauce. And that it may cook smoothly, it will be necessary to make first a thick paste of the flour by stirring into it a very small quantity of the milk, gradually thinning it with more of the milk. While cooking, it must be stirred constantly, and as soon as it is sufficiently thick, add to the mixture the chopped turkey and sweetbreads and cook the whole for 2 minutes longer. Use no seasoning but pepper, white or cayenne, and salt to the taste. This quantity will make 22 large croquettes, which are prettiest molded in a pear-shaped wine glass. With a little practice you can mold them in your hand. Have ready some cracker crumbs rolled very fine and dust-like. Fry the croquettes in boiling lard and enough to cover them. When a rich brown, take them out and place on sieve or brown paper to rid them of the surplus grease. Run them into a well-heated oven for a few minutes before serving. Put a teaspoonful of cream sauce on the top of each croquette. Chicken croquettes. From Mrs. Sarah H. Bixby, of Maine, alternate Lady Manager. Chop 1/2 pound chicken quite fine. Add 1 teaspoonful salt, 1 saltspoonful pepper, 1 saltspoonful celery salt, 1 teaspoon lemon juice, 1 tablespoon chopped parsley, and a few drops of onion juice. Moisten with the thick cream sauce. Thick cream sauce. Melt 2 tablespoons butter, Add 2 heaping tablespoons cornstarch, 1 teaspoon salt and 1 saltspoon pepper. Add slowly 1 pint hot cream and beat well. Curry of chicken in puffs. From Señora Teresa Armijo de Symington, of New Mexico. First, prepare your puffs by the following recipe. Ingredients: 2 cupfuls of milk, 2 of flour, 2 eggs and a piece of butter the size of an egg melted, a little salt. Heat the eggs separately and well. Add the milk to the yolks, then the flour and so on, the whites last. Beat all well together. They may be baked in teacups. This quantity will make about a dozen puffs. Curry of chicken. Buy a young chicken, cut it into pieces, leaving out all the bones. Season with pepper and salt to taste. Fry them in butter until well done. Cut an onion fine, which fry in the same butter until brown. Add a teacupful of clear stock, a teaspoonful of sugar. Take about a tablespoonful of curry powder and a little flour. Mix and rub together with a little of the stock until quite smooth. Add to the saucepan. Put in the chicken and let it boil for a few minutes. Just before taking out, add the juice of half a lemon. When this is all ready, proceed to fill puffs while hot and serve immediately. Garnish puffs with parsley and serve a dish of cold slaw with it. Pilaf. From Miss Floride Cunningham, of South Carolina, Lady Manager. Select a good fat hen, 1 pound of bacon strip, and 1 dozen whole black peppers, and boil together until quite done. Take them out of the pot, and put into the liquid left a pint and a half of rice, seasoned with a dessertspoonful of salt. Boil 20 minutes, drain from it any of the juice that may remain, and place the pot again on the range, where the rice cannot burn, but where it will have the opportunity to dry thoroughly, each grain remaining apart. Keep the chicken hot and brown the bacon in the oven. When the rice is ready, serve in an open dish. Place the chicken on the top and pour over it a rich sauce of melted butter and hard-boiled eggs chopped fine. The bacon can be sliced very thin and served with lettuce as a course. Fricassee chicken. From Mrs. Helen C. Brayton, of South Carolina, Vice President of State Board and Lady Manager. Cut the chicken in pieces and stew in as much water as will cover it. Add a bunch of sweet herbs, white pepper and onions. When cooked, add the yolks of 6 eggs, glass of white wine, chopped parsley, butter, and tablespoonful of cream, all beaten together. A good roast turkey. From Mrs. Helen A. Peck, of Missouri, alternate Lady Manager at Large. An ordinary turkey weighing 8 to 10 pounds requires at least 2 hours for proper and thorough cooking. Prepare your fowl and rub dry with a clean towel, then mix a little pepper and salt and rub both inside and outside of the turkey before putting in the dressing. Grate stale bread, about 3 cups, then add a small teaspoon of pepper and the same amount of powdered sage or sweet marjoram, salt and a little salt, fat pork chopped very fine or a piece of butter the size of an egg. Use warm water to mix the whole to the consistency of thick batter. Beat an egg and stir into it the last thing. Stuff the breast with half of the dressing. Then sew up with coarse white thread and put the remaining dressing into the body and sew up. Take skewers of wood or iron and pin the wings closely to the sides, then turn the neck back and pin that firmly. One can use twine and tie them if they haven't the skewers. Force the legs down and tie tightly to the body before placing the turkey in the dripping pan with nearly a pint of water. Have a brisk fire and baste the turkey at least every 15 minutes with these drippings. This frequent basting is of great importance as it keeps in the juices and allows thorough cooking. Turn the turkey 2 or 3 times during the cooking. During the last half hour, dredge with flour and butter freely. The crisp pasty looks so desirable and appetizing comes from this. Cook gizzard and liver in a saucepan on the stove until thoroughly tender, then chop very fine and put them in the gravy to boil thoroughly in the dripping pan in the gravy, which is delicious, and to be served from a tureen. Dressing for turkey. From Mrs. W. H. Felton, of Georgia, Lady Manager. Bread crumbs and cold rice, equal quantities. Season with pepper, onion and salt to taste, mixing well with cup of butter and yolks of 3 hard-boiled eggs. Dress the outside with circles of white hard-boiled eggs and sprigs of parsley or celery. How to cook chestnuts. From Miss Eloise L. Roman, of Maryland, alternate Lady Manager. 2 quarts of water to 1 quart of fresh chestnuts. If dried, they should be soaked several hours in cold water. Boil from 3/4 to 1 hour. About 5 minutes before they are done, add a handful of salt. Peel and skin, serve hot, browned in butter, or cold with salad dressing and equal parts of chopped celery. When parboiled and skinned with salt and a little pepper, it makes an excellent dressing for turkeys. Game wild duck in Maryland. From Mrs. William Reed, of Maryland, Lady Manager. Wild ducks, canvasback, redheads, etc., are roasted without stuffing. After they are picked and thoroughly cleansed, roast them in a tin kitchen before a hot fire or in a quick oven for 21 minutes. They should be well browned on the outside, but the blood should run when cut with a knife. Unless underdone, the flavor of the duck is destroyed. Fried hominy is generally served with wild duck and fresh celery. Currant jelly is sometimes used. Snipe and woodcock broiled on toast. From Mrs. Rufus S. Frost, of Massachusetts, Lady Manager. Prepare the birds with great care. Place in baking tin and put in oven. Pour into the tin enough water, boiling hot, to cover the bottom of the tin or bake pan. Cover the bake pan with another tin. Keep them closely covered and let them cook very steadily until tender, adding from time to time enough boiling hot water to keep birds from burning, or even sticking to the tin. When very tender, remove from the oven and from the bake pan, carefully saving all the liquid in the pan, which you set on top of the stove, which is the foundation and the flavor for your sauce or gravy which you make in this pan for your birds after they are broiled. Have in an earthen dish some melted butter. Dip the birds in the butter and then in Indian or corn meal and put on the gridiron to brown and finish cooking. Keep them hot as possible until you serve. Arrange nicely trimmed pieces of toasted bread on the heated platter. Put on each piece a bird. Pour over and around the birds on the platter a sauce which you make in the bake pan in which your birds were semi-cooked, and which you have kept on top of the range while your birds were broiling. Pour into this pan of liquid or juice 1 teacup sweet cream, and thicken with 1 tablespoon butter, yolk of 1 egg and 2 tablespoons of Indian meal. Let it boil up once just to thicken, and pour boiling hot onto the birds and toast on platter, saving some to send in separate serving dish. If you prefer flour to the corn meal to dip the birds in after the melted butter bath, use flour also to thicken the sauce or gravy, which should be a brown sauce or gravy and is generally brown enough if made in roasting pan. A prize cook in Washington once confided to me that a little last year's spiced pickle syrup and luscious flavor for gravy of the wee birds, robins, quail, snipe and them like. Alas! In the same moment of flattering triumph for me, she added, triumphantly on her part also, Lord Chilly, I see the only one libing dis day dat knows nuff to use that same, sure. Prairie chicken. From Mrs. E. S. Thompson, of Maryland, Lady Manager. Do not wash prairie chickens. Cover this breasts with very thin slices of bacon, or rub them well with butter. Roast them before a good fire, basting them often with butter. Cook 20 minutes, salt and pepper them, and serve on a hot dish as soon as cooked. Sauce for the above: first roll a pint of dry bread crumbs and pass half of them through a sieve. Put a small onion into a pint of milk and when it boils remove the onion and thicken the milk with the half pint of sifted crumbs. Take from the fire and stir in a heaping teaspoonful of butter, a grating of nutmeg, pepper and salt. Put a little butter in a saute pan, and when hot throw in the half pint of coarser crumbs which remained in the sieve. Stir them over the fire until they assume a light brown color, taking care that they do not burn, and stir into them a pinch of cayenne pepper. For serving, pour over the chicken, when helped, a spoonful of the white sauce and on this place a spoonful of the crumbs. Vegetables: vegetable oyster. From Mrs. Governor Bagley, of Michigan, Lady Manager at Large. I regret that the long distance I am from home prevents me from sending you many valuable recipes I would be glad to contribute to your book. One, however, occurs to me that you may consider worthy a place, and I assure you, makes a very delicious dish. Sincerely yours, While cooking vegetable oyster, put in the kettle a small piece of codfish. This adds very much to its flavor and delicacy, and makes a delicious dish out of what would otherwise be an almost tasteless vegetable. The codfish should, of course, be removed before sending to the table. Cauliflower with tartar sauce. From Mrs. Myra Bradwell, of Chicago, Lady Manager. Serve the cauliflower with 1 cup of drawn butter in which has been stirred the juice of a lemon, and a half teaspoonful of French mustard, mixed up well with the sauce. Scalloped potatoes. From Mrs. Beriah Wilkins, of District of Columbia, 5th Vice President, Board of Lady Managers. Slice 6 raw potatoes as thin as wafers. This can be done with a sharp knife, although there is a little instrument for the purpose, to be had at the house furnishing stores, which flutes prettily as well as slices evenly. Lay in ice water a few minutes, then put a layer in the bottom of a pudding dish, and over this sprinkle salt and pepper and small bits of butter, then another layer of potatoes, and so on until the dish is full. Pour over this a pint of milk, stick bits of butter thickly over it, cover the dish, set it in the oven, bake half an hour. Remove the cover if not sufficiently brown. Escalloped sweet potatoes. From Mrs. P. B. Winston, of Minnesota, alternate lady manager. Take large sweet potatoes, parboil them slightly and cut them in transverse slices. Prepare a deep baking dish and cover the bottom with a layer of slices. Add a little butter, a very little sugar, and nutmeg. Strew over this a few bits of orange peel and add a little juice of the orange. Fill the dish in like manner, finishing with fine shred of orange peel. Bake until tender, and you will have a dish to satisfy an epicure. Potato puff. A la Geneve. From Mrs. H. F. Brown, of Minnesota, lady manager. Whip mashed potatoes light and soft, with milk, butter, and 2 raw eggs, season with pepper and salt, and beat in a few spoonfuls of powdered cheese. Pile upon a baked dish and brown nicely. Serve in dish. Potato croquettes. From Mrs. Frances P. Burroughs, of Michigan, alternate lady manager. For large mealy potatoes, cold. Mash them, add 2 tablespoons of fresh, melted butter, pinch of salt, a little pepper, 1 tablespoon of cream. Whip it for about 5 minutes or until very smooth and light. Make into forms, roll them in a beaten egg and bread crumbs. Fry in boiling lard. Potatoes mashed. From Mrs. E. J. P. Howes, of Michigan, lady manager. Peel potatoes thin, put into boiling water with a little salt added. Cook until tender. Drain off the water and remove the cover a few moments to dry the potatoes. Turn into an earthen dish that has been heated, and beat up with a wire heater or silver fork, moistening the whole with cream. Or, if not available, milk with a little butter will answer. Salt to taste and mold in any desired form when it is ready to serve. A wooden masher is apt to make it heavy, while beating will make it light and creamy. Boston baked beans. From Mrs. Elizabeth C. Langworthy, of Nebraska, lady manager. Soak 1 quart of small, dry beans overnight. Parboil in the morning and place in earthen jar, with salt and pepper to taste. Add 1/2 teaspoon soda and 2 tablespoons of molasses, also a small piece of salt pork. Cover with water and bake 8 hours, adding boiling water as needed. Lima beans. From Mrs. Marion D. Cooper, of Montana, alternate lady manager. Soak beans overnight. Cook 1 hour in water, leaving very little water when done. Just before serving, season with pepper, salt, cream, and butter and heat thoroughly. Baked tomatoes. From Mrs. Governor Rickards, of Montana, President State Board and lady manager. Select large-sized, smooth, and round tomatoes. Cut from the stem and a slice and lay aside. Scoop all the inside of tomato out, being careful not to break through. Add half as much cracker or bread crumbs. Season highly with salt and pepper. Add plenty of butter, a dash or 2 of cayenne. Put on the stove and cook for 10 minutes. Now fill the hollow tomatoes with this dressing. When full, add 4 or 6 whole cloves, putting them on top of the dressing. Either pile up high or make level and put on the sliced top. Place tomatoes in a large baking pan, with a little hot water to prevent sticking. Bake 15 minutes. Baked tomatoes. From Mrs. Augusta Truman, of California, lady alternate at large. Select smooth, medium-sized tomatoes. Make a small aperture at the stalk end. Remove the pulp and seeds with a spoon and put into a sieve to drain. Chop equal parts of cold chicken and veal and 1 green pepper. Add a well-beaten egg, ½ cup grilled bread crumbs, piece of butter, pepper, salt, sage and a suspicion of onion. Mix well together. Moisten with some of the juice. Fill the tomatoes. Bake half an hour in a moderate oven. Serve each tomato on a lettuce leaf. This makes a pretty as well as a savory entree. Stewed tomatoes. From Miss Mary H. Kraut, of Indiana, alternate lady manager. Take 1 quart of firm ripe tomatoes. Stew 1 hour and a half over an even fire and stir frequently to prevent scorching. Then add ½ a cup of bread crumbs, 1 teaspoonful of sugar, salt to taste, a pinch of cayenne pepper, a heaping tablespoonful of good butter and ½ a cup of sweet cream. Boil together 20 minutes and serve hot. Beets. From Mrs. Governor John M. Stone, of Mississippi, lady manager. Boil until perfectly done, then pour melted butter, salt, and pepper over and serve hot. Parsnips stewed. From Mrs. M. R. Lee, of Mississippi, lady manager. Wash, scrape, and slice about ½ an inch thick. Have a skillet prepared with ½ pint hot water and a tablespoon butter. Add the parsnips, season with salt and pepper, cover closely and stew until the water is cooked away, stirring occasionally to prevent burning. When done, the parsnips will be of a creamy, light brown color. Stuffed green peppers. From Mrs. Alice B. Castleman, of Kentucky, alternate lady manager. Cut off the small end of the pepper, make a slit down the side, remove all the seeds. Mince fine cold chicken, veal or shrimps, and add a little stale bread soaked in water and well squeezed to dry it, 1/2 teaspoonful minced onion, a little minced parsley, pepper, salt and 1 tablespoonful butter. Put a large tablespoonful of butter in a spider and heat the dressing for the peppers in it for a few minutes. Then stuff them, tie on the tops and the sides together also. In a saucepan put a heaping tablespoonful of butter. When hot, add 1/2 tablespoonful of flour, which brown in the butter. Add a little onion minced fine and a cup of water. Put in the peppers, cover closely and let them simmer slowly until tender. When done, add 1 tablespoonful of butter, pepper and salt to taste. Corn oysters. From Mrs. John S. Briggs, of Nebraska, lady manager. 1 teacup milk, 3 eggs, 1 pint green corn grated very fine, a little salt and as much flour as will make a slightly stiff batter. Beat the eggs, the yolks and whites separately. To the yolks of the eggs add the milk, corn, salt and flour. Beat the whole very hard, then stir in the whites of the eggs and the oysters. After having dredged them in a portion of the grated corn, drop this batter, a spoonful at a time, into hot lard and fry until done. Fried eggplant. From Mrs. Lily Rosecrans Toole, of Montana, lady manager. Pare the eggplant and cut in very thin slices. Sprinkle each slice with salt and pepper. Pile them evenly. Put a tin plate over them and on this stand a flat iron to press out the juice. Let stand 1 hour. Beat an egg lightly and add to it a tablespoonful of boiling water. Dip each slice first in this, and then in bread crumbs. Put 3 tablespoonfuls of lard into a frying pan. When hot, saute the slices, a few at a time. Brown one side, then turn and brown the other. As the fat is consumed, add more, waiting each time for it to heat before putting in the eggplant. Drain on brown paper and serve very hot. Tomato catsup should be served with it. Mrs. Rohrer's Cookbook. Macaroni, good. From Mrs. Sam S. Fifield, of Wisconsin, alternate lady manager. 5 tablespoons of grated cheese, 1 of flour, 1 of butter, 1 egg, 1/2 cup of cream, salt and pepper. Put over the fire and stir until the cheese is dissolved. Boil 1/4 package of macaroni in suited water about 15 minutes, drain, cover with milk and boil again. Stir all together and bake until brown. Rice as a vegetable. From Mrs. Charles H. Olmsted, of Georgia, lady manager. Wash and pick thoroughly 1 quart of rice. Put in pot containing 2 quarts of boiling water, salt to taste. Let the rice boil for 15 minutes. Then pour off all the water that has not been absorbed by the rice and place the pot on back of stove to steam. Stir occasionally until grains of rice separate. Cranberries. From Mrs. Lana A. Bates, of Nebraska, alternate lady manager. After removing all soft berries, wash thoroughly. Place for about 2 minutes in scalding water, remove, and to every pound of fruit add 3/4 of a pound of granulated sugar and a half pint of water. Stew together over a moderate but steady fire. Be careful to cover and not stir the fruit, but shake the vessel. If attention to these particulars be given, the berries will retain their shape to quite an extent, which materially adds to their appearance on the table. Boil from 5 to 7 minutes, remove from the fire, turn into a deep dish, and set aside to cool. If strained sauce be preferred, 1½ pounds of fruit should be stewed in 1 pint of water for 10 or 15 minutes or until quite soft, then strain through a colander or fine wire sieve. Add 3/4 of a pound of sugar and return to the fire and boil 3 minutes, stirring constantly. Set away to cool, when it will be ready for use. Eggs plain omelet with 8 eggs. From Mrs. L. Brace Shattuck of Chicago, Lady Manager. Beat separately and very lightly the whites and yolks of 8 eggs. To 1 tablespoon of flour add 1/2 teaspoon of baking powder and 1/2 cup of sweet milk. Add the beaten yolks and lastly the beaten whites of the eggs. Have ready a hot frying pan, with a generous amount of melted butter, into which pour, a cupful at a time, the mixture. As soon as it sets, lift carefully the one half over upon the other, and when done remove to a hot plate and serve immediately. This omelet is exceedingly light, and is sufficient for 4 or 5 persons. Green corn omelet. From Mrs. Frances P. Burroughs, of Michigan, alternate lady manager. Grate 12 ears of boiled corn. Beat 5 eggs until light and stir into the corn. Season with pepper and salt, and 1 tablespoon butter. Fry until brown. If fried in small cakes with a little flour and milk stirred in to make a batter, it will be found excellent. Omelet with ham. From Mrs. Naomi T. Compton, of New Jersey, alternate lady manager. Have a teacupful of very finely minced ham prepared for use as soon as the eggs are ready. Beat the whites of 8 eggs separately and have the yolks beaten the same length of time as the whites. We always put the eggs in the refrigerator overnight if the omelet is to be used for breakfast, for the eggs will beat much better if thoroughly cold. We use the same amount of flour and milk as of ham, but moisten the flour with milk until it is of the consistency of cream, pouring in the milk and flour with the yolks of the eggs. Add lastly the whites, beaten stiff, alternating with the finely minced ham and whites, until all are combined. Do not stir around in one direction, but lift the yellow mixture up through and into the white. Get it into the oven as soon as possible, which must be blazing hot. If baked in a bread tin, it will usually rise to double the amount. If you prefer baking on the top of a stove, have your frying pan hot, with plenty of butter, and turn the omelet as soon as the edges are cooked. Great care must be taken not to have the pan keep too hot after the cooking begins, for nothing burns so quickly as egg, and if scorched the delicate flavor is lost. Plain flour can be used with the proper proportions of baking powder. Omelet must be eaten directly after it comes from the fire to be tasted at its best. A little chopped parsley may be added as a flavoring, but it need not be chopped so finely as the ham. Omelet plain. From Miss Mary E. Bussell, of New Jersey, lady manager. 4 eggs, well beaten, 4 tablespoons milk, 2 tablespoons melted butter. Bake in a quick oven, in buttered round jelly tins, and when browned, turn half over and send to the table hot. Stuffed eggs. From Mrs. Ralph Trotman, of New York City, First Vice President Board of Lady Managers. Boil 12 eggs for 20 minutes, cut in halves, take out the yolks and mash to a paste, adding 1 onion chopped fine, butter size of an egg, 1/2 cup of milk, a little chopped parsley, with salt and pepper to taste. Mix well, roll this paste into balls and refill the empty halves, joining the cut eggs together again with the white of a raw egg. Roll the stuffed eggs in beaten yolk and cracker crumbs, and brown in boiling lard, same as crullers. Drain well and serve on toast or lettuce leaves. Deviled eggs for luncheon or picnics. From Mrs. Isabella Lanning Candy, of Illinois, alternate lady manager. Boil any number of eggs very hard, turning over carefully in the water several times to prevent their being unevenly cooked. Put into cold water a few moments, and then take off shells. Cut in halves carefully and take out the yolks. mash these fine with a silver spoon, use a silver knife for cutting and filling, and add to them as much good mayonnaise dressing as may be required to make a smooth paste with which fill the empty halves. Put them evenly together, fasten with toothpicks, and wrap each egg in white tissue paper and put in the ice chest until ready to serve. Escalloped eggs. From Mrs. Helen A. Peck, of Missouri, alternate lady manager at large. Escalloped eggs makes a savory dish, and this is how to prepare them. Put half a dozen eggs into a saucepan of boiling water and keep the pan where it will be hot for half an hour, but not where the water will boil. At the end of the prescribed time, lay the eggs in cold water for 5 minutes, and then remove the shells. Cut the whites into thin slices and rub the yolks through a coarse sieve. Mix both parts lightly, and after putting the mixture into an escallop dish, pour over it a sauce made as follows. Put 2 tablespoonfuls of butter into a frying pan, and when it has been melted, add a heaping tablespoonful of flour. Stir until the mixture is smooth and frothy, then gradually add a pint of cold milk. Boil up once and season with salt and pepper. After pouring the sauce over the eggs, spread a large cupful of grated bread crumbs on top of the dish, and cook for 15 minutes in a hot oven. If care be taken to prevent the eggs from boiling at any time during the 30 minutes, the dish will be delicate and digestible. How to take egg. From Mrs. Naomi T. Compton, of New Jersey, alternate lady manager. Have never seen this recipe for preparing an egg for invalids or convalescents, so I venture to add it on account of its excellence. Some people dislike the taste of raw egg, and would find it palatable in other ways than beaten up with wine, or taken in a glass of sweetened milk. Prepare a cup of coffee to the taste, with cream and sugar, keeping it very hot until ready for the egg, which must be beaten thoroughly in another cup, and the prepared coffee added by degrees to the egg. Drink it hot, and you will never want to take coffee again without the addition of egg. Salad. Lobster salad. From Mrs. Charles Price, of North Carolina, 3rd Vice President, Board of Lady Managers. Lobsters are done when they assume a red color, which will only require a few minutes hard boiling. Remove the skin and bones, pick to pieces with a fork, marinate them, i.e., place in a dish and season with salt, pepper, and a little oil, plenty of vinegar and a little onion cut up, then cover and let stand 2 or 3 hours. Cut up hard-boiled eggs for a border, line the bottom of the dish with lettuce leaves, place the lobster on the dish in a ring. Mayonnaise can be used if desired, but the lobster is excellent without it. Chicken salad. From Mrs. A. M. Palmer, of New York, alternate lady manager. Ingredients: 1 fowl boiled, 1 cucumber, 2 heads lettuce, 2 beets boiled. Dressing made according to the following recipe: 1 teaspoonful mixed mustard, 1/2 teaspoonful sugar, 4 tablespoonfuls salad oil, 4 tablespoonfuls milk, 2 tablespoonfuls vinegar, cayenne and salt to taste. Add the oil, drop by drop, to the mustard and sugar, mixing carefully. Next add milk and vinegar very gradually, lest the sauce curdle, and the seasoning. Place the shredded chicken on a bed of lettuce, and pour the dressing over it. Around the edge arrange rings of hard-boiled eggs, sliced cucumber, and beetroot. Southern chicken salad. Splendid, try it once. From Mrs. Charles J. McClung, of Tennessee, alternate lady manager. Cut 1 chicken into small pieces, not too small, boil 1 egg hard and pulverize the yolk, cut the white into the chicken, add the beaten yolks of 3 raw eggs, 1/2 teaspoonful each of ground mustard, white pepper, salt, sugar and celery salt or seed, the juice of 1 lemon, 1 tablespoonful melted butter, 1 tablespoonful salad oil, some prefer all butter. Beat all well together until light and pour into 1 gill of boiling vinegar and let all cook until thick as cream, stirring constantly to avoid curdling. When cold, pour over your chicken, to which has been added as much chopped celery, and salt and pepper to taste. Chicken salad. From Mrs. Margaret M. Ratcliffe, of Arkansas, alternate lady manager. As the Irishman would say, turkey makes the best chicken salad. Boil till well done. Use only the white meat, which cut with sharp scissors into pieces about 1/2 inch square. Add an equal quantity of celery cut in same manner, sprinkling over it salt and pepper. Put in a cold place till 2 hours before serving, when add the following dressing. For 1 chicken take 3 eggs, 1 cup of vinegar, 1 cup of sweet milk, 1/2 cup butter, 1 tablespoon made mustard, salt, black and red pepper, beat eggs, melt butter, stir all together over a slow fire till it thickens. When cool, beat into it 1 cup of cream. Serve salad on crisp, well-bleached lettuce leaves, on the top of each putting a small quantity of the following mayonnaise dressing: the yolks of 2 uncooked eggs, 1 tablespoon salt, beat with an egg beater, adding gradually pure olive oil till 1 pint is used. When the mixture becomes too thick, add, as required, 1 teaspoon of vinegar or lemon juice. If the oil is well incorporated by thorough beating, this dressing will keep an indefinite time. Vegetable salad. From Mrs. Florence H. Kidder, of North Carolina, Lady Manager. 1 pint of cold boiled potatoes, cut in slices. 1/3 the quantity of cold boiled beets cut fine. 1/3 the quantity of green peas. Winter beets and canned peas are as good as fresh ones. Sprinkle with salt and pepper, then pour over it a French dressing made of a saltspoonful of salt, 1 of black pepper, a teaspoonful of onion juice or grated onion, 3 tablespoonfuls of olive oil and 1 of vinegar. Mix thoroughly and set aside. When ready to serve, spread over it a thick mayonnaise dressing and garnish with slices of beet, cut in shapes, hard-boiled egg and parsley. If made in summer, a border of crisp lettuce leaves is an additional garnish. If the quantity of vegetable is increased, the amount of dressing must also be doubled, or the salad will be dry. A small portion of the mayonnaise mixed with the vegetables also is an improvement. String bean salad. French recipe. From Mrs. Caroline E. Dennis, of New York State, alternate Lady Manager at Large. String the beans and boil them whole. When boiled tender, and they have become cold, slice them lengthwise, cutting each bean into 4 long slices. Season them an hour or 2 before serving, with a marinade of a little pepper, salt, and 3 spoonfuls of vinegar to 1 spoonful of oil. Just before serving, drain from them any drops of superfluous liquid that may have collected and carefully mix them with the French dressing. This makes a delicious salad. French salad dressing: 1 tablespoon of vinegar, 3 tablespoons of olive oil, 1 saltspoon of pepper, and 1 saltspoon of salt. This is half a spoon too much pepper for Americans. Add a trifle of onion, scraped fine, or rubbed on the salad bowl, if it is desired at all. Pour the oil, mixed with the pepper and salt, over the salad. Mix them well together, then add the vinegar, and mix again. Serve on a leaf of crisp lettuce. Excellent potato salad. From Mrs. Genevieve M. Guthrie, of Oklahoma, Lady Manager. For 4 or 6 people. Cut into dice 6 medium-sized potatoes, boiled, 3 medium onions, salt and pepper them to taste. Pour over and mix well the following dressing: 3 well-beaten eggs, 3 large tablespoonfuls of strong vinegar, a lump of butter size of a walnut, pinch of salt, pepper and mustard, unmixed. Put on the stove and cook to a thin custard, stirring constantly. Tomato salad. From Mrs. Marabee F. Ladd, of New Hampshire, Lady Manager. 6 tomatoes, 1/2 cup of mayonnaise dressing, the crisp part of 1 head of lettuce. Peel the tomatoes and put them on the ice until they are very cold. Make the mayonnaise and stand it on the ice until wanted. Wash and dry the lettuce. When ready to serve, cut the tomatoes in halves, make 12 little nests with 2 or 3 salad leaves each, arrange on the dish, place half a tomato in each nest, put a tablespoonful of mayonnaise on each tomato and serve immediately. Tomato salad. For use when fresh tomatoes are not in the market. From Miss Mary Crease Sears, of Massachusetts, alternate Lady Manager. Rub through a coarse sieve 1 can of tomatoes. Cover with cold water a half box of Cox gelatin and let it stand a half hour or more. Then pour in enough hot water to thoroughly dissolve it. Then mix with 1 full pint of the strained tomatoes. Add a little salt. Pour into small round molds and put in a cool place to harden. Serve on lettuce leaves with mayonnaise dressing. Cabbage salad. From Mrs. Teresa J. Cochran, of Vermont, alternate Lady Manager. Mix together 1/2 cup of sugar, 1 teaspoonful of mustard, 1 teaspoonful of salt, 1/2 teaspoonful black pepper, then add 3 well-beaten eggs, 1/2 cup of vinegar, 6 tablespoonfuls of cream, 3 of butter. Cook the same as boiled custard in a kettle of water. When cold, add the cabbage chopped fine. Fish salad. From Mrs. Mary C. Bell, of Florida, Lady Manager. Pour boiling water over a large mackerel and let stand for 10 minutes. Take out and dry thoroughly by draining on a sieve or clean towel. Remove the head, tail and fins, and skin and bones. Shred the fish finely and mix with 1 large onion, well chopped. Add mustard, vinegar, and pepper to taste. Serve as salad, with young lettuce leaves, and garnish with hard-boiled eggs sliced. This is a delightful relish with thin sliced bread and butter, and is called salmagundy. Salad dressing. From Miss Lorraine Pierce Buckland, of Rhode Island, alternate Lady Manager. 3 eggs, beat yolks and whites separately. To the beaten yolks add 1 tablespoonful of mustard, 2 tablespoonfuls of sugar, 1 teaspoonful of salt. To the beaten whites of the eggs add 1 cup of cream. Beat this thoroughly together, pour the yolks, mustard, sugar and salt into this and put the dish containing it over the teakettle when the water boils. When the mixture begins to harden around the edge, pour in a cup of vinegar. Stir it all the time it is over the kettle. After you add the vinegar, take it from the heat and set in a dish of cold water to cool. Donuts and fritters. Famous donuts. From Miss Frances E. Willard, of Illinois, Lady Manager. To tell you the truth, I never knew anything about cooking or had a particle of taste for it, but I will send you the recipe for her famous donuts, written out by my beloved mother, and I think about the last communication she ever prepared for the press. It was in March of last year. There is nothing specially valuable about the recipe except that it is good and decidedly old-fashioned. I used to think there was nothing so toothsome as Mother's fried cakes, for so we called them on the old Wisconsin farm. Believe me, yours, with all good wishes, Frances E. Willard _. Take a little over 1 pint of rich, sweet milk, into which put 2/3 of a teacup of sugar and a little salt. Sift as much flour as you think will be required, into which mix 4 heaping teaspoonfuls of best baking powder. Stir into the milk and sugar 6 tablespoonfuls of very hot fresh lard. Pour the mixture into the flour and make a sponge. When cooled sufficiently to prevent cooking the egg, add 1 egg slightly beaten. Mix to a proper consistency, roll and cut into rings. It is hard to give a recipe where so much depends upon the judgment and care of the cook. Much depends upon having the lard in which the donuts are fried very hot before they are put in, otherwise they soak up the fat and are heavy. Raised donuts. From Mrs. Ellen M. Chandler, of Vermont, Lady Manager. 1 pint warmed milk, 1 cup sugar, 1/2 cup yeast, 1/2 teaspoon salt. Mix about 10 a.m. Let rise 4 hours, then add 1 cup sugar, 2 eggs, 1/4 cup lard, 1/4 cup butter. Knead and let rise in warm place until night, then roll thin and cut out. Let rise overnight in warm place and fry in the morning. Donuts. From Mrs. Laura E. Howie, of Montana, Secretary State Board and Lady Manager. Beat well together 1 egg, 1 cup sweetened milk, 1 cup sugar, small cup, large teaspoonful of baking powder, sprinkle in 2 cups flour, piece butter size of an egg, pinch of salt. Knead soft, cook in skillet well filled with lard just to the boiling point. Place in dripping pan, so that they may not get soggy with the grease while cooling off. Donuts. From Miss Annie M. Mahan, of West Virginia, alternate Lady Manager. 1/2 cup of butter, 1 cup of sour milk, 1 1/2 cup of sugar, 4 eggs, 1 teaspoon soda, in milk, nutmeg, flour to make it stiff enough to roll. Callus. A Creole cake eaten hot with coffee. From Mrs. Belle H. Perkins, of Louisiana, President of State Board, Lady Manager. 1 teacup of rice well boiled and mashed, 1 small coffee cup of sugar, 2 tablespoons yeast, 3 eggs and flour sufficient to make a thick batter. Beat the whole well together and fry in hot lard. Be careful not to have the batter too thin, or it will not fry well. Apple fritters. From Mrs. M. P. Hart, of Ohio, President of State Board and Lady Manager. Make a batter with 1 cup sweet milk, 1 teaspoonful sugar, 2 eggs, whites and yolks beaten separately, 2 cups flour, 1 teaspoonful baking powder mixed with flour. Chop some good tart apples, mix them in the batter and fry in hot lard. Serve them with maple syrup. Corn fritters. From Mrs. E. V. McConnell, of North Dakota, Lady Manager. 2 eggs, 1 tablespoon of cream or sweet milk, 1 cup oyster crackers rolled fine, 1 can or 6 ears of sweet corn scraped from the cob, pepper and salt to taste. Put tablespoon butter in frying pan, have it hot and drop in batter by spoonfuls. Fry brown and serve hot for breakfast. Clam fritters. From Mrs. Sally S. Cotton, of North Carolina, President State Board and alternate Lady Manager. Open as oysters and chop fine. Make a stiff batter of eggs and flour, with a little black pepper. Stir into this batter the chopped clams and a little of the clam liquor, if necessary to make the batter the proper consistency. Fry in hot butter or lard. White cornmeal cakes for breakfast. A Rhode Island dish. From Mrs. Sarah S. C. Angel, of Michigan, Lady Manager. 1 pint white cornmeal, into which you stir 2 saltspoonfuls salt. Gradually moisten this with boiling water until the mixture is somewhat thicker than hasty pudding. Stir constantly, and after the right consistency is attained, beat thoroughly for 2 minutes. Drop from spoon into boiling lard and fry for 5 or 6 minutes. Serve immediately. It is of absolute importance that the water should be boiling and kept so, and therefore it is wise to bring the mixing dish very near the stove when the tea kettle is heated. The same paste may be fried on a griddle like buckwheat cakes, but the first method makes the crispest, nuttiest flavor. This recipe makes bannocks enough for 6 people. Corn griddle cakes or Old Virginia slapjacks. From Miss Lily Irene Jackson, of West Virginia, Lady Manager. 1 or 2 eggs, whites beaten to a froth, 1 quart of sweet milk, pinch of salt, meal enough to make a thin batter. Bake very thin on hot griddle and serve at once. Meal must not be too finely ground or bolted. Fried mush. From Mrs. George Hawksworth, of Arizona, alternate Lady Manager. 3 pints boiling water, 1 cup wheat flour, enough corn meal to make stiff batter. Fry while hot in plenty of grease. Think it more convenient than the old way and much better. A tablespoonful of sugar added makes it brown better. Superior waffles. From Mrs. Mary B.P. Black, of West Virginia, alternate Lady Manager. 1 quart of buttermilk, 1 pint of sweet new milk, 4 eggs beaten separately, little salt, teaspoonful soda, dissolved in half teacup sour cream or buttermilk, and enough flour to make the dough of proper consistency. Sift your flour. Begin with 3 pints, you may need less or more. Add buttermilk, sour cream will do instead, then sweet milk, then yolks of eggs, well beaten, then soda, having dissolved it in half teacupful of buttermilk or sour cream. Add more flour now, should it be needed. Lastly, whites of eggs, beaten to a stiff froth and stirred gently into the thin dough. Let the cook be careful to fill the iron scantily half full, to bake, as these beautiful waffles to be crisp and tender must have ample space to rise. Mexican enchiladas. From Mrs. Frank Luz Albright, of New Mexico, Lady Manager. 1. To make the tortillas for the enchiladas, take 1 quart of blue corn meal mixed with water and salt, making a batter stiff enough to flatten out into round cakes, and bake on the bare hot lid. 2. To make the chili sauce, 1 cup of tepid water, 3 tablespoonfuls of ground chili, let boil down to a batter. 3. Filling for tortillas, grated cheese and chopped onions, very fine. Dip into a pan of boiling hot lard 1 tortilla, then dip this tortilla into the chili batter, then sprinkle with the filling, first the cheese and then the onion. Then put on 1 spoonful of chili batter and lay like a layer cake as many cakes as desired, and then pour over the chili batter. Cut like cake and serve hot. Preserves tomato conserve. From Mrs. Caroline E. Dennis, of New York State, alternate Lady Manager at Large. 3 pounds of sugar to 3 pounds of tomatoes. Add 2 lemons, peeled and sliced very thin. Sliver the peel into smallest bits and add, with 2 inches of preserved ginger root, also cut very fine. Put tomatoes in a kettle, mash with a spoon, mix in the sugar, lemons and ginger, and boil slowly for 3 hours, or until the preserve is of the consistency of marmalade. This is a new and very choice sweetmeat, and so far as we know, is not to be found in any other recipe book. Orange marmalade. From Mrs. Governor Oglesby, of Illinois, Lady Manager. 1 dozen imperial oranges, good pulp and thick yellow skin, their scant weight in sugar. Peel 6 and grate the yellow rind without the white skin. Slice the peel from the other 6 into thin shreds. Boil in 3 waters till very tender. Chop the oranges, removing all tough fibers and seeds. Put on, with the juice that drains from the oranges, the sugar, a little water and the drained orange peel shreds. Boil 15 minutes, thaw and add the pulp and grated rind and boil 20 minutes. Compote of apples. From Mrs. Hattie E. Sladden, of Oregon, alternate Lady Manager. Make a syrup of 1 quart of water and 1 pint of white sugar. Pare and core, without breaking, 6 tart apples, stew in syrup until tender. Remove the apples to a deep glass dish, then add to the syrup a box of gelatin and cinnamon stick. When thoroughly dissolved, pour over the apples, first removing the cinnamon bark. Steamed peaches. From Mrs. W. Newton Lynch, of West Virginia, Lady Manager. Place the fruit in a steamer and allow it to remain until skin can be removed, as that from a scalded tomato. Make a strong syrup of granulated sugar. Place the peaches in the jar, pour the syrup over them very hot and seal at once. Steamed peaches make a delightful dish for lunch during their season. Do not make the syrup quite so strong and allow the peaches to get very cold before serving. Quince preserves. From Mrs. M. P. Hart, of Ohio, President of State Board and Lady Manager. Pare and core the quinces. Put the parings and cores into a kettle with sufficient water to cover them, and let them boil for a short time. Then strain and pour the liquid over the quinces. Let the quinces cook until they are soft before adding the sugar. The quinces and syrup must be boiled until they become transparent and of a rich color. The rule is 1 pound of sugar to a pound of fruit. A less quantity of sugar will be sufficient if the fruit should be well cooked and carefully sealed. Watermelon preserves. From Mrs. H. K. Ingram, of Florida, alternate Lady Manager. Take a thick rind of a ripe watermelon. Cut into small strips, or any desirable fancy shapes. Cut off all the red inside part, and scrape off all the hard outside shell. Boil the pieces in water with peach or grape leaves and soda, in the proportion of a dozen leaves and a teaspoonful of soda to 2 quarts of water. When tender, take them out of the water and put them in cold water that has had half a large spoonful of alum dissolved in it. They will then become brittle and green. Let them soak in the alum water for an hour, then rinse in clear, cold water, and boil in a syrup made of equal weight of white sugar. Boil with them lemons cut in thin slices, allowing 1 lemon to 2 pounds of rind. Boil 15 or 20 minutes. When a little cool, add a little essence of ginger, or if not the essence, boil in the syrup with the rinds a little green or ground ginger tied in bits of thin cloth. After 3 or 4 days, pour the syrup off and boil down to a rich syrup that will just cover the rinds, and pour it over them scalding hot. Blackberry jam. From Mrs. Mary S. McNeil, of Oklahoma, alternate Lady Manager. Put the fruit into a preserving kettle and boil 15 or 20 minutes, stirring often and skimming off any scum that may rise. Then add sugar in the proportion of 3/4 pound of sugar to 1 pound of fruit. Boil 30 minutes longer, stirring continually. When done, pour into small jars or jelly glasses. Canned spiced blackberries. From Mrs. H. J. Pito, of Arizona, alternate Lady Manager. Wash the berries carefully and drain in a colander. For each quart of fruit add 2 cups granulated sugar and 1/2 cup of pure cider vinegar. Put all in a porcelain-lined saucepan, set on the stove and scald thoroughly. Then add 1/2 dozen cloves and 1 1/2 ounces stick cinnamon for each quart of berries. While the fruit is hot, pour into glass jars and cover at once. It will be ready for use in 3 or 4 days. A delicious relish. Spiced green grapes. From Mrs. George A. Mumford, of Rhode Island, alternate lady manager. 5 pounds green grapes, wild are best, 3 pounds sugar, 1 pound raisins, 1/2 pint vinegar, 1 tablespoonful ground cloves, 1 tablespoonful ground allspice, 1 tablespoonful ground cinnamon. Stone the grapes and raisins, simmer 1 hour. Orange jelly. From Mrs. Teresa J. Cochran, of Vermont, alternate lady manager. Grate the yellow rinds of 2 oranges and 2 lemons and squeeze the juice into a porcelain-lined preserving kettle, adding the juice of 2 more oranges and removing all the seeds. Put in the grated rind 1/4 pound of sugar, or more if the fruit is sour, and a gill of water, and boil these ingredients together until a rich syrup is formed. Meantime dissolve 2 ounces of gelatin in a quart of warm water, stirring it over the fire until it is entirely dissolved, then add the syrup. Strain the jelly, and cool it in molds wet in cold water. White House Cookbook. Currant jelly. From Mrs. M.P.H. Beeson, of Oklahoma, lady manager. 1/2 cup sugar to 1 cup currant juice. Boil for 15 minutes. This will make a lovely jelly. Crab apple jelly. From Mrs. Genevieve M. Guthrie, of Oklahoma, lady manager. Wash and quarter large Siberian crabs, but do not core. Cover to the depth of 1 inch or 2 with cold water and cook to a mush. Pour into a coarse cotton bag or strainer, and when cool enough, press or squeeze hard to extract all of the juice. Take a piece of fine Swiss muslin or crinoline, wring out of water, spread over colander placed over a crock, and with a cup dip the juice slowly in, allowing plenty of time to run through. Repeat this process twice, rinsing the muslin frequently. Allow the strained juice of 4 lemons to a peck of apples and 3/4 pound of sugar to each pint of juice. Boil the juice from 10 to 20 minutes. While boiling, sift in the sugar slowly, stirring constantly, and boil 5 minutes longer. This is generally sufficient, but it is always safer to try it and ascertain whether it will jelly. This will make a clear, sparkling jelly. From Practical Housekeeping Cookbook. The jelly is excellent. Pickles and catsup pickled onions. From Mrs. Harriet A. Lucas, of Pennsylvania, lady manager. Peel carefully, by scalding, small onions, drain, place in salt and water, not too strong, for 48 hours, then drain again till dry. Put together 1/2 pint of milk and 1/2 pint water. Place the small onions in it and allow them to scald, not boil, or they will be softened. Remove, rinse in cold water and drain. Place in a jar and pour over them white wine vinegar, with a little mace and small red peppers, no dark spice. You will have a beautifully white, mild pickled onion if this is carried out. Oil pickles. From Mrs. Ida M. Ball, of Delaware, lady manager. 2 dozen large cucumbers, sliced without paring, sprinkle with salt. Place in a colander to drain for 2 or 3 hours. 1 dozen onions prepared in the same way, separately. Put in a stone jar, in alternate layers, sprinkling between with ground black pepper and a mixture of mustard and oil, the mixture to be made in the proportion of a small box of mustard to 1/2 pint of salad oil. When the jar is full, pour in enough cold vinegar to cover. Mix pickles. From Mrs. Sam S. Fifield, of Wisconsin, lady manager. Take small cucumbers, onions, beans, cauliflower, broken up, and pour over boiling hot brine made of 1 teacup of coarse salt to a gallon of water, for 3 mornings. The 4th morning drain well. I put into a flour sack and hang outdoors until dry. To 1 gallon of good cider vinegar put a teaspoon of pulverized alum, 4 of white mustard seed, 2 of celery seed, 5 or 6 tiny red peppers, a handful of cloves and as much of stick cinnamon. Pour over the pickles when real hot. Add a good quantity of horseradish root to keep pickles from molding. Cucumber pickles. From Mrs. Parthenia P. Rue, of California, lady manager. For 2 gallons of pickles, place the cucumbers in salt and water for 3 days, then rinse in fresh water. 1 teacupful of whole white mustard, 1 handful of whole cloves, allspice and black pepper, a teacupful of broken cinnamon. Put all into a large thin bag and boil in 1 quart vinegar. Put 2 or 3 red pepper pods and a few sprigs of horseradish root among the cucumbers, in a keg or jar. Take sufficient vinegar to cover them and put into it 1 pound of brown sugar. Let it scald and cool a little, then pour over the pickles, then the spices and vinegar, allowing the spices to remain on top. The spices and vinegar must be poured off and scalded for 5 mornings, and when cool, poured over the pickles. The last day pour over a cup of molasses. Use good cider vinegar. If desired sweeter, sugar to vinegar when heating. Cucumbers used late in the season make better pickles than the earlier ones. Put cucumbers in salt water when freshly picked. Green cucumber pickle. From Mrs. Cora Payne Jackson, of Kentucky, Lady Manager. 1 gallon of cider vinegar, 1 pound of brown sugar, 1 tablespoon of allspice, 1 tablespoon of cloves, 1 tablespoon of black pepper, 1 tablespoon of mace, 2 tablespoons of root ginger, 2 tablespoons of celery, 2 tablespoons of white mustard, 1 handful of horseradish. After it begins to boil, add cold cucumbers, well soaked, and boil until tender enough to pierce with a fork. Ripe cucumber pickle. From Miss Mary Elliott McCandless, of Pennsylvania, Lady Manager. Slice 25 large cucumbers in pieces between 1 and 2 inches thick. Lay in salt water 2 days. Wash out the salt. Boil in alum water half an hour, alum size of a walnut English. Take out and boil in ginger water an hour, 1 ounce of ginger and water to cover. Make a syrup of 5 pounds of light brown sugar, 3 quarts of vinegar, 1 pint of water, 2 ounces of whole cloves, 2 ounces of stick cinnamon, half an ounce of whole allspice, half an ounce of mace. Put spices in bags. Let all boil until a rich syrup, then put in the cucumbers and boil between 1 and 2 hours. Gooseberry catsup. From Mrs. Amy M. Starkweather, of Rhode Island, Superintendent State Work and Lady Manager. 9 pounds of gooseberries. Add 5 pounds of sugar, 1 quart of vinegar, 3 tablespoonfuls of cinnamon, 1 and 1/2 each of allspice and cloves. The gooseberries should be nearly or quite ripe. Take off the blossoms, wash, and put them into a porcelain kettle, scald, then put through a colander, add the sugar and spices, boil 15 minutes, then add the vinegar. Bottle immediately before it cools. Almost any recipe for spiced gooseberries makes a good recipe when the gooseberries are put through a colander or coarse sieve, and the vinegar added, cooled in this way. If you wish a smaller recipe, use the following. To 4 quarts of fruit, take 3 pounds of sugar, 1 pint of vinegar, 1 tablespoonful each of ground cloves, allspice and cinnamon. Make as in the above recipe. Cabbage pickle. From Mrs. Carrington Mason, of Tennessee, alternate Lady Manager. Quarter small, hard heads of cabbage, removing the outer leaves. Put in a brine for 3 days, then let it soak in fresh water 6 hours. Wipe perfectly dry, squeezing the water out. Scald the cabbage in weak vinegar and water, to which add turmeric in a thin muslin bag. Then put into a stone jar alternate layers of cabbage and seasoning as follows: mace, ginger, cinnamon, white mustard seeds, onions, red pepper, and horseradish. Bring to a boil enough good cider vinegar to cover the whole, and pour into the jar hot. Piccalilli. From Mrs. Ella Ray Miller, of Idaho, alternate Lady Manager. 1 peck green tomatoes, 12 large onions, 1 ounce each of allspice, cloves, cinnamon, whole pepper and white mustard seed, 2 ounces flour of mustard, 1 and 1/2 pound sugar. Slice and salt tomatoes, drain overnight. Put spices in bags, cover all with vinegar, and boil till tender. Seal in glass jars. Sweet pickled peaches. From Mrs. Nellie B. Plumer, of Pennsylvania, alternate Lady Manager. 10 pounds peaches, pared, 5 pounds sugar, 1 quart best cider vinegar, 1 tablespoonful allspice, 1 tablespoonful mace, 1 tablespoonful cinnamon, 1 teaspoonful cloves. Put the spices in thin muslin bags. Boil all together half hour, then put in the peaches, and boil 20 minutes. Take out the fruit with a skimmer, and spread upon dishes to cool. Boil the syrup until thick, pack the peaches in glass jars, and pour syrup over them scalding hot. Chow chow pickles. From Mrs. H. K. Ingram, of Florida, alternate lady manager. 1/2 peck green tomatoes, 1 dozen peppers, 2 heads cabbage, medium size, 1/2 peck onions, 1/4 peck cucumbers. Chop fine, or better still, run through a sausage grinder, and mix thoroughly with 3 handfuls of salt. Pour all into a thin bag to drain for 12 hours, or overnight. At the end of this time, put sufficient vinegar to cover into a large iron, tin or porcelain vessel, and add 2 ounces black pepper grains, 2 ounces allspice grains, 2 ounces celery seed, 1/4 pound mustard, 1 pound sugar. Scald the vinegar and pour contents of bag into it. Add the spices, mix well, and let all come to a boil, and remove instantly. This will be found equal to the best imported bottled chow chow. Mustard chow chow. From Mrs. Alice B. Castleman, of Kentucky, alternate lady manager. 2 dozen cucumbers, cut in chunks about an inch thick. 2 heads of cabbage, chopped fine. Sprinkle with salt and let stand all night. 1 dozen large green peppers, chopped up. 5 dozen small seed onions. Soak the onions and peppers separately in salt water all night. Next morning squeeze all the salt water from them. Then place in a kettle a layer of pickle and a layer of seasoning composed of 2 ounces of white mustard seed, 2 ounces celery seed, 1 ounce turmeric, 1/2 pound box of Coleman's mustard, mixed smooth with vinegar, adding 2 1/2 pounds brown sugar. After putting all in the kettle, cover with vinegar and boil 30 minutes. This recipe makes 2 gallons of pickles, and 1 1/2 gallons of vinegar covers it. Use best cider vinegar. Chow chow. From Miss Mary Elliott McCandless, of Pennsylvania, lady manager. 1 peck green tomatoes, 2 large heads of cabbage, 2 good-sized onions, 3 small red peppers, 1/4 pound yellow mustard seed, 1/4 pound ground mustard, 1 1/2 ounces celery seed, 1 tablespoonful cayenne pepper, 3 quarts best vinegar, 1 quart granulated sugar. Slice tomatoes, salt them, then chop very fine, and drain all green water off. Put the chopped tomatoes on in a preserving kettle, with some good vinegar. Bring them to the scald, then pour in colander to drain and cool. Chop cabbage, onions, and peppers fine, and when the tomatoes are cold, mix all together. Bring to boil vinegar, sugar, mustard seed, celery seed, red pepper, and more salt. Mix ground mustard with chopped tomatoes, cabbage, etc. When the vinegar, sugar, etc. is cold, pour on the chopped mixture, stir thoroughly, and put in wide-mouthed bottles. Cheese fonda. From Miss Hattie T. Hunley, of Alabama, lady manager. 1 cup of bread crumbs, very dry and fine, 2 scant cups of milk, 1/2 pound of old cheese, grated, 3 eggs, whipped very light, and 1 tablespoonful of butter. Season with pepper and salt and a pinch of soda dissolved in hot water and stirred into the milk. Soak the crumbs in the milk, beat with these the eggs, butter, seasoning, and lastly the cheese. Put into a buttered baking dish, put dry bread crumbs on top and bake in a rather quick oven until a delicate brown. Serve immediately. Mrs. Henderson's Cookbook. Cheese sticks. From Mrs. Margaret M. Ratcliffe, of Arkansas, alternate lady manager. 6 tablespoons of grated cheese, 2 tablespoons of melted butter, enough flour to make a soft dough. Roll thin, cut in strips, and bake in floured pan in quick oven. Pie's lemon pie. From Mrs. L. M. N. Stevens, of Maine, lady manager. 1 cup sugar, juice of 1 lemon, 1 egg and yolks of 2 eggs, 1 dessertspoonful rolled cracker, scalded in 2/3 cup milk. Bake in a deep plate. After baking, frost with the whites of 2 eggs beaten stiff, adding 2 spoonfuls of sugar. Brown the frosting a little. Ideal lemon pie. From Mrs. Ida L. Turner, of Texas, lady manager. Make the crust, line pie tin, and bake. While it is baking, prepare the following filling. Grate 1 lemon, do not roll it. After the yellow rind is all grated, squeeze in the juice, and if any little cells go in, do not say them nay. Then put in a cupful of sugar and the yolks of 2 eggs. Stir well together. Upon this pour a large cupful of cold water, into which has been stirred a dessertspoonful of cornstarch. Put all into a saucepan and stir until it is cooked into a rich, clear, straw-colored jelly. Then fill the crust and from the whites of the eggs make a meringue to cover each. Put into the oven for one brief instant. Lemon pie. From Mrs. Virginia C. Meredith of Indiana, Lady Manager and Vice Chairman of Executive Committee. 2 cups of sugar, 1 cup of boiling water, 4 eggs, 2 lemons, 1 1/2 tablespoon flour. Stir the sugar and flour well together, add the juice and grated rind of the lemons. To this add the well-beaten yolks. After stirring well, add the boiling water. Put over a clear fire and stir constantly until it boils, then pour into the shells. Spread over the top a meringue made of the whites of the 4 eggs and 1 tablespoon of sugar. Place in the oven and brown slightly. This is sufficient for 2 pies. The shells should be made of ordinary pie pastry and baked before being filled with the mixture. Lemon pie. From Miss Lucia B. Perea, of New Mexico, alternate Lady Manager. 1 1/2 cups of sugar, 1 cup of water, 2 tablespoonfuls flour or corn starch, 1 tablespoonful butter, yolks of 3 eggs, 2 lemons, grated, add juice, beat well all together, then boil until thick. Beat up 1 cup of pulverized sugar with the whites of 3 eggs. Pour over the pie when done, and brown. Pumpkin pie. From Mrs. Frances C. Holly, of North Dakota, alternate Lady Manager. Pare pumpkin, cut into inch pieces, steam till well done, or stew until soft and dry, then sift through a wire sieve or colander. Add 1 well-beaten egg for each pie, also 1 tablespoonful of cream, if you have it, for each, together with sufficient milk to give the required thickness when cooked. Sugar and salt to your taste, flavor with nutmeg, adding also a little ginger. Use deep custard plates. Bake, rather slowly at first, until well thickened and nicely brown on top. Apple custard pie. From Mrs. Annie L. Y. Orff, of Missouri, alternate Lady Manager. 1 cup milk, yolks of 2 eggs, 4 grated apples, small spoon of melted butter, 1/2 cup sugar, nutmeg to flavor, pinch of salt. Bake in 1 crust. Make a frosting with whites of eggs and 2 spoons of sugar. Brown delicately. Cream pie. From Mrs. M. R. Lee, of Mississippi, Lady Manager. Put 1/2 pint milk and 1/2 cupful sugar in a frying pan and let it come to a boil. Then dissolve 1 tablespoonful corn starch in a little milk reserved from the 1/2 pint. Add to it the beaten yolk of 1 egg, stir into the boiling milk, and when thickened and smooth, remove and add a little salt and lemon flavoring. Pour into a flaky crust that has been just baked, and frost with the white of 1 egg and 1 tablespoonful sugar. Place in hot stove till a delicate brown. Cream pie. From Mrs. Louise Campbell, of New Mexico, alternate Lady Manager. Bacon under crust. Boil 1 pint of sweet milk. When boiling, stir in 1/4 cup of corn starch, 1/2 a cup of sugar, and the yolks of 2 eggs, which must be well beaten together. Cook thoroughly, flavor with vanilla, and add a little salt. Pour this mixture into the baked crust. Beat the whites of the 2 eggs, and to them add 1/2 a cup of sugar, and use as meringue. Apple pie. From Mrs. Alice Vineyard Brown, of North Dakota, alternate Lady Manager. Sift into a chopping bowl 3 small caps of flour, then with the knife chop in thoroughly 1 cup of lard, 1/2 cup of butter that have been on ice for an hour. Mix with 4 to 6 tablespoons of ice water, as may be needed to handle. Roll thin and line a shell, into which slice thinly any tart apples that will cook rather quickly. Dredge with the grated rind of a lemon. A somewhat dry lemon is preferable, which has been mixed thoroughly with 1 tablespoon of sugar and 1 small teaspoon of corn starch. Now break an egg into a howl, beat well and add 4 tablespoons of sugar and 1 cup of rich milk. Pour this over the apples. With the jag iron cut the remainder of the paste into narrow strips and lay across to form squares. Bake in a moderate oven until the custard sets. Place on ice in summer. Eat slightly warm in winter. Pie crust. From Mrs. Annie L. Y. Orff, of Missouri, alternate Lady Manager. 1 cup lard, 1/2 cup cold water, a pinch of salt, and flour enough to roll. This will make exactly 2 pies. Mincemeat. From Mrs. Marcia Louise Gould, of Illinois, President State Board and Lady Manager. 2 pounds of lean fresh beef boiled, when cold chopped fine, 1 pound of beef suet cleared of strings and minced to a powder, 5 pounds of apples pared and chopped, 2 pounds of raisins seeded and chopped, 1 pound of sultana raisins, washed and picked over, 2 pounds of currants, washed and carefully picked over, 3/4 of a pound of citron, chopped fine, 2 tablespoonfuls of cinnamon, 1 of nutmeg, powdered, 2 of mace, 1 of cloves, 1 of allspice, 1 of fine salt, 2¼ pounds of brown sugar, 1 quart brown sherry, and 1 pint best brandy or 3 pints of grape juice. Mincemeat. From Mrs. Laura F. Coleman, of Colorado, Lady Manager. 2 pounds of beef, ½ pound suet, ½ pound butter, 5 pounds apples, 2 pounds raisins, 2 pounds seedless raisins, ½ pound citron, 3 tablespoonfuls cinnamon, 2 of mace, 2 of allspice, 1 nutmeg, 3 pounds brown sugar, ½ gallon sweet cider. Boil beef until tender, then chop fine, also chop suet, apples and citron. Then mix all the ingredients thoroughly and boil until the apples are cooked. After removing from the stove, add 1/2 teacupful of brandy if desired. Pudding. Graham Christmas pudding. From Mrs. Roland A. Edgerton, of Arkansas, Secretary of State Board and Lady Manager. The Christmas pudding which I had was served up this Christmas on my table and pronounced delicious. Dyspeptics need not fear this plum pudding, and it is rich enough to please the most fastidious. Wishing your philanthropic efforts every success, I am, very truly yours, Beat 2 eggs. Take 1/2 cup of sweet milk, 1/2 cup of molasses, in which dissolve 1/2 teaspoon of soda, a lump of butter the size of an egg, 1 cup of graham flour, don't sift, 2 cups of flour, in which a cup of stoned raisins are well rubbed, 1 small teaspoon of salt, spice with cinnamon, cloves and nutmeg, 1 teaspoonful altogether. Then steam 2 hours and serve with a hard sauce of butter and fine sugar creamed together, with 1 well-beaten egg and grated nutmeg as a finish. Wholesome, delicious, and extremely simple to prepare. Graham pudding. From Mrs. George A. Mumford, of Rhode Island, alternate Lady Manager. 1 1/2 cups of graham flour, 1 cup of milk, 1/2 cup of molasses, 1 cup of raisins seeded and chopped, 1 teaspoonful soda, 1/2 teaspoonful salt. Sift the graham flour to make it light, but return the bran. Dissolve the soda in 1 tablespoonful of the milk and add the remainder of the milk, molasses, and salt. Then pour all the mixture on the graham flour, beating it thoroughly with a spoon, then stir in the fruit, and spice if you wish. Pour the pudding into a well-greased mold and steam 4 hours. Serve with a wine or any rich sauce. Lady Ross fig pudding. From Mrs. W. M. P. Lind, of Wisconsin, Lady Manager. 3/4 pound grated bread, 1/2 pound best figs, minced fine, 6 ounces minced beef suet, 6 ounces sugar, 1 teacup sweet milk, a little nutmeg, 1 egg. Mix the bread and suet together, then add figs, sugar and nutmeg, then the egg, well beaten, lastly the milk. Boil in a mold 4 hours. Wine sauce, 2 cups sugar, 1/2 cup butter. Stir to a cream, then add 1 glass of wine and some flavoring and a little nutmeg. Then pour in a small cup boiling water and set on the stove in a pan or kettle of water and keep hot until served. Alexander pudding. From Mrs. M. D. Thatcher, of Colorado, Lady Manager. Set a jelly mold on ice. Put a layer of maraschino jelly, or any wine jelly, in the bottom of the mold. When set, add a layer of pink jelly, made by adding a drop of prepared cochineal. When set, put a lining in the center of the mold. If you have not the center form, use a small tin baking powder box, placing it in the center of the mold. Then add alternate layers of the jellies until the mold is filled. And when well set and firm, gently withdraw the lining, or can, filling the hollow. Thus formed with a custard cream. When all is quite firm, turn out on a dish and serve with whipped cream around the pudding. Plum pudding. From Mrs. Florence H. Kidder, of North Carolina, Lady Manager. 1 1/2 pounds of stoned raisins, torn in half, 1 pound of currants, 1 1/2 pounds of citron, cut fine, 1 1/4 pounds of butter, 1 pound of sugar, 8 eggs, well beaten, 1 pound of stale bread crumbs, 1 1/2 pints of sweet milk, boiled and poured on bread crumbs, 2 grated nutmegs, 2 tablespoons of cinnamon, 1 tablespoon of mace, 1 of cloves and 2 of allspice, 8 tablespoons of sifted flour, rubbed in with fruit, 1/2 pint of French brandy and 1/2 pint of Madeira or sherry. Have a bag 2 thicknesses of white unbleached cloth, grease and flour the inside well, pour in mixture, tie tightly to exclude water, and leave room for pudding to swell. Put in a pot of boiling water, which must be kept boiling for 5 hours. Put plate in bottom of pot to prevent sticking. The bag must be turned repeatedly and kept under water. Sauce for plum pudding: butter and powdered sugar, thoroughly stirred, and seasoned with wine and nutmeg. When pudding is ready to serve, pour alcohol over it and set on fire. This recipe makes a large pudding, but it can be packed away with brandy poured over it, and can be used by steaming over as long as it lasts. English plum pudding. From Mrs. Phoebe M. Hartpence, of Ohio, Chairman Committee on Women's Work, Lady Manager. 1 cup molasses, 1 cup sour milk, 1 cup suet, chopped fine, 1 cup raisins, 1/2 cup currants, 2 1/2 cups flour, 1 teaspoonful soda. Mix well, salt and spice to taste, and steam 2 hours. Dressing: mix 1 heaping tablespoonful flour and 2 of sugar, add to these grated nutmeg. Stir and add 1/2 pint of boiling water, add to this a small tablespoonful of butter, a little lemon and vanilla, 1 teaspoonful vinegar. Let it come to a boil, and if too thick, add more water. English plum pudding. From Mrs. S. W. McLaughlin, of North Dakota, Lady Manager. A pound of suet, chopped fine, a pint of sugar, 1 pound of grated stale bread, 1 pound of raisins, 2 of currants, a glass of unfermented wine or jelly, 2 teaspoonfuls of ginger, 1 of soda, 2 nutmegs, half a pint of milk, a little salt. Beat well and steam 5 hours. Serve with rich sauce. Vegetable plum pudding. From Miss Mary E. Bussell, of New Jersey, Lady Manager. 1/2 pound flour, 1/2 pound chopped suet, 1/2 pound currants, 1/2 pound prunes, 1/4 pound grated raw carrots, 3/4 pound grated raw potatoes, 1/2 pound brown sugar, 1 large teaspoonful of baking powder, pinch of salt. Flavor with a teaspoonful each of nutmeg, cinnamon, and cloves. The moisture from the raw vegetables makes sufficient wetting. Plum pudding. From Mrs. Helen C. Brayton, of South Carolina, Vice President of State Board and Lady Manager. 1 pound seedless raisins, 1 pound dried currants, 1 pound stale bread crumbs, 1/2 pound finely chopped beef suet, 1/4 pound shredded citron, 8 eggs, 1 quart milk, 1/2 cup sugar, mace or nutmeg, 1 gill of brandy, 1 teaspoon salt, eggs well beaten and put in last, raisins floured before stirring in. Boil gently 5 hours without stopping. Water must be boiling when pudding is put in and kept boiling till done. Eat with liquid wine sauce. Pour alcohol around pudding and set it on fire. A sprig of holly in center for Christmas. Christmas plum pudding. From Mrs. Alice J. Whalen, of Utah, Lady Manager. 1 pint and a half of grated bread crumbs, soft, not dried, 1 pint of chopped suet, 1 pint of currants, 1 pint and a half of stoned raisins, half a cup of citron shaved thin, 1 scant cup of sugar, half a teaspoonful of salt, half a teaspoonful of grated nutmeg, 1 teaspoonful of mace, 5 eggs, yolks and whites beaten separately, 2 even teaspoonfuls of flour made into a thin batter with milk, and half a glass of brandy. Mix in the order given and steam 4 hours. Sauce for pudding: cream 1/4 pound butter, add 1/4 pound of brown sugar and stir over hot water until liquid, then add the yolks of 2 eggs, well beaten, stir until it thickens. Just before serving, add a cup of brandy and hot water equal parts. Cherry pudding. From Mrs. Louise L. Barton, of Idaho, alternate lady manager. 1 pint of flour, 1 heaping teaspoonful of baking powder, lump of butter the size of a hickory nut, 1 pinch of salt, wet up with milk to a thick batter as stiff as for gems. Add 1 pint of cherries with the juice strained off, stir the cherries into the batter, steam in stem cake dish, butter cake dish, and steam 3/4 of an hour. When done, turn out on plate. Sauce for same: 1 cup of cherry juice, 1 cup of sugar, 1 cup of water, small lump of butter, 1 tablespoonful of thickening. When it boils up, add 2 tablespoons of cherry wine and nutmeg to taste. This pudding is enough for 12 persons. Bread and butter pudding. From Mrs. Nancy Houston Banks, of Kentucky, alternate lady manager at large. Butter thin slices of bread and place them in dish, then a layer of fruit, such as berries or preserves will do, then another layer of bread and butter, and so on until the dish is full. Then pour beaten eggs in a quart of milk, say 3 eggs to the quart, over the ingredients and bake half an hour. Delicate Indian pudding. From Mrs. S. W. McLaughlin, of North Dakota, lady manager. 1 quart of milk, 2 heaping tablespoonfuls of Indian meal, 4 of sugar, 1 of butter, 3 eggs, 1 teaspoonful of salt. Boil the milk in the double boiler. Sprinkle the meal into it, stirring all the while. Cook 12 minutes, stirring often. Beat together the eggs, salt, sugar, and half a teaspoonful of ginger. Stir the butter into the meal and milk. Pour this gradually on the egg mixture. Bake slowly 1 hour. Baked Indian pudding. From Mrs. Miriam D. Cooper, of Montana, alternate lady manager. 3 large tablespoons corn meal. Scald 1 quart sweet milk. Stir meal in while hot. Small lump butter, 1 cup molasses, salt. Add 1 pint cold milk after putting in pan. Bake 5 hours. Eat with a little butter. Prune roll. From Mrs. Clark Waring, of South Carolina, alternate lady manager. Soak 2 pounds of prunes in cold water overnight. Drain through a colander and seed them. Make your puff paste. Roll it out. Place your prunes on the paste, sprinkling with a little sugar on top, then roll smoothly. Bake in a steady heat and serve hot with hard butter sauce, or very rich wine sauce. Prune pudding. From Mrs. Hattie E. Sladden, of Oregon, alternate lady manager. Thoroughly wash 1 pound of prunes. Soak overnight, stewing in same water until very soft. Sweeten to the taste while cooking. Next, mash the fruit, removing the stones, and add half a box of gelatin, previously dissolved in a little water, and whites of 4 eggs well beaten. Serve cold with cream. Prune pudding. From Mrs. Mary S. McNeil, of Oklahoma, alternate lady manager. To a large cup of stewed prunes, chopped fine, add a large tablespoon of sugar and a pinch of cream of tartar, then the well-beaten whites of 7 eggs. Bake about 20 minutes in a shallow pan or dish with a greased paper and bottom so pudding can be turned out without breaking. Serve cold with whipped cream. Prune pudding. From Mrs. John R. Wilson, of South Dakota, lady manager. 1 cup of prunes, 1 cup of raisins, 1 cup suet, 1 cup molasses, 1 cup bread crumbs, 1/2 cup milk, 1 1/2 cup flour, 1 teaspoon soda, 1 teaspoon each of cloves and cinnamon, 1/2 nutmeg. Steam 3 hours. Bread pudding. From Mrs. Kate Canthan McDaniel, of Texas, alternate lady manager. Place in a buttered tin alternate layers of buttered bread and raisins or chopped apples. Take the yolks of 4 eggs and 2 cups of sugar, beat until light. Add a pint of sweet milk, flavor to suit taste. Pour over the bread and bake in a moderate oven. When done, beat the whites to a stiff froth, add a little sugar, flavor, heap on the pudding and return to the oven until a light brown. Chocolate pudding. From Miss Mary B. Hancock, of Iowa, Treasurer State Board and alternate lady manager. 1 quart milk, heated in double kettle, 6 tablespoons of grated chocolate, 4 yolks of eggs, beaten well and mixed with 8 tablespoons of sugar, 2 tablespoons, or a little more, of cornstarch, dissolved in a little cold milk. Let these ingredients just come to a boil and flavor with vanilla. Place in pudding dish and cover on top with the stiff froth of 4 whites of eggs, sweetened with 3 large teaspoons of sugar, into which stick 24 separated blanched almonds. To be eaten with sweetened cream flavored with a little vanilla. Danish pudding. From Mary B. Hancock. 10 eggs, 1 quart of cream, 8 tablespoonfuls of sugar, 1 dessertspoon of vanilla. Beat the eggs and sugar together, heat the cream and pour over it. Caramel, 2 1/2 cups of brown sugar, cooked until very brown, then add 1 cup of cold water and pour into the pudding and bake. Delicious pudding. From Mrs. Elizabeth C. Langworthy, of Nebraska, Lady Manager. To 2 cups of boiling milk add 4 tablespoons of flour and 2 of butter, beaten together. When thickened, add 4 tablespoons sugar and yolks of 8 eggs. When quite cold add whites of eggs, well beaten, and bake in moderate oven 20 minutes. Serve hot with sauce made of 1/2 cup of butter, beaten to a cream, 1 cup of sugar, added gradually, white of egg beaten stiff. Add lemon or vanilla to taste. Suet pudding. From Mrs. Helen M. Barker, of South Dakota, Lady Manager. 1 cup chopped suet, 1 cup molasses, New Orleans, 1 cup chopped raisins, 1 cup sweet milk, 3 cups sifted flour, 1 teaspoon soda dissolved in milk, spices to taste. Steam 3 hours. Serve with sauce made as follows: 1 cup of sugar, 1/2 cup of butter, 1 egg, cream well. Cook by pouring boiling water and stirring constantly. Suet pudding. From Mrs. Leander Stone, of Chicago, Lady Manager. Underscore the following recipe for suet pudding has been unfailing in my family for 40 years past. Sincerely yours. 1 cup molasses, 1 cup suet, chopped fine, 1 cup sweet milk, 1 cup fruit, 1 teaspoon salt, a piece of soda size of a pea, flour to make it as stiff as pound cake. Steam 3 hours. Queen pudding. From Mrs. L. C. Gillespie, of Tennessee, Lady Manager. 1 quart of sweet milk, 1 pint of grated bread crumbs, 1 teacup of white sugar, 4 eggs, and butter the size of hen's egg. Beat yolks of eggs with the sugar until very light, cream butter and add to eggs and sugar, then stir in bread crumbs, and after these ingredients are well mixed, pour in the milk, stirring all thoroughly. Bake in porcelain pan or granite iron, under a good fire with a well-heated oven. 20 minutes is sufficient time to bake it. You do not want it baked until it is stiff and hard, but it must quake as you lift it from the oven. You now cover the top of the pudding, first with a half glass of jelly cut in very thin slices, and over this you put the whites of the 4 eggs, beaten to a stiff froth, to which you add and beat in 2 tablespoonfuls of sugar. Put the pudding again into the stove, this time in the top, where the whites of the eggs may brown quickly. Serve cold, with cream whipped and flavored with vanilla. This, properly baked, is a delicate, delicious pudding. Steam pudding. From Mrs. John S. Briggs, of Nebraska, Lady Manager. 1 quart flour, 1 coffee cup chopped raisins or currants, 1 teacup chopped suet, 1 teacup half filled with molasses, finish with brown sugar, 1 teaspoon soda, 2 teacupfuls sweet milk, a little salt, mix and steam 3 hours. Steam pudding sauce: 3/4 of a cup of butter, 1 1/2 cups of sugar, 1 egg, juice and grated rind of a lemon, all well beaten together. Just before serving, pour on the beaten mixture 1 pint of boiling water. Steam pudding. From Mrs. Clara L. Mikado, of Montana, Lady Manager. 4 cups flour, 4 spoons baking powder, 1/2 can cherries, little salt, stir a stiff batter, steam 1 1/2 hours. Baked huckleberry pudding. From Mrs. Nellie B. Plumer, of Pennsylvania, alternate Lady Manager. 2 cups light brown sugar, 1 cup butter and lard mixed, 1 cup sour milk, 4 eggs, 1 teaspoonful of soda, 1 quart huckleberries. Make the dough as thick as jelly cake. Bake 3/4 of an hour in a moderate oven. Use wine or butter sauce as preferred. Minnie's lemon pudding. From Mrs. H. J. Pito, of Arizona, alternate Lady Manager. 2 lemons, 2 tablespoonfuls of cornstarch, 1 1/2 cup granulated sugar, 3 eggs. grate rind of 1 lemon, squeeze juice and pulp of 2 lemons, beat yolks of the eggs with a portion of the sugar, then add balance of sugar and the grated rind and lemon juice. Mix the cornstarch with a little water, add boiling water, stirring constantly until thick and clear. Add the ingredients previously mixed and stir until thoroughly incorporated with the starch. Pour into a pudding dish, cool a little. Then set into the oven for a few minutes to brown. Beat the whites of the eggs stiff. Add a little powdered sugar and put over top of pudding, brown slightly. May be served warm, but is delicious if set on ice until thoroughly cold. Cup pudding. From Mrs. Marie J. Gaston, of South Dakota, alternate lady manager. 1/2 cup of sugar, 1 cup flour, 1/2 cup cold water, 1 egg, 1 tablespoonful of butter, 2 level teaspoonfuls baking powder, a pinch of salt. Grease cups and put in the bottom of the cups a little fruit, such as dried currants, cherries, etc., or a little preserves. Pour in the batter, filling the cups a little more than half full. Set them in a steamer and steam 40 minutes. This will make 5 cups. Serve with the following sauce. Pudding sauce, 6 tablespoonfuls pulverized sugar, 2 tablespoons of butter, 1 egg. Beat all together with an egg beater. Flavor with vanilla. When ready to serve, add 1 cup of boiling water. Italian roll. From Mrs. F. H. Daniel, of New Hampshire, alternate lady manager. Mix together 1/2 pound fine flour and from 4 to 5 ounces of sifted sugar. Put in a saucepan and bring to the boiling point 1/2 pint of new milk and 1/4 pound fresh butter. Stir in gradually the flour and sugar. Beat well 4 fresh eggs, add them with the grated rind of a lemon, stirring until the mixture is thick like dough. Put it on a pasteboard and when cold roll to the desired thickness, about 1/4 inch thick. Lay any kind of jam over the paste, roll it into a bolster-like form and bake. Serve cold, whole, or in slices nearly an inch thick. Time 20 to 25 minutes to bake. Chaperone pudding. From Mrs. Annie L. Y. Orff, of Missouri, alternate lady manager. 1 pint nice, fine bread crumbs to 1 quart of milk, 1 cup sugar, yolks of 4 eggs beaten light, grated rind of 1 lemon, butter size of an egg. Bake until done, but not watery. Whip the whites of 4 eggs beaten stiff, beat in a teacup of sugar, then add the juice of 1 lemon. Pour over pudding, eat cold. Apple pudding. From Mrs. Ida L. Turner, of Texas, lady manager. Pare and core 10 good-sized apples. Stew them to a pulp, with sugar enough to sweeten. Thickly butter the sides and bottom of an earthen baking dish and press all around them crumbs from the inside of a loaf of bread, having them nearly an inch thick. Mix with the apples a tablespoonful of butter and 1 egg beaten. Put the apples into the dish without disturbing the crumbs. Over the surface put a layer of crumbs, dotted with bits of butter, and bake the pudding until brown. Turn a platter over the pudding dish, quickly turn both upside down so the pudding will slip out on platter. Dust with powdered sugar and serve hot. Baked apple dumpling. From Mrs. Schuyler Colfax, of Indiana, alternate lady manager at large. Pare and core tart apples, fill the centers with sugar, butter and a small pinch of cinnamon or a little grated nutmeg. Make a rich, light pie crust roll, cut in squares, fold a square around each apple, put them into a buttered pan. Now cream together 1/2 cup of butter and a cup of sugar, and put over the whole. When they are ready for the oven, pour a little cold water into the pan, and bake slowly 1.5 hours or 2 hours. Foam sauce. From Mrs. Carrington Mason, of Tennessee, alternate lady manager. 3 teacupfuls of pulverized sugar, 1 of butter, 3 tablespoonfuls of flour, 1 teacupful of boiling water. Beat butter, sugar and flour together thoroughly, stir into the boiling water, let it boil up and flavor with vanilla, and serve immediately. Cake sponge cake. From Mrs. Isabella Beecher Hooker, of Connecticut, lady manager. The recipe I send for sponge cake was one constantly in use 25 years ago, when this picture was taken, and so might well be used in connection with that recipe, which is the only one in which I felt a personal interest. It gives me pleasure to oblige you, and I am cordially yours for womankind, also for mankind. 10 eggs, 1/2 pound flour, 1 pound pulverized sugar, 1 lemon, small teaspoon salt. Beat yolks separately and very thoroughly, add sugar, salt, lemon juice and grated peel, and beat again. Beat whites to stiffness and add to the yolks, beating well together. Then cut the flour in slowly with large knife and avoid beating after this. Bake in 2 deep, long, narrow tins, in rather slow oven, but hot on the bottom. The secret of success is in cutting in the flour and the baking. But few people will believe this and cannot reach my standard. I have made this cake for 40 years with uniform success. Sponge cake. From Mrs. Martha A. Griggs, of Washington, alternate lady manager. 6 eggs, 2 cups of sugar. Beat 20 minutes, stir in lightly 2 cups of flour and a little salt. Flavor to taste. Sponge cake. From Mrs. Marie J. Gaston, of South Dakota, alternate lady manager. 4 eggs, 2 cups of sifted flour, 2 cups of granulated sugar, 1 cup of boiling water, 2 level teaspoonfuls of baking powder. Beat the eggs very light, yolks and whites together, add the sugar, then 1 cup of flour, little by little. Put baking powder in the other cup of flour and add in the same way. Then pour in the cup of boiling water, a little at a time, stirring constantly. Flavor with vanilla. Bake in dripping pan 25 minutes. North Dakota sponge cake. From Mrs. Alice Vineyard Brown, of North Dakota, alternate lady manager. 1 cup of sugar, 1 cup of flour, 4 eggs. Beat yolks of eggs to a light creamy mixture. Pour over the sugar and beat 2 minutes. Add whites beaten to a foam, and stir hard for 2 minutes. Now add 1 cup of flour which has been sifted 3 times, and to which was added a pinch of salt. Stir very lightly, usually 4 whisks of the spoon is sufficient. Now pour into a shallow pan. Let stand 1 minute. Raise the pan several inches from the table and let it drop suddenly, striking flat on the bottom. This will cause air bubbles to break and make the cake fine-grained. Put into a very moderate oven and in 5 minutes heat quickly. 12 to 15 minutes will suffice. Have ready a lemon frosting, and the result will be a most beautiful cake, fit to grace any occasion. Chaperone sponge cake. From Mrs. Annie L. Y. Orff, of Missouri, alternate lady manager. Mix 1 1/2 cups pulverized sugar, 1 teacup flour, a little salt, 1 teaspoon baking powder. Beat the whites of 11 eggs to a stiff froth. Flavor with lemon or vanilla. Mix all together and bake. Use yolks for custard or gold cake. New England raised loaf cake. From Miss Frances S. Ives, of Connecticut, lady manager. 1 pound of sugar, 2 pounds of flour, 3 eggs, 1/4 pound citron, 1 pound of butter, 1 pint of milk, 1 pound of raisins, 1 good-sized wine glass rum or brandy, 1/2 nutmeg, 1 cup yeast, cream 1/2 butter and sugar. Mix this with all the flour, yeast and milk. Let this mixture stand in a warm place until quite light, then add the remaining half of butter and sugar creamed and the eggs beaten very light. Then let the mixture stand in a warm place until again very light. Then add rum, raisins, citron and nutmegs, then put into pans for baking, letting it remain out of oven until very light again. This makes 3 loaves. Bake about 1 hour. French loaf cake. From Mrs. Martha A. Griggs, of Washington, alternate lady manager. 2 1/2 cups sugar, 1 cup butter, 1 cup milk, 4 cups flour, 3 eggs, 1 wine glass sherry, 1 wine glass brandy, 1/2 teaspoon soda, 1 pound raisins stoned, 1/2 pound citron, 1 teaspoon cloves, 2 teaspoons cinnamon, 1 nutmeg. Bake 1 hour. Grandmother's bread cake. From Mrs. Mary C. Bell, of Florida, lady manager. 3 cups sugar, 1 cup butter, 3 eggs, 1 bowlful stoned raisins, floured, 1 teaspoonful allspice, ground, 1 teaspoonful cloves, ground, 1 tablespoonful cinnamon, ground. When well mixed, add 3 cups of bread sponge before the flour is added for kneading. Stir well and then add flour until as stiff as can be easily stirred. Half fill 2 medium-sized pans and stand in a warm place till light and bake in a moderate oven. Old Virginia bread cake. From Mrs. Catherine S. G. Paul, of Virginia, lady manager. 1½ pounds flour, 1 pound white sugar, 10 ounces of butter, 1/2 teacup sweet milk, 1/2 teacup good yeast, 4 eggs, 1 cup of currants and seedless raisins, chopped and mixed together, 1 teaspoonful each mace and cinnamon and a little allspice. Work butter and sugar together, sift flour into a bowl, stir in milk and yeast with 1/2 the creamed butter and sugar, beat hard and long until very light. Set to rise in a moderately warm place overnight. In the morning, if it be well risen, work in the remainder of the butter and sugar and the eggs. Dredge the fruit with flour and beat in a little at a time with the spice. Beat for fully 5 minutes. Divide and put into 2 pans to rise. The second rising generally requires about 3 hours. When the dough is very light, bake in a moderate oven. When carefully made, this cake is very fine. Bread cake. From Mrs. Clara L. Mikado. Of Montana, Lady Manager. 3 cups of very light dough, 3 cups sugar, 1 cup butter, 3 eggs, 1 nutmeg, 1 teaspoonful cinnamon, raisins, a teaspoon of saleratus dissolved in a little hot water. Cornstarch cake. 1 cup butter, 2 cups sugar, 1 teaspoon cream tartar, 1/2 teaspoon soda, 2 cups flour, 1 cup cornstarch, 4 eggs, 1 cup milk. Exposition orange cake. From Mrs. S. E. Verdinal, of New York, Lady Manager at Large. 2 cups sugar, 2 cups of sifted flour, 1/2 cup of water, 2 teaspoonfuls yeast powder mixed with the flour, the yolks of 5 eggs and the whites of 3 beaten separately, the grating and juice of 1 orange. Bake in layers like jelly cake. Filling: 1 cup sugar, grating and juice 1 orange, whites of 2 eggs beaten into a froth. Orange cake. From Mrs. Frances Wells Shepherd, of Chicago, Lady Manager. I send you with pleasure the enclosed recipe for orange cake. I have used it for 25 years and know it to be excellent. Wishing you all success in your kind efforts. Believe me, yours very truly. 1 coffee cup sugar, 1/2 coffee cup butter, 2 coffee cups flour, 1/2 coffee cup milk, yolks of 4 eggs, whites of 2 eggs, 2 teaspoons of baking powder. Bake in 4-layer tins. For the filling, grate the yellow part of the rind of 2 oranges and mix it with the juice and 1 coffee cup of powdered sugar. Spread this mixture between the cakes. Frost the cake, using the 2 remaining whites of eggs beaten thoroughly, adding 2 small cups of powdered sugar. Angel food. From Mrs. Mary C. Harrison, of Wyoming, Lady Manager. The whites of 15 eggs, 1 1/2 cups of powdered sugar, 1 cup of flour, 1 teaspoon of cream of tartar, sift sugar 3 times, mix cream of tartar with flour, sift 7 times, beat eggs stiff, add sugar gradually, beating all the time with egg beater. Take out, stir the flour quickly with wooden spoon. Do not grease or line the tin. Bake slowly and steadily. Turn out on platter for frosting. Angel cake. From Mrs. Daniel Hall, of New Hampshire, Lady Manager. The whites of 11 eggs beaten to a stiff froth. Add 1 1/2 cups of pulverized sugar and 1 teaspoonful of vanilla extract. Take 1 even cup of flour and 1 teaspoonful cream of tartar and sift with flour 4 times. Beat lightly but thoroughly. Bake 50 minutes in an ungreased pan. Cut out when cold. Sunshine cake. Yolks of 11 eggs, 2 cups of sugar, 1 cup of butter, 1 cup of milk, 1 teaspoonful cream tartar, 1/2 teaspoonful of soda, 3 cups of sifted flour, 1 teaspoonful of vanilla. Election cake. 100 years old. From Mrs. Helen C. Brayton, of South Carolina, Vice President State Board and Lady Manager. 4 pounds flour, 2 pounds butter, 2 1/2 pounds sugar, 2 1/2 pounds raisins, 1/2 pound citron, 1/2 ounce mace, tumbler of brandy, 1 pint yeast, 1 1/2 pint milk, 8 eggs. Add to the yeast 1 pint of milk, then beat in smoothly 3 pints of flour. Take all the flour and half the sugar and butter, when beaten to a cream, add the milk and yeast and make a dough a little softer than bread. When raised very light, add remainder of ingredients and let it rise again. When very light, put into pans. Bake in moderate oven 1 hour. Connecticut election cake. From Mrs. Virginia T. Smith, of Connecticut, alternate lady manager. 2 pounds best pastry flour, 1 pound shortening, half butter and half lard, 1 pound and 2 ounces sugar, whites of 2 eggs, 1 nutmeg, half a pound of raisins, loose muscatels, quarter teaspoon of mace, 1 tablespoon of lemon juice, 1 tablespoon extract of orange, half teaspoon salt, half a compressed yeast cake, and 2 ounces of citron. Work the shortening and sugar to a cream, then rub half of it into the flour. Dissolve the yeast cake in a little warm water. Mix the flour and yeast with sufficient milk, about 1½ pints that has been scalded and cooled, to make a batter about like graham bread. Work with the hands for at least 20 minutes. Make at night and set in a moderately warm room to rise. In the morning add the remainder of the shortening and sugar. Work again with the hands, as when first made, for 15 or 20 minutes, and set to rise again. Seed and cut the raisins, grate the nutmeg and sprinkle that, and the mace over the raisins. When the cake is light, add first the lemon juice, then extract of orange and whites of eggs, well beaten. Stir in fruit well floured. Dip into 3 pans, buttered and lined with paper. Let it stand until it begins to rise. It will come up very quickly in the oven if it has been twice well raised. Have oven hot enough to check the rising after it has reached the top of the pans. After it begins to brown, check the fire and let it bake rather slowly the remainder of the time. Whole time, 1 hour and a quarter. Almond Cream Cake. From Mrs. Flora Beale Ginty, of Wisconsin, 7th Vice President Board of Lady Managers. 2 cupfuls of pulverized sugar, 1/4 cupful of butter, 1 cupful of sweet milk, 3 cupfuls of flour, 2½ teaspoonfuls of baking powder, whites of 4 eggs, beaten very light, 1/2 teaspoonful of vanilla. Bake in 4 layers. Whip 1 cupful of sweet cream to a froth, stirring gradually into it half a cupful of pulverized sugar, a few drops of vanilla, 1 pound of almonds, blanched and chopped fine. Spread thick between layers. Frost top and sides. Velvet Cake. From Mrs. Sally S. Cotton, of North Carolina, President State Board and alternate lady manager. 1 pound sugar, 1 pound flour, 1/2 pound butter, 4 eggs, 1 teacup of cold water, 1 teaspoonful cream of tartar, 1/2 teaspoonful soda. Put yolks and whites of eggs in separate vessels. Dissolve soda in the water, sift the cream tartar in the flour. Beat the sugar and butter to a white cream, add the flour and water, stirring well. Next add the whites and lastly the yolks, both well beaten. Flavor with lemon and beat all together for 3 minutes. Bake an hour. Excellent also for a layer cake, with any filling. Caramel Cake. From Mrs. James R. Doolittle, Jr., of Chicago, lady manager. 1 even cup butter, 2 even cups sugar, 3 even cups flour, whites of 8 eggs, 2 even teaspoonfuls baking powder, 1 teaspoonful vanilla, 1 cup milk. Stir butter and sugar to a cream, add milk slowly, then flour in which the baking powder has been mixed, and lastly the well-beaten whites of eggs and vanilla. Bake in 3 layers and to prevent sticking use white paper cut the size of the tin and well greased with lard. Caramel filling, 2 cups of brown sugar, 1 cup of cream or milk, 3 tablespoonfuls butter, 1 teaspoonful vanilla. Boil until the mixture will hold together in water, then spread between the layers and on the outside. If it curdles when boiling, strain through coarse sieve and put on the stove again. When done, put in vanilla. A caramel cake. From Mrs. Frances Albright, of New Mexico, lady manager. To be baked in layers. 4 eggs, 3/4 of a cup of butter, 1/2 cup of milk, 3 1/2 cups of flour, 2 teaspoonfuls of baking powder, flavor to suit taste. Filling, 2 cups of brown sugar, 1 cup of rich cream, size of a walnut of butter, boil 1/2 hour well stirred, spread between the layers of the cake while hot. Chocolate filling, 6 tablespoonfuls of grated chocolate, 1 1/2 cups of pulverized sugar, 2 tablespoonfuls of cream. Put the chocolate in the pan with the cream and 1/2 the sugar and let dissolve. Add the remainder of the sugar to the whites of 2 eggs well beaten. Flavor with vanilla for 4 layers of cake. Roll Jelly Cake. From Mrs. Flora Beale Ginty, of Wisconsin, 7th Vice President Board of Lady Managers. 5 eggs, 2 cupfuls of sugar, 2 of flour, 1/2 cupful of milk, 2 teaspoonfuls of cream of tartar, 1 of soda. Bake in square tins, spread with jelly and roll while warm. Lemon jelly is very nice. This recipe makes 4 rolls. Chocolate cake. From Mrs. Ralph Trotman, of New York City, 1st Vice President Board of Lady Managers. Have ready 1/2 pound sweet chocolate grated, 1/4 pound chopped citron, 1/4 pound almonds, blanched and chopped, 5 soda crackers, browned and rolled very fine, wineglass of brandy and the juice and grated rind of 2 lemons. Separate the yolks of eggs from the whites. Beat yolks well, mix with other ingredients, and lastly add the whites whipped to a stiff froth. Bake 2 hours in a slow oven. Cover with frosting and ornament with candied fruit. Georgie's cake. From Mrs. Clark Waring, of South Carolina, alternate lady manager. 3 teaspoonfuls of soda, 1 cup butter, 1 cup molasses, 2 cups brown sugar, 2 cups sour milk, 4 eggs, 4 1/2 cups flour, 1 tablespoonful mixed spices, 2 pounds dates, weeded and chopped fine. Rub the butter and sugar to a cream, add the molasses, then the sour milk, break 1 egg in at a time and beat well. Sift the soda in the flour and add, saving a little to dust the dates. Add the spices and last of all add the dates. Bake slowly like a fruit cake. Chess cake. From Mrs. Carrington Mason, of Tennessee, alternate lady manager. 4 eggs beaten separately and added to 1 cup of butter and 1 cup of sugar thoroughly creamed. Flavor with nutmeg. Line small patty pans with puff paste. Place in the bottom a teaspoonful of jelly and pour over it a tablespoonful of the egg, butter and sugar mixture. Bake in a rather slow oven. This is a nice tart for lunch or picnics as it keeps well and never gets dry. Fruit cake. From Mrs. A. K. Delaney of Alaska, lady manager. 1 1/2 pound of flour, 1 1/2 pound of sugar, 1 1/4 pound of butter, 2 pounds of raisins, 2 pounds of currants, 3/4 pound candied lemon for nutmegs, 1 teaspoonful soda, 1 teaspoonful cinnamon, 1 teaspoonful cloves, 1 cup brandy or wine. Bake slowly. English fruit cake. From Mrs. Phoebe M. Hartpence of Ohio, Chairman Commissioners on Women's Work, lady manager. 4 cups brown sugar, 2 cups butter, 12 eggs, 1 lemon, grated, 2 nutmegs grated, 1/2 tablespoonful cloves, 1 tablespoonful cinnamon, 1 tablespoonful allspice, 1/2 pint cream, 1 cup pure brandy, 8 cups flour, sifted, 1/2 cup molasses, 2 1/2 pounds raisins seeded, whole, 2 1/2 pounds currants, 6 teaspoonfuls baking powder, 1 level teaspoonful soda. The success of this cake depends very largely upon having every ingredient prepared before commencing to use them. Begin by thoroughly mixing sugar and butter, then yolks of eggs well beaten. Put the soda into the molasses and cream, add this to the above. Next add spices and stir up thoroughly. Now add the brandy, good whiskey will do. Take a portion of the flour and thoroughly flour the fruit with it. Put the baking powder in the flour that remains and sift part of it into the mixture. Now add the beaten whites of eggs and stir gently. Stir in the fruit, bake from 2 to 2 1/2 hours in a moderate oven. Fruit cake. From Mrs. M. P. H. Brezen, of Oklahoma, lady manager. Yolks of 1 dozen eggs, 1 pound dried currants, 1 pound seeded raisins, 1 pound butter, 1/2 pound citron, 1 pound brown sugar, 1 cup sorghum molasses, 1 pound blanched almonds, 1/2 pound Brazil nuts, 1/2 cup sour milk, 2 teaspoonfuls soda, 6 cups flour, with cinnamon, allspice and cloves. The flour should be browned in slow oven in order to make the cake look dark and rich. This recipe will make a very large cake, the same to be baked for 3 hours in slow oven. Fruit cake. From Mrs. Hester A. Hanback of Kansas, lady manager. 1 pound butter, 1 pound brown sugar, 1 pound flour, 12 eggs, 4 pounds currants, 4 pounds raisins, 1 pound citron, 2 pounds figs, 2 pounds blanched almonds, 2 oranges, 1 tablespoonful cinnamon, 1 tablespoonful allspice, 1/2 tablespoonful mace, 1/2 tablespoonful cloves, 1 nutmeg, 1 lemon peel, chopped fine, 1 gill wine, 1 gill brandy. Chop orange peel and pulp, removing seeds. Then work in all the sugar you can. This is extra sugar. Slice the almonds thin, also citron. Chop figs quite fine. Fruit should be weighed after seeding and currants washed. Beat whites and yolks of eggs separately and roll fruit in flour before putting together. This makes a 10-quart pan full. 1 tablespoonful baking powder, 5 pounds raisins, 4 pounds seeded, 4 1/4 pounds currants, 4 pounds washed, 6 pounds almonds, 2 pounds blanched. Sally White Cake. From Mrs. Florence H. Kidder, of North Carolina, Lady Manager. The Sally White Cake is delicious, and if I am not mistaken, has yet only a local fame, but it should have a national one. Wishing you every success in your undertaking, I am, very sincerely yours. 1 pound of butter, 3 pounds of citron, 1 1/4 pound of sugar, 1 pound of flour, 15 eggs, 2 small coconuts grated, 1 1/2 pound of almonds, blanched and pounded, weigh after blanching, 1 nutmeg, 1 tablespoonful of mace, 1 wineglass of best brandy, 1 of Madeira or sherry. Bake slowly as a fruit cake and frost. Delicate Cake. From Mrs. John A. Logan, of District of Columbia, Lady Manager. 4 ounces butter, 14 ounces sugar, whites of 6 eggs, 12 ounces of flour, 2 teaspoons of baking powder, 1 cup of milk. Rub the butter and sugar together until they form a cream. Stir the baking powder through the flour, then add it, a cupful at a time, to the butter and sugar, then stir in the milk, putting in the whites of the eggs after being beaten to a froth, a large spoonful at a time. Bake in a brisk oven. Delicate Cake. From Mrs. Harriet T. Upton, of Ohio, alternate Lady Manager. Use the same size cup for all ingredients. 2 cups coffee, sugar, 1/2 cup butter, stir to a cream, whites of 8 eggs beaten stiff, 3/4 cups sweet milk, 2 1/2 cups flour, 2 teaspoons baking powder stirred into flour. Put whites of eggs in last and stir gently. White Cake. From Mrs. Governor John M. Stone, of Mississippi, Lady Manager. Whites of 12 eggs, 5 teacups flour, 3 teacups sugar, 1 teacup sweet milk, 1 full cup butter, 2 teaspoonfuls yeast powder. Walnut Cake. From Mrs. Frances C. Holly, of North Dakota, alternate Lady Manager. 3 cups of sugar, 1 cup of butter, 4 cups of flour, 1 1/2 cup of sweet milk, 3 cups of walnut or butternut meats, whites of 8 eggs. Cream the butter and sugar, sift 2 teaspoons of cream tartar into the flour, into which stir the meats. Dissolve 1 teaspoon of soda in the milk. Salt and extract as you like, adding the thoroughly whipped whites the last thing before putting into the oven. Half of this rule can be used. Nut Cake. From Miss Josephine Shakespeare, of Louisiana, Lady Manager. 4 tablespoons of flour, 4 tablespoons of brown sugar, 1 tablespoon of butter, 1 egg, 1 teacup of chopped nuts, a pinch of salt and black pepper. Grease and heat a long biscuit pan, mix all ingredients well and spread thinly on heated pan. Bakes in a few moments. When done and while warm, run a knife through center of pan lengthwise, then crosswise in strips. Turn pan over, and when cool, cakes should be quite crisp. Very old French recipe. Nut Cake. From Mrs. Minna G. Hooker, of Vermont, alternate Lady Manager. 1/2 cup butter, 2 cups sugar, 1 cup milk, 3 cups flour, 4 eggs, Q pint nut meats, 2 teaspoons baking powder. Cream butter and sugar. Add eggs well whipped, milk, flour with baking powder, and nut meats chopped fine. Bake in loaf. English walnuts best. Nut Cake. From Mrs. Alice Houghton, of Washington, Lady Manager. 1 1/2 cup sugar, 1/2 cup butter, whites of 6 eggs beaten stiff, 1/2 cup milk, 1 2/3 cup flour, 1/3 cup cornstarch, 1 teaspoon baking powder, 1 1/2 pound English walnuts, chopped fine and floured. Bake slowly in moderate oven. Pecan cake. From Mrs. Russell B. Harrison of Montana, Vice President at Large. 1 cup of butter, 2½ cups of flour, 2 cups of sugar, 1/2 cup of sweet milk, whites of 8 eggs, 2 teaspoonfuls baking powder. Beat together butter and sugar, add a little of the beaten egg, then put in a cup of flour, then some milk, then again flour and milk. Put all the milk in with the second cup of flour, then add the rest of the egg. Icing to fill and put over top of pecan cake, whites of 6 eggs beaten stiff with powdered sugar, 1 small can of grated pineapple and 2 cups of pecans, chopped fine. The nuts should soak a while in the pineapple before mixing them into the egg and sugar. Put whole pecan kernels over the top of the cake while the icing is still soft. Cake made with cream. From Mrs. Sarah H. Bixby of Maine, alternate lady manager. Break 2 eggs in a cup and fill with cream, and 1 cup sugar, 1 teaspoonful cream tartar, 1/2 teaspoonful soda and 1½ cup of flour, with a little salt. Cream frosting. From Mrs. Mary Payton of Oregon, lady manager. 1 cup of sweet thick cream, sweetened and flavored with vanilla. Cut a loaf of cake in 2 and spread the frosting between and on top. This tastes like Charlotte Russe. Almond icing. From Mrs. Lana A. Bates of Nebraska, alternate lady manager. Whites of 4 eggs, 1 pound of sweet almonds, 1 pound powdered sugar, a little rose water. Blanch the almonds by pouring boiling water over them and stripping off the skins. When dry, pound them to a paste, a few at a time, in a mortar, moistening with rose water as you go on. When beaten fine and smooth, beat gradually into icing. Put on the cake very thick, and when nearly dry, cover with plain icing. Soft gingerbread. From Mrs. Ida M. Ball of Delaware, lady manager. 1 teacup sweet milk, 1 teacup brown sugar, 1 teacup butter or mixed butter and lard, 1 teacup molasses, 1 tablespoonful ginger, 1 tablespoonful cinnamon, 4 cups flour, 2 eggs, 1 pound of raisins, well floured before being put in, 2 teaspoonfuls baking powder. Columbian ginger cake. From Mrs. S. E. Verdinal of New York, lady manager at large. 1 cup molasses, 1 cup sugar, 1/2 cup water, 1/2 cup lard, 1 teaspoonful soda, season with ginger or cinnamon, put flour in until stiff enough to roll out thin and cut into small cakes. Gingerbread. From Mrs. Sam S. Fifield of Wisconsin, alternate lady manager. 1/2 cup of molasses, 1/2 cup of sugar, 1/2 cup of butter, 1/2 cup of sour milk, 1½ cup of flour, 2 small eggs, 1/2 teaspoon of soda, teaspoonful of cinnamon, ginger, and 1/2 teaspoon of cloves, a little nutmeg. Soft gingerbread. From Mrs. Mary R. Kinder of Delaware, lady manager. 1 cupful of molasses, 1 of butter, 1 of sugar, 1 of sour cream, 1 tablespoonful of ginger, 3 eggs, 1 dessertspoonful of soda, ground spice according to taste, and 1 quart of sifted flour. Mix the butter and sugar to a cream, then add the other ingredients. Loaf ginger cake. From Mrs. A. K. Delaney of Alaska, lady manager. 2 eggs, 1/2 cup molasses, 2/3 cup sugar, 1/2 cup lard or butter, 1/2 cup milk, 3 cups flour, 1 tablespoon ginger, 1 teaspoonful cinnamon, 1/2 tablespoonful soda dissolved in boiling water, stir in quickly and put in the oven at once. Cookies Hermits or fruit cookies. From Mrs. Susan G. Cook of Tennessee, Secretary of the Board of Lady Managers. I take pleasure in sending you the enclosed recipes. I thought if anyone should send you a recipe for cookies, it ought to be myself. I anticipate spending many pleasant hours in the hereafter trying the recipes of our well-known lady managers. With best wishes, believe me always, most cordially yours. 3 eggs, 1½ cup sugar, 1 cup butter, 1 large cup of raisins stoned and chopped, 1 teaspoon soda, 1 teaspoon cloves, 1 teaspoon allspice, 1 teaspoon cinnamon, flour enough to roll. Cookies. From Miss Lily Irene Jackson, of West Virginia, lady manager. 3 eggs, 2 cups of sugar, 1 cup of butter, 1 cup of sweetened milk, 2 teaspoons baking powder. Mix soft, roll thin, bake in a quick oven. Corinita cookies. From Miss Lucia B. Perea, of New Mexico, alternate lady manager. 1 cup sugar, 1/4 cup butter, 3 eggs well beaten together, 1 cup milk, 2 teaspoonfuls baking powder well sifted in 2 cups flour. Cookies. From Mrs. Ropt B. Mitchell, of Kansas, lady manager. Beat to a cream 1 cup of butter, 2 1/2 cups of sugar, and the yolks of 2 eggs. Add a cup of sour cream, into which has been dissolved a small teaspoonful of soda. Beat the whites of 4 eggs to a stiff froth. Add to the butter and sugar. Flavor to taste. Use as little flour as possible to make of consistency to roll thin. Sprinkle with sugar. Flour the cutter to keep dough from sticking. Bake in a quick oven. Ginger cookies. From Mrs. Clara L. Mikado, of Montana, lady manager. 2 tumblers molasses, 1 tumbler sweet milk, 1 tumbler butter, 1 tablespoon soda, 1 tablespoon ginger. Well beaten. Mix very soft. Roll thick. Bake in a quick oven. Ginger snaps. From Mrs. Sam S. Fifield, of Wisconsin, alternate lady manager. 1 cup of lard, 1 cup of molasses, 1 cup of sugar, 1 teaspoonful of ginger, 1 teaspoonful of soda, dissolved in a little water. Boil the sugar, molasses, and lard 3 minutes, let cool, then add the other ingredients and flour to make very stiff. Bake in a hot oven. French jumbles. From Mrs. E. S. Thompson, of Maryland, lady manager. 1 1/2 pounds of flour, 1 pound of granulated sugar, 3/4 pound of butter, 3 eggs, 1 teaspoonful of baking soda, dissolved in half a cup of milk. Season with lemon and grated nutmeg to taste. Roll with your hand in granulated sugar. Make in small rings and bake on tin sheets in a quick oven. The dough should be soft as it can be handled. Sand tarts. From Miss Eloise L. Romam, of Maryland, alternate lady manager. To 3/4 pound of butter, well creamed, add 1 pound of sugar and 3 eggs, reserving the white of 1. Stir in 1 pound of flour. Roll out thin and spread on the white of egg, sprinkle with cinnamon and sugar, and cut in squares. Have a 1/2 pound of blanched and quartered almonds and place on the squares. Bake quickly. Lady fingers. From Mrs. M. D. Owings, of Washington, lady manager. Mix into a 1/2 pound of confectioner's sugar the yolks of 6 eggs. Work this mixture with a spoon until very light and frothy. Then mix into it the whites of 6 eggs that have been beaten stiff, adding at the same time 1/4 pound of flour, dried and sifted. Place this batter into a meringue bag, and squeeze it through in strips 2 1/2 inches long. Sprinkle over some fine sugar and bake in a moderate oven 12 to 15 minutes. Desserts, creams, jellies, custards, pineapple sponge. From Mrs. Matilda B. Carse, of Chicago, lady manager. Soak 1/2 package gelatin in 1/2 cup water for 2 hours. To a pint and a half can of pineapple add 1 cup of sugar and 1 cup of water. Simmer 15 minutes. Add the gelatin and allow to remain over the fire until the gelatin is all melted. Pour into a tin basin and place in ice water. When thoroughly cold and beginning to thicken, add the juice of 1 lemon and the stiffly beaten whites of 4 eggs. Beat until it will just pour, then turn into a mold and set in a cool place. To harden. Serve next day with whipped cream, sweetened with powdered sugar and flavored with a few drops of vanilla. Pineapple soufflé. From Mrs. James R. Dean, of California, lady manager. 3 ounces pineapple, cut in discs, 3 ounces sifted flour, 3 ounces sugar, 2 ounces butter, 1/2 pint of milk, yolks of 3 eggs, whites of 4 eggs. Melt butter in a stew pan, add the flour and milk and cook well. Add the sugar and pineapple, add the yolks of eggs, 1 by 1, and stir well. Then add the whites of eggs whipped to a stiff froth. Stir these in lightly. Pour into a well-greased soufflé tin. Steam 1 hour over water that just simmers, not boiling. Serve with this sauce. Reduce 1 glass pineapple syrup about 1/2. Add 1 ounce cubed sugar and 1 glass sherry. Color with cochineal and pour around the pudding. Peach sponge. From Mrs. Joseph C. Strahan, of Idaho, Lady Manager. 1 pint of canned peaches, 1/2 package of gelatin, the whites of 5 eggs, 1 scant cupful of sugar, 1½ cupful of water. Soak the gelatin for 2 hours in half a cupful of the water. Boil the cupful of the water and sugar 15 minutes. Mash the peaches fine, rub through a sieve and put in the syrup. Cook 5 minutes, stirring all the time. Place the saucepan in another of boiling water and add the gelatin. Stir for 5 or 8 minutes to dissolve the gelatin. Then, place the saucepan in a dish of ice water and beat the syrup until it begins to cool. Add the whites of the eggs and beat until the mixture begins to harden. Pour into a mold and set away to harden. Serve with cream and sugar. Hamburg cream. From Mrs. Ida M. Ball, of Delaware, Lady Manager. Beat together the juice of 2 lemons, ½ pound of sifted sugar, yolks of 5 eggs. Put on the fire in a double boiler and let it come to a boil. Add quickly the whites of the eggs beaten stiff. Stir all well together. Take immediately from the fire and serve cold in glasses or in large dessert dish. Chocolate mousse. From Miss Josephine Shakespeare, of Louisiana, Lady Manager. 4 strips of chocolate, 1 quart of milk, 6 eggs, 1 tablespoon of cornstarch, sweetened to taste, and vanilla flavoring. Chocolate dissolved in a little warm milk to a paste. Put milk on to boil and stir in chocolate gradually. Set saucepan where it will cook slowly. Beat eggs well, mix in cornstarch and add to milk and chocolate. Boil gently until smooth and thick, stirring until done. Pour into glass dish, or custard cups. To be eaten cold with sweetened whipped cream, heaped upon it. Chocolate soufflé. From Mrs. Alice Houghton, of Washington, Lady Manager. 1 pint milk, 2 tablespoons cornstarch, 1 cup sugar, 1 square grated chocolate, 3 eggs, yolks. Scald the milk and stir in the cornstarch wet in a little cold milk. Add sugar to the chocolate and dissolve in a little boiling water. Stir into the milk undy. When cooked, add the beaten yolks of 3 eggs. Remove from the fire and flavor with vanilla. When cold, pour over the top 1 cup whipped cream, to which has been added the beaten whites of 3 eggs. Chocolate meringue. From Mrs. Catherine S. G. Paul, of Virginia, Lady Manager. 1 teacupful grated chocolate, 1 pint warm water. Boil together. Then add 1 pint sweet milk and let come to a boil. Add 2 heaping tablespoonfuls of cornstarch, dissolved in 1/2 cup of milk, sweeten to taste, and when cool, flavor with vanilla. Beat the whites of 2 eggs and a pinch of pulverized sugar to a very light froth, and pile on top. Bavarian cream. From Mrs. Alice J. Whalen, of Utah Territory, Lady Manager. 1/2 box gelatin, 1/2 cup cold water, 1 pint cream, 1 pint milk, 4 eggs, yolks, 1/2 cup sugar, 1/2 teaspoonful salt, 1 teaspoonful vanilla, 1 tablespoonful wine. Soak the gelatin in cold water till soft. Chill and whip the cream till you have 3 pints. Keep the whipped cream on ice, and boil the remainder of the cream, adding enough milk to make a pint in all. Beat the yolks of the eggs, and add the sugar and salt. Pour the boiling milk on the eggs, and when well mixed, put back in the double boiler and cook about 2 minutes, or just enough to scald the egg. Stir constantly, add the soaked gelatin, and strain at once into a pan set in ice water. When cool, add the vanilla and wine. Stir until it begins to harden, then stir in quickly the whipped cream, and when nearly stiff enough to drop, pour into molds wet in cold water. Chocolate Bavarian cream. Melt 2 sticks of sweetened chocolate, and stir them into the custard before straining. Gelatin cream. From Miss Mary Elliott McCandless, of Pennsylvania, Lady Manager. To a pint of cream add 1/2 cupful of powdered sugar and a teaspoonful vanilla extract. Whip it to a stiff froth. Dissolve 1/4 of a box of gelatin in 2 wine glasses of sherry heated, but not allowed to boil. Let this cool a little, then stir into the cream. Pour the whole in a mold and set it on the ice to stiffen. Nob Hill pudding. From Miss Lida M. Russell, of Nevada, Lady Manager. For 1 pint thick cream, dissolve 4 sheets of isinglass in 4 tablespoons of hot water. Whip cream until thick, sweeten and flavor. Have isinglass warm enough to pour, but not too hot. Stir in very fast and put in mold to cool. Apple Charlotte. From Mrs. John A. Logan, District of Columbia, Lady Manager. Mix 1 pint of stewed apples with 1 cup of sugar, the grilled rind and juice of 1 lemon. Soak 1/3 of a box of gelatin in 1/3 of a cup of cold water 20 minutes. Add 1/3 of a cup of boiling water to dissolve the gelatin. When cool, add it to the apples. When beginning to stiffen, add the beaten whites of 3 eggs. Pour into molds lined with lady fingers. Serve with soft custard poured round the base of the charlotte. Charlotte de Russe. From Mrs. Charles Price, of North Carolina, 3rd Vice President Board Lady Managers. 1 pint rich cream, 2 eggs, 1/4 ounce of gelatin, sherry wine. Whipped cream, first sweetening with a cup of pulverized sugar, adding enough sherry to flavor and the yolk of 1 egg. Whip stiff the 2 whites of the eggs. Dissolve gelatin in half a cup of milk. Line glass dish with slices of sponge cake or lady fingers. Whip all the ingredients together and pour in dish to congeal. Charlotte Russe. From Mrs. Marcia Louise Gould, of Illinois, President State Board and Lady Manager. Whip 1 quart of rich cream to a stiff froth and drain well on a sieve. To 1 scant pint of milk add eggs beaten very light. Make very sweet and flavor with vanilla. Cook over hot water till it is a thick custard. Soak 1 full ounce of Cox's gelatin in a little cold water. Warm over hot water. When the custard is very cold, beat in lightly the gelatin and the whipped cream. Line the bottom of your mold with buttered paper, the sides with sponge cake or lady fingers, fastened together with the white of an egg. Fill with the cream and put in a cold place, in the summer on the ice. To turn out, dip the mold for a moment in hot water. Charlotte Russe. From Mrs. Susan W. Ball, of Indiana, alternate lady manager. 1/2 box gelatin, put to soak in 1/2 pint of milk for an hour. Take 1/2 pint of milk and yolks of 2 eggs and make a custard, sweeten and flavor to taste. When thick enough, stir in the gelatin until cool. Take 1 quart rich cream, flavored with wine, sweeten and whip. 2 dozen lady fingers soaked in wine, line a bowl with them. When the custard is cold, stir the cream in it, continuing to stir until it begins to harden, then pour into bowl. If the cream is not very rich, add the whites of 2 eggs. Charlotte Russe. From Mrs. George W. Lamar, of Georgia, alternate lady manager. 1 quart of cream, sweeten and flavor with 2 wine glasses of wine and a half teaspoonful of vanilla. Whip with an egg whip until it becomes very thick. Put 1/3 of a box of gelatin, Nelson's preferred, to soak in 1 pint of water. When quite soft, pour off the water and dissolve by holding over the fire and stirring carefully. When tepid, pour into the cream. Let the mixture congeal partially and pour into a mold that has been lined with lady fingers or sponge cake cut into strips. Put into a cold place and turn out before serving. Strawberry blanc mange. From Mrs. Benedette B. Tobin, of Texas, President State Board and Lady Manager. Crush slightly with a silver spoon a quart, measured without their stalks, of fresh and finely flavored strawberries. Strew over them 8 ounces of powdered sugar and let them stand 3 or 4 hours, then turn them onto a fine hair sieve reversed, and rub them through it. Melt over a gentle fire 2 ounces of best gelatin in a pint of new milk and sweeten it with 4 ounces of sugar. Strain it through a fine muslin bag and then mix it with a pint and a quarter of sweet thick cream. Keep stirring until nearly or quite cold, then pour it gradually on the strawberries, whisking briskly together. Last of all, add in small portions the strained juice of a fine large lemon. Mold blanc mange and set in a very cold place for 12 hours or more before serving. Strawberries, 1 quart, sugar, 8 ounces, gelatin, 2 ounces, new milk, 1 pint, sugar, 4 ounces, cream, 1 1/4 pint, juice 1 lemon. Snow pudding. From Mrs. Susan G. Cook, of Tennessee, Secretary of the Board of Lady Managers. 1/2 package gelatin, 3 eggs, juice of 1 lemon, 1 pint of milk, 2 cups sugar. Soak the gelatin 1 hour in a teacup cold water. To this add 1 pint of boiling water, at the end of hour. Stir until gelatin is thoroughly dissolved. Add 2/3 of the sugar and lemon juice. Beat the whites of eggs to a stiff froth. When the gelatin is quite cold, whip into the whites, a spoonful at a time, for at least 1 hour. Whip steadily, and when all is stiff, pour into a mold previously wet with cold water. Set in a cold place. When sufficiently molded, turn into a glass dish. Make a custard of the milk, eggs, and remainder of the sugar. Flavor with vanilla or bitter almond and pour this around the base of mold before serving. Wine or gelatin jelly. From Mrs. Carrington Mason, of Tennessee, alternate lady manager. To a box of Cox or Nelson's gelatin, put a pint of cold water, the juice of 3 lemons and the rind of 1. Let it stand 1 hour, then add 3 pints of boiling water, 1 1/2 pound white sugar, 1 tumbler of Madeira or sherry wine. Stir all the ingredients well together and through a jelly bag. Fruit jelly. From Miss Wilhelmine Wrights, of Indiana, lady manager. Cover 1 box of gelatin with a 1/2 pint of cold water and stand it aside for 30 minutes, then pour over it 1 pint of boiling water, add 1 pound of sugar, juice of 3 lemons and 2 oranges, strain. Moisten a plain mold with cold water, put in the bottom a layer of white grapes, pour in a little of the gelatin, stand on ice until the gelatin congeals. Now put a layer of candied cherries, then a layer of sliced bananas, a layer of orange pulp, another layer of bananas, then a layer of chopped almonds, another layer of grapes, and so continue until the mold is full. Pour over this the remaining quantity of gelatin, which must be perfectly cold but not stiff. Stand away to harden. If you use wine, the gelatin may be flavored with wine, omitting the orange and lemon. A dainty dessert. From Mrs. Solomon Thatcher, Jr., of Illinois, lady manager. Take choice Seville oranges, remove carefully about 1/3 of the orange, leaving a strip 1/2 inch wide to form a handle. From this improvised orange basket carefully scoop all the pulp, leaving only the empty shell. Fill this full of charlotte russe. This makes a pretty dish. Tamales de dulce. From Señora Don Manuel Chavez, of New Mexico. Para hacer tamales de dulce se descojo un maíz blanco y se hace nistamo. Después se lava muy bien de modo que no liquide nada cal y se muele en el metate muy remolido. Después se bate la masa en un cajit bien batido y se pulsa en una poca de agua hasta el ver que está bien alzado. Cuando la masa se sube sobre el agua ya está de punto. Se le echa una poca de manteca y azúcar y se pone dentro una poca de canela molida y pasas y se envuelven en hojas de maíz, y se amarran y ya están listos para ser cocidos con vapor. A cheap dessert. From Mrs. Kate Canthan McDaniel, of Texas, lady manager. Beat the whites of 4 eggs to a stiff froth. Place them carefully in a vessel containing a pint of boiling milk. Let them remain until set, then remove carefully to a plate. Beat the 4 yolks and a cup of sugar until light. Stir in 1/2 cup of sweet milk. Pour slowly into the boiling milk, stirring briskly all the while. Continue stirring and let it remain on the fire long enough to thicken, taking care that it never boils or it will be unfit for use. Flavor to suit the taste. Place slices of any cake in dessert plates. Pour the custard over them. Put a spoonful of the whites on each piece of cake and a drop of jelly in the center of the whites. Bananas and jelly. From Mrs. Governor Richards, of Montana, President State Board and lady manager. Make with boiling water 1 quart of strong lemonade, using only the juice of the lemons. Soak 1/2 box of gelatin in a small cup of cold water. Stir it into the boiling lemonade and set where it will cool but not harden. Cut 3 bananas in lengthwise halves and lay them in a mold wet with cold water. Cover with 1/2 the jelly and put the mold on ice till jelly is set, then slice 3 more and pour on remainder of jelly. Serve with cream or soft custard. Almond blanc mange. From Mrs. Bernadette B. Tobin, of Texas, President State Board and lady manager. 1 quart of milk, 1 ounce of gelatin, 3 ounces almonds blanched and pounded in a mortar with 1 tablespoon of rose water added to prevent oiling, 3/4 cup sugar. Heat the milk to boiling, having previously soaked the gelatin in a cup of it for an hour. Add gelatin when the milk is scalding hot. Add the pounded almond paste and stir all together 10 minutes before putting in the sugar. When the gelatin has dissolved, remove the blancmange from the vessel of boiling water in which you have cooked it, and strain through a thin muslin bag, pressing it well to get flavor of almonds. There should be 3 or 4 bitter ones among them. Wet a mold with cold water, put in the blancmange and set in a cold place until firm. Floating Island. From Mrs. Rosine Ryan, of Texas, Lady Manager at Large. Break 6 eggs into a bowl, separating the whites from 4 with the yolks and whites of 2. Make a boiled custard, say a quart of milk, 6 tablespoonfuls of sugar, a flavoring of vanilla, peach or sherry wine. Beat the whites to a stiff froth, sweetening and flavoring them a little also. Wet a large spoon, turn it around in the beaten eggs, take out a piece of oblong shape, and poach it in boiling milk. When the custard is cold, pour it into a glass dish and place the poached whites on top. Boiled custard. From Mrs. Charles J. McClung, of Tennessee, alternate Lady Manager. Let 1 quart of milk come to a boil with a piece of stick cinnamon in it. Beat 6 eggs, leaving out the whites of 3 for the float, and 1/2 pint of sugar very light, and pour the boiling milk into them. Wash your kettle and return all to the stove and boil until as thick as cream. Be sure and do not boil until curdled, then act aside to cool. Beat the whites of 3 eggs with 3 tablespoonfuls of sugar, to which you add a little acid jelly as you beat. Beat until perfectly smooth and put on the top of your custard in spoonfuls. Snowballs. From Mrs. Nancy Houston Banks, of Kentucky, alternate Lady Manager at Large. 1 cup white sugar, 1 cup thick cream, whites of 5 eggs, 2 teaspoonfuls baking powder, flour to make a stiff batter. Bake in small custard cups. Lemon custard. From Mrs. Ida M. Ball, of Delaware, Lady Manager. 1 lemon, juice and grated rind, 1 cup sugar, yolks of 2 eggs, 1 teaspoonful butter, 1/2 cup water, 2 teaspoonfuls cornstarch. Boil water and stir in above mixture. Icing for top, whites of 2 eggs, 2 tablespoonfuls of pulverized sugar. Ice cream. Fruit cream. From Mrs. H. F. Brown, of Minnesota, Lady Manager. 1 quart of fruit, after being put through colander, 1 cup of cold water, very sweet. Add the whites of 3 eggs, unbeaten. Put in a freezer and freeze as ice cream, stirring continually. Caramel ice cream. From Mrs. Lily Rosecrans Toole, of Montana, Lady Manager. Take 1 pint of brown sugar and burn it, then add water, making a dark brown fluid. This ought to make enough to flavor 3 pints of cream. Have the cream very rich, more so than for ordinary ice cream. Then color the cream with the caramel until it is a good shade of brown, darker than coffee color. For this you must have your caramel very black, as it is the quality and not the quantity of caramel that will give the proper flavor, sweetened to taste. Tutti Frutti ice cream. From Mrs. J. Montgomery Smith, of Wisconsin, alternate Lady Manager. Make 1 quart rich vanilla ice cream, and when partly frozen, add 1 pound of candied fruit, either cherries, currants, or citron. Vanilla ice cream. From Mrs. Mary C. Harrison, of Wyoming, Lady Manager. 3 quarts sweet cream, 1 quart powdered sugar, 1 pint sweet milk, dissolve sugar in milk, 2 tablespoons extract vanilla. Pack with equal quantities of cracked ice and rock salt. Turn slowly and steadily. Maraschino ice cream. From Miss Mary Elliott McCandless, of Pennsylvania, Lady Manager. A simple rule for maraschino ice cream calls for 1 quart of cream, a large cup of granulated sugar, 6 egg yolks, a cup of milk, and a tablespoonful of gelatin, which has been soaked for 2 hours in 4 tablespoonfuls of cold water. Let the milk come to a boil and pour it slowly over the eggs, beat them all the while to prevent their curdling. Then add the gelatin and finally the sugar. Beat the whole well, strain it into the cream and add 4 tablespoonfuls of maraschino. Pack the cream in a freezer and freeze like any other. When it is of proper consistency, remove the beater, cork up the freezer, pack in more ice and salt, cover the whole closely with thick newspapers and let it rest for an hour or 2 before it is served. This is a most delicious cream. Candy chocolate caramels. From Mrs. Carrington Mason, of Tennessee, alternate Lady Manager. 1 pound white sugar, 1/4 pound chocolate, 4 tablespoonfuls of molasses, 1 cup of sweet milk, and a piece of butter the size of a walnut. Boil until it will harden in water. Flavor with vanilla and pour on a buttered slab. Fudges. From Mrs. J. Montgomery Smith, of Wisconsin, alternate lady manager. 4 cups granulated sugar, 1 cup cream, 1 cup water, 1/2 cake chocolate, 1/2 cup butter. Cook until it just holds together, then add 2 teaspoonfuls extract of vanilla and pour into pans, not buttered. When cool enough to bear finger in, stir it until it no longer runs. It should not grain, but be smooth. Cut into squares. Cream candy. From Mrs. Mary Payton, of Oregon, lady manager. Stir into the white of 1 egg and 1 tablespoonful of water sugar, confectioners, enough to make into molds. Press 1/2 walnut on each side and place in a dry place. Dates can be used in the same way as the nuts. Punch romaine. From Mrs. Potter Palmer, of Chicago, President Board of Lady Managers. With best wishes for your success, I am very sincerely yours. Boil together 1 quart of water and 1 pint of sugar for about half an hour. Add the juice of 6 good-sized lemons and 1 orange. Strain and set away to cool. Then prepare the following. Boil together 1 gill of sugar and 1 gill of water for 18 minutes. While the syrup is cooking, beat the whites of 4 eggs very stiff, and into these pour the hot syrup very slowly, beating all the time, and continue to beat a few minutes after it is all in. Set this away to cool. Place the first mixture in the freezer and freeze by turning it all the time for 20 minutes. Then take off the cover, remove the beater and add 1 gill of sherry, 2 tablespoonfuls Jamaica rum and the meringue, mixing this well with a spoon into the frozen preparation. Cover again and set away until time to serve. Serve in punch glasses, as a course between entrees and roast. Roman punch. From Mrs. John R. Wilson, of South Dakota, lady manager. 3 pounds pulverized sugar, 3 quarts of water, the juice of 8 lemons. Soak 2 tablespoonfuls of gelatin in a little of the water. Boil all together for a moment, then cool and strain. Add 1/2 pint of rum and the whites of 8 eggs without beating. Freeze. Kirsch punch. Place in a vessel 1/2 pound of powdered sugar, with 1 quart of cold water. Grate in the rind of a large lemon, or of 2 smaller ones, squeezing in the juice of 3 good-sized ones, or 4, if small. Beat this thoroughly for 5 minutes. Taste the mixture and add more powdered sugar if desired sweeter, then strain through a sieve into the freezer. Stir into this 2 gills of kirsch. Freeze it as you would an ice cream. Serve in 12 punch glasses. Apricot sorbet. From Mrs. M. D. Owings, of Washington, lady manager. Take 12 fine, sound apricots, wipe carefully, cut them in 2, remove the stones, and put them in a vessel with 1/2 pound of powdered sugar, mashing them thoroughly. Then take 2 ounces of bitter almonds, peel and mash these while wet. Add 1 gill of cold water and 1 ounce of powdered sugar, mashing the whole together. Place a muslin cloth over the vessel containing the mashed apricots, and through it press the almond mixture. Stir all this together for 4 minutes, then add the juice of 3 lemons and 1.5 pints of cold water. Beat thoroughly, then strain through a fine sieve into the freezer, and freeze as you do ice cream. Pineapple sherbet. From Mrs. Governor Edwin C. Burley, of Maine, 2nd Vice President Board of Lady Managers. 1 quart grated pineapple, 2 heaping tablespoonfuls gelatin dissolved in hot water, 1 quart water, 1 quart sugar, juice of 1 large lemon, whites of 2 eggs well beaten put in just before freezing. Orange water ice. From Mrs. Theo F. Armstrong, of Delaware, alternate lady manager. 8 oranges, 2 lemons, the grated rind of 2 of the oranges boiled in a little water and then strained, 2 tablespoonfuls of cornstarch mixed with a little cold water, then pour boiling water on the starch. Put in the juice of oranges and lemons after straining, 1 1/2 pounds sugar, add enough water to make 1 gallon, then freeze. Orange frappe. From Miss Annie M. Mahan, of West Virginia, alternate lady manager. 1 pint orange juice, 1 pint water, 1 pint sugar, juice of 2 lemons, grated rind of 2 oranges, partially freeze and pack in ice only. Beverages eggnog. From Mrs. W. W. Kimball, of Chicago, Lady Manager. 1 tablespoon of sugar, the yolk of 1 egg beaten with sugar. Beat the white separately, stiff. Add 4 spoons of brandy to beaten yolk. Put half the white into mixture, half a glass of cream, then put the rest of the white on top. Our grandmother's syllabub. From Mrs. Sarah S. C. Angel of Michigan, Lady Manager. 1 quart rich cream, juice and peel 3 lemons, 1 pint sherry wine, 1 quart pulverized sugar. Grate the lemon peels and express the juice, add sugar and pour over these the wine. Stir until sugar is thoroughly moistened and then slowly add the cream. When mixed, take whip dash and with a tablespoon remove the floating bubbles which rise to the surface. Drop the contents of your spoon into lemonade or champagne glasses, continuing thin process until all the cream is whipped. If the mixture becomes too thick and creamy to make bubbles, dilute it with sweet milk. This quantity will make 30 or 40 glasses or fill a 4-quart glass howl. Great care must be taken not to dip the spoon too deeply into the mixture, the froth is what is desired. Claret punch. From Mrs. Frona Eunice Waite, of California, alternate Lady Manager. Take half a gallon of good claret and a pint of old whiskey and mix them thoroughly. Sweeten to taste by mixing the sugar with a little water to dissolve it before it comes in contact with the alcohol. Take a can of pineapple, or 1 fresh one, and chop fine, put juice and all into the punch, set the whole mixture on ice and let it stand at least 3 hours before using. Serve some portion of the pineapple with each glass. Beef tea for children. From Mrs. Ida M. Ball, of Delaware, Lady Manager. Use soup meat without bone cut into dice, and to every pound of meat use 1 pint of cold water. Cut up the meat on a dish, not on a board, as the latter absorbs the juices. Have the proper measure of water beside you in a soup basin or bowl, and as you cut up the meat, sprinkle it moderately with salt and throw it into the cold water. There let it remain for 2 hours, then put it all into a saucepan and set it on the fire. Watch carefully the first rising and skim and secure this, as it is the very essence of the beef. Put it into a clean bowl and let the beef go on boiling 10 minutes, no longer. Then pour the extract through a sieve to the first skimmings. Stir before using. For older children than infants you may flavor with onion and a few cloves. Chafing dish lobster à la Newburgh. From Miss Mary Crease Sears, of Massachusetts, alternate Lady Manager. 2 good-sized boiled lobsters. Pick out all the meat and cut into 1-inch pieces. Place in a chafing dish with 1 ounce of butter, a pinch of salt and a very little red pepper. Cook 5 minutes, then add a wine glass of Madeira. Cook about 3 minutes, then add the yolks of 3 eggs well beaten with half a pint of sweet cream or milk. Cook until it thickens, then serve. Omelette. From Mrs. Mary S. Lockwood, of District of Columbia, Lady Manager at Large. Beat 4 fresh eggs slightly with 2 tablespoonfuls of cream. Season with pepper and salt. Put a tablespoonful of butter in the chafing dish, and when very hot pour in the egg. Scrape up rapidly from all parts of the pan the cooked egg, letting the liquid portion follow the knife. It takes from 40 to 60 seconds to cook it, then slip the knife under the left edge and fold the omelette over quickly and lightly. Serve on a hot dish. Welsh rarebit. From Mrs. Colonel James A. Mulligan, of Chicago, Lady Manager. Take 1 pound of American cheese, cut up in small pieces, place in a chafing dish and season with half a saltspoonful of red pepper. Stir for 10 minutes or until cheese is thoroughly melted. Have ready 6 large pieces of toast on a very hot dish. Cover each slice with the melted cheese. Serve very hot as a relish. Shrimp à la Newburgh. From Mrs. Harriet T. Upton, of Ohio, alternate Lady Manager. 1 tablespoon butter. When hot, add 1 tablespoon flour, 4 tablespoons cream stirred together, yolks of 2 eggs, add salt, red pepper and mace. Bring to a scalding point, add shrimps and 4 tablespoons of sherry. Serve at once. Chicken with curry. From Mrs. I. L. Requa, of California, alternate Lady Manager. Mix half a teacupful of butter and 2 tablespoonfuls of curry powder thoroughly together and put into the chafing dish with 1 small onion cut fine. Stew together 4 minutes, and then add half a teacupful of stock or broth, half teacupful milk, salt and pepper to taste. When this has become smooth, add the chicken and stir constantly in the sauce, stewing 9 minutes. Serve with rice croquettes. Fresh mushrooms à la crème. From Mrs. Frances B. Clark, of Minnesota, Lady Manager. Take a pound of fresh mushrooms, the larger the more tender. Peel carefully the thin skin from the tops and wash thoroughly. Then cut into broad strips or halves, if small, and place in a saucepan with a pint of cream. Let them boil slowly for a half to 3/4 of an hour, until tender. Then take a little flour and a tablespoonful of butter, rub thoroughly together and mix into the cream. Do not get it too thick. Add salt and pepper and serve on hot toast. This also is very nice served in a chafing dish. Be sure to have the water in the underpan. Serve on toast. This makes a delicious luncheon dish. Mock terrapin. From Mrs. Margaret Blaine Salisbury, of Utah, 8th Vice President Board of Lady Managers. Put in the chafing dish the dark meat of cold chicken, turkey or grouse, cut in small dice, with half a pint of cream or stock, and when it comes to a boil, stir in the following mixture: 2 tablespoons of butter rubbed into a smooth paste with a tablespoonful of flour and the yolks of 3 eggs, a teaspoonful dry mustard, a little cayenne pepper and salt, all mixed with a little cream or stock. Let simmer a few minutes, not boil. And when ready to serve, stir in a large wine glass of Madeira. Wishing you the success you deserve in the accomplishment of this laudable project, believe me, sincerely yours. Bread. Steamed brown bread, Mrs. Virginia C. Meredith. Light bread, Mrs. Governor James P. Eagle. Franklin Gems, Mrs. L. M. N. Stevens. Baking powder biscuit, Mrs. Rollin A. Edgerton. French rolls, Mrs. Sally Howard Bush. Risen muffins, Mrs. Sally Howard Bush. Breakfast rolls, Miss Meta Telfair McLaws. Pocketbook rolls, Mrs. Ida M. Ball potato rolls, Mrs. Theo F. Armstrong. Graham Gems, Mrs. Louise Campbell. Corn cake, Miss Hattie T. Hunley. Bachelor's corn pone, Mrs. Mary B. P. Black corn bread, Mrs. T. J. Butler. Cornmeal muffins, Mrs. Parthenia P. Rue. Baked corn bread, Mrs. Minna G. Hooker. Steamed brown bread, Mrs. B. V. McConnell. Raised brown bread, Mrs. Ellen M. Chandler. Boston brown bread, Mrs. Governor James P. Eagle. Strawberry short cake, Mrs. Governor Edwin C. Burley. Strawberry short cake, Mrs. Augusta Truman. Orange short cake, Mrs. M. D. Owings. Sally Lunn, Mrs. Margaret M. Ratcliffe. Ham toast, Mrs. Rosine Ryan. Oatmeal, Mrs. George Hawksworth. Brews, Mrs. Frances E. Hale. Sandwich dressing, Mrs. Miriam D. Cooper. Oysters. Bouillon. Soup. Amber soup, Carrie V. Schumann. Mock turtle soup, Mrs. Bariah Wilkins. Julienne soup, Mrs. Susan R. Ashley. Noodle soup, Mrs. Frona Eunice Waite. Corn soup, Mrs. M. D. Thatcher. Celery soup, Mrs. Alice B. Castleman. Oyster soup, Mrs. Helen C. Brayton. Bisque of crab or crawfish, Mrs. Bell 11. Perkins. Potato puree, Mrs. James R. Dean. Asparagus soup, Mrs. Laura P. Coleman. Tomato soup, Mrs. Ida M. Ball. Tomato soup, Mrs. E. J. P. Howes. Gumbo file, Mrs. Anna M. Fosdick. Gumbo soup, Mrs. Virginia T. Smith. Chicken gumbo with oysters, Mrs. Alice B. Castleman. Okra soup, Miss Fluoride Cunningham. Black bean soup, Mrs. M. D. Foley. Bean soup, Mrs. N. B. Patrick. Soup Regency, Mrs. Isabella Beecher. Hooker. Pea soup, Mrs. Whiting S. Clark. Clam chowder, Mrs. Charles H. Olmsted. Clam chowder, Miss Lida M. Russell. Fish. Soles or smelts cooked, Mrs. James R. Dean, with maitre d'hotel sauce. Baked shad, Mrs. Mary R. Kinder. Cabayon, Mrs. Anna M. Fosdick codfish balls, Mrs. A. M. Palmer, salmon croquettes, Mrs. George W. Lamar. Shellfish. Maryland terrapins, Mrs. William Reed, terrapin white stew, Mrs. James R. Dean, white stew of terrapin, Mrs. George W. Lamar, terrapin croquettes, Mrs. W. W. Kimball, deviled lobster, Mrs. Joseph C. Strahan, lobster croquettes, Mrs. Louise L. Barton, deviled crabs, Mrs. Cora L. Bartlett, deviled crabs, Mrs. Anna E. M. Farnham, deviled crabs. Miss Jenny Torreson, soft-shell crabs, Mrs. George W. Lamar, frog legs, Mrs. Ella Ray Miller, panay oysters, Mrs. Alice B. Castleman, creamed oysters. Mrs. Mira B. F. Ladd. Little pigs in blankets. Mrs. Isabella Lanning, candy escalloped oysters, Miss Meta Telfair McClaws, creamed shrimps, Mrs. M. D. Foley. Sauces. Sauce mousseline, Mrs. Wilson Patterson, tartar sauce, Mrs. Myra Bradwell, boiled egg sauce, Mrs. Jakes R. Doolittle, Jr. Meats. Fillet of beef, Mrs. Governor Oglesby, roast beef, Mrs. Matilda B. Carse, Yorkshire pudding, Mrs. Harriet A. Lucas, Rillards, Mrs. Ralph Trotman, beef loaf, Mrs. Carrington Mason, hash, Mrs. Annie L. Y. Orff, mutton chops, Miss Mary B. Hancock, roast lamb, Mrs. Ropt B. Mitchell, lamb chops, Mrs. Hester A. Handback, potted tongue, Mrs. Frank H. Daniel, veal croquettes, Mrs. Isabella Beecher Hooker, veal croquettes, Miss Catherine L. Minor, veal pot pie, Miss Susan W. Ball, cassoulettes de veau, Mrs. James R. Dean, veal fricassee, Mrs. T. J. Butler, veal loaf, Mrs. Whiting S. Clark. Sweetbreads. Sweetbread croquettes, Mrs. Schuyler Colfax, sweetbreads and oysters, Sonora Teresa A. De Symington, sweetbreads and mushrooms, Mrs. P. B. Winston, sweetbreads and coquille, Miss Jenny Torreson, sweetbread patties, Miss Wilhelmine Wrights. Poultry. Boiled chicken, Mrs. Edwin C. Burley Jambalaya, Miss Catherine L. Minor, chicken livers, and Mrs. Colonel James A. Mulligan, broquette, with bacon, pollo con arroz, Sonora Don Manuel Chavez, pollo con tomates, Sonora Don Manuel Chavez, tamales de chili, Sonora Don Manuel Chavez, coquilles de volaille, Miss Josephine Shakespeare, croquettes, Mrs. L. C. Gillespie, chicken croquettes, Mrs. Sarah H. Bixby, curry of chicken in puffs, Sonora Teresa A. De Symington, Pilof, Miss Floride Cunningham. Fricassee chicken, Mrs. Helen C. Brayton, a good roast turkey, Mrs. Helen A. Peck, dressing for turkey. Mrs. W. H. Felton, how to cook chestnuts, Miss Eloise L. Roman. Game. Wild duck in Maryland, Mrs. William Reed, snipe and woodcock broiled, Mrs. Rufus S. Frost, on toast, prairie chicken, Mrs. E. S. Thompson. Vegetables. Vegetable oyster, Mrs. Governor Bagley, cauliflower with tartar, Mrs. Myra Bradwell, sauce, scalloped potatoes, Mrs. Bariah Wilkins, escalloped sweet potatoes, Mrs. P. B. Winston, potato puff, Mrs. H. F. Brown, potato croquettes, Mrs. Francis P. Burroughs, potatoes, mashed, Mrs. E. J. P. Howes, Boston baked beans, Mrs. Elizabeth C. Langworthy, lima beans, Mrs. Miriam D. Cooper, baked tomatoes, Mrs. Governor Rickards, baked tomatoes, Mrs. Augusta Truman, stewed tomatoes, Miss Mary H. Kraut, beets, Mrs. Governor John M. Stone, parsnips, stewed, Mrs. M. R. Lee, stuffed green peppers, Mrs. Alice B. Castleman, corn oysters, Mrs. John S. Briggs, fried eggplant, Mrs. Lily Rosecrans Toole, macaroni, good, Mrs. Sam S. Fifield rice as a vegetable, Mrs. Charles H. Olmsted cranberries, Mrs. Lana A. Bates. Eggs. Plain omelet with Mrs. L. Braised shaddock 8 eggs. Green corn omelet, Mrs. Frances P. Burrows omelet with ham, Mrs. Naomi T. Compton omelet, plain, Miss Mary E. Bussell stuffed eggs, Mrs. Ralph Trotman deviled eggs for luncheon, Mrs. Isabella Lanning candy or picnics, escalloped eggs, Mrs. Helen A. Peck how to take egg, Mrs. Naomi T. Compton. Salad. Lobster salad, Mrs. Charles Price chicken salad, Mrs. A. M. Palmer Southern chicken salad, Mrs. Charles J. McClung chicken salad, Mrs. Margaret M. Ratcliffe vegetable salad, Mrs. Florence H. Kidder string beans salad, Mrs. Caroline E. Dennis excellent potato salad, Mrs. Genevieve M. Guthrie tomato salad, Mrs. Mara B. F. Ladd tomato salad, Miss Mary Crease Sears cabbage salad, Mrs. Teresa J. Cochran fish salad, Mrs. Mary C. Bell's salad dressing, Miss Lorraine Pierce Buckland. Donuts and fritters. Famous donuts, Miss Frances E. Willard Ray's donuts, Mrs. Ellen M. Chandler donuts, Mrs. Laura E. Howie donuts, Miss Annie M. Mahan Collis, Mrs. Bella H. Perkins apple fritters, Mrs. M. P. Hart corn fritters, Mrs. E. V. McConnell clam fritters, Mrs. Sally S. Cotton white corn meal cakes, Mrs. Sarah S. C. Angel. For breakfast, corn griddle cakes or old Miss Lily Irene Jackson Virginia slapjacks, fried mush, Mrs. George Hawksworth Superior waffles, Mrs. Mary B. P. Black Mexican. Enchiladas, Mrs. Frank Lusser Albright. Preserves. Tomato conserve, Mrs. Caroline E. Dennis orange marmalade, Mrs. Governor Oglesby compote of apples, Mrs. Hattie E. Sladen steamed peaches, Mrs. W. Newton Lynch quince preserves, Mrs. M. P. Hart watermelon preserves, Mrs. H. K. Ingram blackberry jam, Mrs. Mary S. McNeil canned spice blackberries, Mrs. H. J. Pito spice green grapes, Mrs. George A. Mumford orange jelly, Mrs. Teresa J. Cochran currant jelly, Mrs. M. P. H. Beeson crab apple jelly, Mrs. Genevieve M. Guthrie. Pickles and catsup. Pickled onions, Mrs. Harriet A. Lucas oil pickles, Mrs. Ida M. Ball mixed pickles, Mrs. Sam S. Fifield cucumber pickles, Mrs. Parthenia P. Rue green cucumber pickle, Mrs. Cora Payne Jackson ripe cucumber pickle, Miss Mary Elliott McCandless gooseberry catsup, Mrs. Amy M. Starkweather cabbage pickle, Mrs. Carrington Mason piccalilli, Mrs. Ella K. Miller sweet pickled peaches, Mrs. Nellie B. Plumer chow chow pickles, Mrs. H. K. Ingram mustard chow chow, Mrs. Alice B. Castleman chow chow, Miss Mary Elliott McCandless. Cheese. Cheese fonda, Miss Hattie T. Hunley cheese sticks, Mrs. Margaret M. Ratcliffe. Pies. Lemon pie, Mrs. L. M. N. Stevens ideal lemon pie, Mrs. Ida L. Turner lemon pie, Mrs. Virginia C. Meredith lemon pie, Miss Lucia B. Perea pumpkin pie, Mrs. Frances C. Holly apple custard pie, Mrs. Annie L. Y. Orff cream pie, Mrs. M. K. Lee cream pie, Mrs. Louise Campbell apple pie, Mrs. Alice Vineyard brown pie crust, Mrs. Annie L. Y. Orff mincemeat, Mrs. Marcia Louise Gould mincemeat, Mrs. Laura P. Coleman. Pudding. Graham Christmas pudding, Mrs. Roland A. Edgerton Graham pudding, Mrs. George A. Mumford Lady Ross fig pudding, Mrs. W. M. P. Lind Alexander pudding, Mrs. M. D. Thatcher plum pudding, Mrs. Florence H. Kidder English plum pudding, Mrs. Phoebe M. Hartpence English plum pudding, Mrs. S. W. McLaughlin vegetable plum pudding, Miss Mary E. Bustler plum pudding, Mrs. Helen C. Brayton Christmas plum pudding, Mrs. Alice J. Wayland cherry pudding, Mrs. Louise L. Barton Bread and Butter Pudding, Mrs. Nancy Houston Banks Delicate Indian Pudding, Mrs. S. W. McLaughlin Baked Indian Pudding, Mrs. Marion D. Cooper Prune Roll, Mrs. Clark Waring Prune Pudding, Mrs. Hattie E. Sladen Prune Pudding, Mrs. Mary S. McNeil Prune Pudding, Mrs. John R. Wilson Bread Pudding, Mrs. Kate Canthan McDaniel Chocolate Pudding, Miss Mary B. Hancock Danish Pudding, Miss Mary B. Hancock Delicious Pudding, Mrs. Elizabeth C. Langworthy Suet Pudding, Mrs. Helen M. Barker Suet Pudding, Mrs. Leander Stone Queen Pudding, Mrs. L. C. Gillespie Steam Pudding, Mrs. John S. Briggs Steam Pudding, Mrs. Clara L. Mikado Baked Huckleberry Pudding, Mrs. Nellie B. Plumer Minnie's Lemon Pudding, Mrs. H. J. Pito Cup Pudding, Mrs. Marie J. Gaston Italian Roll, Mrs. F. H. Daniel Chaperone Pudding, Mrs. Annie L. Y. Orff Apple Pudding, Mrs. Ida L. Turner Baked Apple Dumpling, Mrs. Schuyler Colfax Foam Sauce, Mrs. Carrington Mason. Cake. Sponge Cake, Mrs. Isabella Beecher Hooker Sponge Cake, Mrs. Martha A. Griggs Sponge Cake, Mrs. Marie J. Gaston North Dakota Sponge Cake, Mrs. Alice Vineyard Bound Chaperone Sponge Cake, Mrs. Annie L. Y. Orff New England Raised Miss Frances S. Ivis Loaf Cake, French Loaf Cake, Mrs. Martha A. Griggs Grandmother's Bread Cake, Mrs. Mary C. Bell Old Virginia Bread Cake, Mrs. Catherine S. G. Paul Bread Cake, Mrs. Clara L. Mikado Corn Starch Cake, Mrs. Clara L. Mikado Exposition Orange Cake, Mrs. S. E. Verdinal Orange Cake, Mrs. Francis Wells Shepherd Angel Food, Mrs. Mary C. Harrison Angel Cake, Mrs. Daniel Hall Sunshine Cake, Mrs. Daniel Hall Election Cake, Mrs. Helen C. Brayton Connecticut Election Cake, Mrs. Virginia T. Smith Almond Cream Cake, Mrs. Flora Beale Ginty Velvet Cake, Mrs. Sally S. Cotton Caramel Cake, Mrs. James R. Doolittle, Jr. A Caramel Cake, Mrs. Frank Lewis Albright Rolled Jelly Cake, Mrs. Flora Beale Ginty Chocolate Cake, Mrs. Ralph Trotman George's Cake, Mrs. Claire Waring Chess Cake, Mrs. Carrington Mason Fruit Cake, Mrs. A. K. Delaney English Fruit Cake, Mrs. Phoebe M. Hartpence Fruit Cake, Mrs. M. P. H. Beeson Fruit Cake, Mrs. Hester A. Hanback Sally White Cake, Mrs. Florence H. Kidder Delicate Cake, Mrs. John A. Logan Delicate Cake, Mrs. Harriet T. Upton White Cake, Mrs. Governor John M. Stone Walnut Cake, Mrs. Frank C. Holly Nut Cake, Miss Josephine Shakespeare Nut Cake, Mrs. Minna G. Hooker Nut Cake, Mrs. Alice Houghton Pecan Cake, Mrs. Russell B. Harrison Cake Made with Cream, Mrs. Sarah H. Bixby Cream Frosting, Mrs. Mary Peyton Almond Icing, Mrs. Lana A. Bates Soft Gingerbread, Mrs. Ida M. Ball Columbian Ginger Cake, Mrs. S. E. Verdinal Gingerbread, Mrs. Sam S. Fifield Soft Gingerbread, Mrs. Mary K. Kinder Loaf Ginger Cake, Mrs. A. K. Delaney. Cookies. Hermits or Fruit Cookies, Mrs. Susan G. Cook Cookies, Miss Lily Irene Jackson. Corinita Cookies, Miss Lucia B. Perea Cookies, Mrs. Ropt B. Mitchell Ginger Cookies, Mrs. Clara I. Mikado Ginger Snaps, Mrs. Sam S. Fifield French Jumbles, Mrs. E. S. Thompson Sand Tarts, Miss Eloise L. Roman Lady Fingers, Mrs. M. D. Owings. Desserts. Pineapple Sponge, Mrs. Matilda B. Cars Pineapple Soufflé, Mrs. James K. Dean Peach Sponge, Mrs. Joseph C. Strawn Hamburg Cream, Mrs. Ida M. Ball Chocolate Mousse, Miss Josephine Shakespeare Chocolate Soufflé, Mrs. Alice Houghton Chocolate Meringue, Mrs. Catherine S. G. Paul Bavarian Cream, Mrs. Alice J. Whalen Gelatin Cream, Miss Mary Elliott McCandless. Nob Hill Pudding, Miss Leda M. Russell. Apple Charlotte, Mrs. John A. Logan. Charlotte de Roos, Mrs. Charles Price. Charlotte Roos, Mrs. Marcia Louise Gould. Charlotte Roos, Mrs. Susan W. Ball. Charlotte Roos, Mrs. George W. Lamar. Strawberry Blanc Mange, Mrs. Benedette B. Tobin. Snow Pudding, Mrs. Susan G. Cook. Wine or Gelatin Jelly, Mrs. Cabrington Mason. Fruit Jelly, Miss Wilhelmine Wrights. A dainty dessert, Mrs. Solomon Thatcher, Jr. Tamales de Dolce, Senora Don Manuel Chavez. A cheap dessert, Mrs. Katie Canthan McDaniel. Bananas and Jelly, Mrs. Governor Rickards. Almond Blanc Mange, Mrs. Benedette B. Tobin. Floating Island, Mrs. Rosine Ryan. Boiled Custard, Mrs. Charles I. McClung. Snowballs, Mrs. Nancy Houston Banks. Lemon Custard, Mrs. Ida M. Ball. Ice Cream. Fruit Cream, Mrs. H. F. Brown. Caramel Ice Cream, Mrs. Lily Rosencrantz Toole. Tutti Frutti Ice Cream, Mrs. J. Montgomery Smith. Vanilla Ice Cream, Mrs. Mary C. Harrison. Maraschino Ice Cream, Miss Mary Elliott McCandless. Candy. Chocolate Caramels, Mrs. Carrington Mason. Fudges, Mrs. J. Montgomery Smith. Cream Candy, Mrs. Mary Peyton. Punch. Romaine, Mrs. Potter Palmer. Roman Punch, Mrs. John R. Wilson. Kirsch Punch, Carrie V. Schumann. Apricot Sorbet, Mrs. M. B. Owings. Pineapple Sherbet, Mrs. Governor Edwin C. Burley. Orange Water Ice, Mrs. Theo F. Armstrong. Orange Frappé, Miss Annie M. Mahan. Beverages. Eggnog, Mrs. W. W. Kimball. Our Grandmother's Syllabub, Mrs. Sarah S. C. Angel. Claret Punch, Mrs. Frona Eunice Waite. Beef Tea for Children, Mrs. Ida M. Ball. Chafing Dish. Lobster à la Newburgh, Miss Mary Crease Sears. Omelette, Mrs. Mary S. Lockwood. Welsh Rarebit, Mrs. Colonel James A. Mulligan. Shrimp à la Newburgh, Mrs. Harriet T. Upton. Chicken with Curry, Mrs. I. L. Requa. Fresh Mushrooms à la Creme, Mrs. Frances B. Clark. Mock Terrapin, Mrs. Margaret Blaine Salisbury.